In his past life, he was a brilliant leader assassinated by rival political factions, but after he kicked the bucket, he was reincarnated as a goblin named Jean. But his luck was crap, and he was reborn as the lowest, most pathetic species in the goblin tribe. Every day, Jean had to grind his ass off from dawn till dusk, but it was still never enough to eat. If you didn't make your quota, you were guaranteed to get jumped by the whole crew, a beatdown just short of what you'd get from the cops. Meanwhile, the high-class nobles were just chilling, exploiting everyone else and getting fat without lifting a finger. As a guy from the modern world who knew you had to fight the system, he couldn't just stand for that. In this place, he and his little sister were constantly bullied by the other goblins because they were so weak. Among the bullies, the main punk who always shook them down was a guy named Jack. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Jack and his crew showed up to shake Jean down for their cut, but this time, Jean was totally calm and used his big brain to reason with the guy. He pointed out that even if they kept shaking him down, they wouldn't get much, and they'd still have to kick it up to the bosses. So why not go hunt monsters instead? High risk, high reward, you know. The simple-minded goblins heard this and thought it actually made sense. And just like that, Jean became their master strategist. He immediately laid out a super detailed plan. In the mines, there was a giant, blind centipede that hunted using only sound. With their crappy weapons, a direct attack was impossible because its armor was way too thick. The goal was to lure it to a pit of acid and push it in. Everyone would spread out along the path and take turns throwing bones to draw its attention. But they needed someone to be the final lure to the acid pit, since it wouldn't just walk in on its own. Jack, being a total snake, planned to use Jean as the bait. But his sister, Rosa, stepped up to protect Jean, saying, "He's still hurt. Let me do it instead, of course." Jean wasn't about to let his little sister put herself in danger. He confidently volunteered to be the bait and told Jack, "You gotta help me block the entrance when I make it back." In reality, he knew damn well this snake would try to double-cross him and leave him to die. But that punk was still way too green, and Jean read him like an open book. Meanwhile, the monster was showing off its massive, shiny fangs. One bite from a set of fangs like that, and you'd either be dead or messed up for life. Jean started giving the crew their instructions, telling them to throw a bone to lure the monster away when it got close. Sal will be in charge of luring it into the tunnel and getting the ball rolling. Hearing this, Sal got pissed and asked, "Why's it gotta be me?" Suddenly, the guy next to him slapped him on the shoulder. "Hey you, always bragging about your speed. Now's the time to prove it. Don't move until you hear the signal. We'll lure it to the acid pit. Jack will help me trap it in there. Everybody clear." After hearing the plan, Jack had to give him a backhanded compliment. "Not bad for a dumbass. The plan actually sounds decent." And so a little later, the whole crew got down to business. Sal was hiding behind a rock, carefully watching the centipede, when it suddenly charged straight for him. The dude was scared out of his mind and booked it. After running for his life, he reached a pile of bones, grabbed a skull, and chucked it toward the monster. Sal was so terrified he squeezed his eyes shut, just waiting for the end. But after a moment, he felt nothing. Turns out, the centipede heard the sound and took off without even bothering to snack on him. At the same time, on the other side, Jean was on watch and raised his hand to signal the monster was on its way. Jack thought to himself with a smirk that, after they killed the centipede, he'd get rid of Jean too and take all the credit. Just then, Jean started tapping a bone on the ground. Even Jack got nervous and glanced toward the deep part of the cave. And then, not even a few seconds later, the monster centipede noticed and came roaring toward them. But Jack wasn't scared, he just chuckled, then swung hard and smashed a bone on the other side. "It's your turn, Jean. The second it gets to the acid pit, I'm locking both of you in. It'll kill you, and the acid will kill it." But things didn't go according to his plan. Suddenly, the monster centipede stopped in its tracks. It stared right at him, making Jack almost piss his pants. Then suddenly, our hero Jean showed up, got the monster's attention, and yelled, "Jack, run for it. We'll lead it in." So Jack ran for his life in that direction, wondering why the monster wasn't following the sound. Just then, Jean yelled at him, "Hurry up and get in." And after Jack and the monster centipede were both inside, Jean quickly slammed the gate shut and locked it. Turns out it was all part of Jean's plan, you fool. Next time you try to set someone up, don't be so obvious about it. Just then, the others ran over. "Where's Jack? Are you okay, Jean?" "Thank God, you're alive!" That's when Jean put on a face like his whole world had just ended. Sorry, he made a noise so it went after him, and it fell into the pit. But Zeke got unlucky and it grabbed him. So I had to trap them both. Look, I don't need a reward. I'm sick of you watching me. This is the only way I can pay my last respects for Zeke's sacrifice. May the gods witness Zeke's bravery. And just like that, they totally bought it. You're a real player, Jem. We won't forget it. I'm just gonna take my sister and go. May the gods bless you. And so after they left, his sister got curious and asked, "Hey, what's the real story? Did Zeke really sacrifice himself?" He just brushed it off and replied, "It was probably just bad luck. Looks like that centipede doesn't just follow sound, but scent too, who knew?" After hearing that, she didn't ask any more questions. Yeah, it's no surprise he got what was coming to him. Then they left, but she still couldn't shake the doubt. Scene change. Rosa urges Jem. "What's wrong? Go on and eat." A fat grub was lying on the plate. He couldn't stomach this meal. "For real, you're not gonna eat?" she insisted. "Come on, Jem. It's your favorite. I even saved the head for you." Jem pushed the plate away. "You don't want it." No, but Rosa stabbed the knife into the grub. She was determined to make Jem do it, eat. He reluctantly agreed, just to get it over with. Jem brought the grub close to his mouth, clamping it shut so he wouldn't make a sound. The horror was clear in Jem's eyes. There was no way he could eat this disgusting thing. Jem looked at her with a pitiful expression. Then, she grabbed the knife in her hand. I knew it right after that acid pit incident." "We're not Jem, are you? You're a demon." Even though he tried to explain, Rosa put the knife down. "I'm not a demon. I can prove it." It seemed like Rosa wasn't convinced. "Try me." Jem was a little flustered. Then he suddenly remembered something. Marin powder. She didn't get what Jem meant. "What?" "I have a way to prove it. That Marin powder. I'll drink the Marin powder we got last year mixed with holy water. According to the principle Jem mentioned, that should exorcise a demon, right? If I burst into flames, then your brother's just a little crispy. But if nothing happens, you have to believe me, deal?" Rosa hesitated a bit. "I don't know." He didn't hesitate to try it. "All right, let's do it. Let me find it." Jem immediately sprinkled the powder into a cup. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't go back on her word. "After I drink this, you have to believe I'm not a demon." "Okay." Rosa just clutched the knife, all business. Although he was panicking inside, Jem acted cool on the outside, hoping this whole demon exorcism thing was just a superstition. Otherwise, "I'm seriously toast." His expression changed. She couldn't help but worry. "Jem, what is it? Are you a demon?" Turns out Jem just thought the drink tasted weird. "This sucks." Rosa got angry and punched him right in the face. "You idiot!" Was overjoyed. "She called me Jem. She believes me, right?" She wasn't overthinking it anymore. It really was Jem. He was just talking nonsense again. "I am Tanich, the dreamer of many worlds." Rosa could only laugh it off. "Tanich. Of all the ones to pick, you choose the god of laziness." Jem chatted comfortably with her. "So what? I like being lazy." Rosa was still questioning everything. "I believe you re my brother now, but why have you been so weird lately? Ever since you recovered, you've been like a different person. Can I tell you the truth this time?" Jem thought carefully. Jem's father had said something like this before. Maybe telling Rosa would make it easier to figure things out. He calmly sat down at the table. Jem admitted a truth. "I have memories from another life." He himself was skeptical. He didn't really know what it was. It felt like he was floating in a void. Then his body felt like it was swept away by a river into a region of light. After touching the light, he woke up with a headache and this bunch of foreign memories. Jem recounted what he could remember. "That's all I know. I swear to you." "Oh my god. Do you know what that means, Jem?" "Since ancient times, gods and their warriors have been reincarnated into the bodies of mortals. They possess powers beyond imagination, from inhuman strength and irresistible charisma to the ability to alter reality." After hearing that story, Jem was a bit skeptical, pointing to himself and asking, "So you think I'm one of the chosen ones?" Rosa wasn't sure either, asking hesitantly. "That's right. I mean, it's been a long time since one has appeared. Do you have any special abilities?" He rested his chin on his hand, listing off things he could think of. "You mean like being able to run faster than an arrow, stronger than a herd of horses, leap over a chasm in a single bound, that kind of stuff?" After hearing that, she nodded to show that those were exactly the abilities she meant. Rosa asked excitedly, "So do you have them?" Jem shook his head and answered flatly, "Nah." After hearing his answer, she hesitated for a second. "Whatever, maybe you read just a lost soul." Rosa started to explain that lost souls are people born with a second set of memories, but no powers. Very few of them ever make a name for themselves, unless they inherit the memories of some great leader or legendary artisan. Once he understood what a lost soul was, his voice turned a little sad. "So I guess I really am a lost soul. Sorry to let you down." Hearing that, her face fell and she said tiredly, "No, thank the gods. We don't need another chosen one." Rosa gestured anxiously. She silently warned Jem, "But please don't tell anyone about this. If the overseers find out you know the secret of the treasure, what do you think will happen?" His face grew serious as he replied, "I'd be tortured, killed, or experimented on, right?" Hearing those gruesome words, she quickly clamped her hands over her ears. She screamed in fear, "Stop! I don't want to hear it!" "If you really do have some kind of special power, Jem, please never let anyone find out." Jem crossed his arms, looking at Rosa's terrified state, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'm kinda fond of keeping all 10 of my fingers and 10 of my toes. She placed a plate of food on the table, her voice laced with worry. If anyone ever saw you use your powers, I don't know what would happen. Hearing that, Jem imagined a scenario where some dude discovered his secret, and he'd have to immediately take him out. Just the thought of it made him break out in a cold sweat. Jem said, a bit flustered, yeah, I don't know either. He walked over to the table and looked at Rosa, speaking softly. That's why I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to make you worry even more. Jem's words seemed to calm her down a bit, and she replied softly, I get it. Rosa turned to him and asked, so whose memories do you have? You carry yourself like you re from high society, but you re not arrogant at all. At her question, he suddenly recalled the past, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. His voice was tinged with regret. No, I wasn't a noble. These memories, they re from a different life. In another world, he was a revolutionary, someone who fought to make his society better. She wiped her hands on a towel, and then asked another question. What happened to him? He almost blurted out the truth but caught himself. He made a mistake. Jem remembered what happened. He was assassinated by the aristocrats who opposed his reforms. Hearing this, Rosa's mood sobered, and she said, I see. Then she suddenly switched topics. Hey, you're not planning to go up against the Blues, are you? Hearing her question, Jem just scoffed and said, how dumb do you think I am? The second the words left his mouth, she shot Jem a totally judgmental look. Seeing that expression, he immediately looked away and mumbled awkwardly. Okay, fair point. Jem explained why he wouldn't fight the Blues, but no, I'm not some warrior with weapons and armor. And I don't have an army or any mages working for me. So I don't think I'll be overthrowing anybody anytime soon. Sounding confused, she asked Mages, what's that? He explained quietly, they're magic users, kind of like sorcerers, but more systematic. It's less about spirits and more focused on raw magical energy. Hearing Jem's explanation, Rosa looked shocked and blurted out, you talk like you re an expert on magic. That's when she realized something wasn't right. She quickly asked, wait, you can't use magic, can you? He pointed to himself and shot back, do you sense any magic coming off me? Based on what she'd sensed from him before, Rosa got flustered and stammered, no, I don't think so. Jem pulled up a chair and sat down, his voice calm, then stopped jumping to conclusions. If I knew how to use magic, you would be sensed it already, right? That's the whole reason they keep our people around, isn't it? The Bogey clan can sense magic because of our bloodline. It makes us useful, but also totally replaceable. Hearing that, she had to agree. Yeah, you were right. Suddenly, Rosa's face darkened, and she called out to him anxiously, her voice dead serious. Promise me something, okay? He still had no idea what was going on to make Rosa act this way, and asked with a confused look, what is it? She looked at Jem with earnest eyes. His lips tightened as he pleaded, please don't change anymore, okay? He suddenly held out his hand, whispering, come here. Out of nowhere, Jem pulled Rosa into a tight hug. She looked completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. He held her close, saying gently, I promise, no matter what happens, I'll always be your big brother. The scene shifts, Rodol's petals drift gently on the wind, and Vaughn suddenly jolts awake in a hospital bed. He raises a hand to block the sunlight, shining down on him as he looks around, dazed, and asks in disbelief, where am I? Seeing Vaughn is awake and about to move, Brutus rushes over to stop him. Who easy there, don't move too much, you've got a nasty wound on your chest, you're still in critical condition. Continuing from the last episode, Vaughn, now fully awake, sees the person in front of him and says his name in disbelief, Brutus. Hearing that, Vaughn still recognizes him. Brutus grins and replies with a hint of arrogance, the one and only. Vaughn, still trying to piece things together, puts a hand to his forehead and asks himself, was it all just a dream? Sora asks, what did you dream about? He lets out a laugh and then says, you wouldn't believe it. Lying in bed, Vaughn says half jokingly, it was some messed up dream about the afterlife. And I even became a slave. A single, deep red rose at his bedside seems to imply something more. He eagerly recounts the things he experienced in his dream. I wasn't even human, can you imagine? She gives him a look of disbelief and says, that sounds insane. Vaughn expected as much, so he isn't surprised. He says calmly, I know, right? You too. Give me a hand, I need to get out of this bed and get to the council right now. The second he says that, Vaughn suddenly sees his hands morph into goblin hands, and his vision begins to blur, with a look of disbelief. The shock leaves him frozen for a few moments. The spark of joy that was in his eyes just a moment ago vanishes, replaced by a lifeless stare. Vaughn looks coldly at his goblin hands, saying sorrowfully, how disappointing, so this is the dream, isn't it? Brutus looks pained, his voice thick with emotion as he says, I'm sorry my friend, there's nothing we can do. His eyes can't hide his sadness and disappointment. He stammers, I'm gonna miss you guys so much. Sora looks just as sad that they can't stay by his side. She says regretfully, we gonna miss you too. You re gonna live a good life here, right? Promise us. Hearing this, he knows he can't stay down. Vaughn pulls himself together, smiling as he replies with confidence. I will, you can count on me. Before they fade away completely, his two friends leave him with one last request, their faith in him absolute. Change this world for the better, he scoffs, saying, is that even a question? You too, of all people, should know I'm going to shake this world to its very core. Suddenly Brutus points to the side and says, we'll come back and visit, my friend. Vaughn's gaze lands on Jem. Brutus continues, but for now, he's the one who'll be with you. Jem gives him a blank stare, and Vaughn frowns, his voice laced with annoyance. Seriously, Jem, couldn't you have picked someone less of a pain in the neck? Jem walks from the head of the bed over to Vaughn, giving him a dirty look. It's clear Vaughn's words hit a nerve. He snaps angrily, hey, have you got feelings too, you know? Vaughn glances at him and asks, so you're still here then? Jem shrugs, saying sarcastically, well, duh, it is my body. After all, Vaughn's tone turns serious. Sorry, Jem, but a team can only have one leader. And you're gonna have to take a back seat for a while. Jem points to himself, protesting. But it's my body. Vaughn just nods and says with a slight smile, and I'll take good care of it. But we both know you can't change your own fate, and I can, after hearing Vaughn's words. Jem's expression becomes thoughtful and hesitant. Yeah, I guess you're right. Suddenly, Vaughn reaches out and puts a hand on his shoulder. He looks at Jem with a determined gaze, and says with optimistic encouragement, Jem, you're going to be remembered for a long, long time. Hearing this, Jem pleads, can you do one thing for me? Be real with my sister. I don't want to see her get hurt. He replies, his voice full of confidence, I've never had a sister, but I'll look after her like she's my own flesh and blood. I give you my word. I'm going to make this world a better place. Suddenly, a flicker of sadness crosses Vaughn's eyes, and his voice begins to falter. For you and for her. Hearing the conviction in his voice, Jem breaks into a wide smile and says, all right then, I'm putting my faith in you, Jem. Thank you, Vaughn quickly replies, his voice full of gratitude. No, Jem, thank you. Rose petals fell, and the flow of time shifted once again. Dawn broke over the mountains, starting a new day. The scene shifts to Jem and Rosa arriving somewhere. Here, he saw others like him. She nudged his arm, teasing him. I can't believe you woke up before me this morning. And you even cleaned up and made breakfast. Were you a servant in a past life, or something? Hearing that, Jem frowned and cleared his throat, calling out Rosa. Rosa laughed smugly and replied, just kidding, I won't tease you about it anymore. Suddenly, a voice from behind them called out his name. Startled, they both turned around and saw it was Kui. He walked over, greeting them with a surprised look. Well, look who it is. I thought you were dead. Rosa's face lit up, and she happily shouted, Kui! Meanwhile, Jem just smiled at Kai's joke and replied, not yet. And not anytime soon if I have anything to say about it. She excitedly ran up and started chattering to him about what happened. Kui. You won't believe what happened yesterday. You know Jack from Crew 3. He came looking for Jem, and as he watched how close Rosa was with Kui, he mentally recalled the old man's background. Kui was a supervisor, a friend of Jem and Rosa's father, Gat. He had been looking after the two of them since their parents died 2 years ago, during an attack by the Goblin horde. It was weird seeing a supervisor being so friendly with slaves. But there are good people everywhere. Suddenly, Kui spoke up and asked Jem, is it true you helped take down the centipede? Jem shrugged, replying matter-of-factly, I just ran faster than them. After hearing his answer, the old man burst out laughing and said, that's the Jem I know, nobody's faster than you. Kui started assigning them their work for the day. Good to hear. I'd hate to waste points, just to have you slacking off. There's a lot to do today. Rosa, you were needed at the mushroom farm, and as for you, Jem, the two of them stood at attention. Ready for their daily tasks, the scene shifts to a long line of slave-class goblins, each holding tools, ready to mine minerals from the earth. Meanwhile, Kiki was whispering and plotting something shady. Then he said he didn't have any points, but he had a sister and said, well, he added in a sleazy tone, we accept all kinds of payment. Then suddenly, Jack violently grabbed Kiki by the neck. He slammed Kiki's head straight into the ground with immense force, making him cough up some cherry syrup. Jack's eyes were filled with rage, his deep hoarse voice hiding a terrifying threat. I already told you no women terrified, Kiki stammered with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Jack said. You with us now. You don't buy or sell them. Hem stepped forward, holding out a hand to stop him. Jack, let him go! If he's injured, the supervisors will start asking questions. Hearing this, Jack said nothing, just gave him an ice-cold stare, his eyes seeming to say, shut your damn mouth. Seeing that look in Jack's eyes, Hem froze, pressing his lips together with a wary expression. Jack then let go of Kiki, who knelt on the ground, spitting up pools of cherry syrup in agony. Jack turned around, tossing out a threat. Next time, I'll throw you to the goblins. Hem sat down next to Kiki, and said softly, sorry about that. The boss is real touchy when it comes to women. His dad died young, and his mom had to work the streets to support the family. Hearing that, Kiki got a little curious. Is she gone now? Hem recalled the past and mumbled. Yeah, she got the black spot. It's curable, but it costs points. The boss tried to save up points to get her treated, but all her old clients ghosted her. He looked over at the green goblins and said, none of those green skins would ever admit they had fun with a gray skin. Him saw the resentment on Jack's face and added a warning. The boss is still bitter about it, so remember that. He walked over to Jack and hesitantly advised, boss, you gotta stop this. If you don't control yourself, we were gonna lose more guys to the VG. Jack turned back and asked about Kiki. Did you tell him the rules? Him immediately confirmed. Yeah, I tell everyone, they can steal and run away as much as they want, but they can't mess with women. He then explained why there were still guys like Kiki. They know the rules, but they're men, right? Not enough blood to feed both heads at the same time. Jack paid no attention to what him just said. He stuck to his guns, saying decisively, I don't need that kind of filth in my crew. Let the VG deal with him. Him quickly spoke up for Kiki, boss, don't be like that. Just let it go. Without a crew, we were nothing, and we were already falling behind VG. Just then, he saw Vess and said with a look of contempt, look there. It's your favorite little bug. He's back, over on his side. It looked like he was running into some trouble with a few other guys. He saw Vess standing up for the weak and was a little surprised, saying, where'd this bug suddenly get some guts? He asked, a little confused, I've never understood why you hate that kid so much. Jack didn't say a word, but there was something unreadable in his eyes. Seeing him stand up for others now made Jack feel something indescribable. He remembered how Vess used to be when he was a little kid getting bullied. He remembered that terrified, sobbing look on his face as Vess braced for a beating from the bullies. All he could do was shut his eyes tight. He was clutching the food he had, ready to take a beating, but Vess waited and nothing happened. So he worked up the nerve to crack open one eye. When he looked, his face was full of surprise. A young Jack had already wiped the floor with those small-time bullies in a flash. He offered a hand to help him up, saving Vess from those punks. But after that day, something happened that made Jack learn the hard way that no good deed goes unpunished. I learned that lesson the day I helped Vess, picking up where we left off. Jack recalls the past when he and Vess were still tight like brothers. Vess was nothing like me, but we were still brothers. As the years went by, they grew up together. Whatever Jack had, Vess had too. But one day, everything came to an end. An army of gray goblins appeared in his story. During the annual expedition down to the lower levels to exterminate the wraiths and other abominations. Vess and I led the charge with VG and his grunts. The goblins thought we were just cannon fodder for them, but I trained my guys to save their own skins. They went up against some spider freaks, and everyone pulled together for a glorious victory. Venturing deeper, he and Vess saw a blinding light, like a whole forest inside the cave, with trees sprouting up all over the place. The gray goblin army slowly moved in. When we made camp, they split us into scouting parties. My crew was sent to the far end. Gon went to a nearby lake, and VG headed to the other side of the cave. Despite being nervous, his face was lit up with excitement about being on the front lines. Knowing I was heading to the most dangerous spot, Vess asked to go with Gon instead. He wanted Vess to be safe, so he sent him with another party. I wanted him to be safe, so I agreed right away, and just as I, Jack, had predicted, just as I thought, a pack of wraiths ambushed us, and we had to fight our way out. After that attack, a lot of us were wounded, and everyone's senses and alertness were on high. Were cranked up to the max. Scene change. Just then, he seemed to see something horrific, making Jack's face drain of color in a mix of terror and disbelief. Gon's crew had been slaughtered, and Vess was completely gone. One of them noticed something behind the bushes. When he went to check it out, Jack saw a small footprint. Instantly, he led his crew, tearing off like a shot toward the tracks left in the mud. I didn't care who took him. I just wanted my little brother back. When he got there, Jack saw a gray goblin with the exact same build as Vess. His heart sank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jack moved in slowly to check. But before he could even see how bad the kid was hurt, his sharp instincts told him something was flying right at him. With no wasted movement, he effortlessly snatched the spear out of the air. Jack's eyes blazed with fury, and gritting his teeth, he snapped the spear with his bare hands. On the other side, VG brought his guys and gave the signal to surround us. We were outnumbered 2-1, but my guys knew how to fight. And theirs didn't. Jack, with just one axe, was enough to make those chumps crumble just like that spear. His gaze suddenly shifted at that moment. The old man and his troops charged in with full force. Jack's face twisted with rage, his eyes wide as he stared them down without an ounce of fear. But then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain pierce his side. Jack collapsed to the ground, a wound already leaking strawberry syrup from his side. His eyes were wide with shock. He slowly looked up, unable to process that the one who had just shanked him was none other than Vess. I was so stupid, so blind. The goblin army formed a shield wall, when suddenly one of them leaped high into the air, spear in hand. It hurled the spear outwards, nailing an enemy. After the throw, it landed solidly on its feet. But then it looked back at something, and instantly panicked. He frantically called his crewmates and pointed over. Scar had Jack on his knees, with Jack in his grasp. He shouted a threat. Stop. If you want him to live, then stop right now. Jack's goons immediately hesitated. Pinned by Scar, Jack disappointedly managed to ask him why. Scar just smirked and replied, "Sorry, Jack. Being your friend was never gonna get me the life I wanted." A hurt Jack stammered. "But we were brothers, man." Scar's eyes glinted dangerously as he snarled, "Brothers? You really believe that?" In his memories, Jack sat on a throne-like chair surrounded by girls, with people waiting on him hand and foot. Scar was just another face in the crowd. He thought resentfully, "Everything came easy to you women. Friends, power, while I had to live in your shadow, but then I realized I had something precious. Something everyone craves but few ever get. Your trust. And I used it to get what I really wanted." The scene flashes to Scar making a deal with VG, back in the present. Aimed his weapon at Jack while Scar continued his taunts. "Don't worry, I'll tell your sister you died saving the crew from these goons." He leaned in close to his ear. "She'll be so grateful, you know. And she's got a hell of a body." For a moment, the scene turned black and white, highlighting Jack's silhouette with an axe, as he laughed maniacally. Scar sensed something was off with Jack and instinctively took a step back. VG, watching from behind, said maliciously, "Only a fool boasts before his opponent is actually dead. Stop this stupid chatter and finish him." Scar rubbed his hands together awkwardly. "I thought you'd prefer to deliver the killing blow yourself." Sir V ignored him and continued to lecture. "A warrior falling to a traitor's blade sounds like something out of an epic poem, don't you think?" Hearing this, Scar hesitantly agreed, "Of course, sir." With that, he raised his knife. "Goodbye, Jack. Don't worry. I'll be a good friend and take good care of everything you were leaving behind." Jack suddenly shot his hand out and grabbed the weapon's handle, swinging it up to reveal a sharp axe blade, and in a single motion, he sliced off both of Scar's hands. His eyes were filled with brutal rage as he snarled, "I'll deal with you later." Jack then charged at two nearby goons, who screamed in panic. "What do we do?" An aura of pure killing intent radiated from Jack as he went on a rampage. "He already served you up to me." The old-timers on the enemy's side looked on in terror. With V gone, his underlings were crushed like dust by Jack's crew. Soon after, Jack dragged Scar off to a place, with the traitor babbling nonstop. "Joik friend, please, spare me!" "I was forced to do it. If I refused, they would have killed everyone I care about." Hearing this, Jack just threw back a cold reply. "Then you should have killed yourself." Jack left him sitting on the ground and said, "Goodbye, Scar. Do better in your next life." Scar was confused. What do you mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, Scar heard the cry of some animal that terrified him. Mutated creatures began to appear one by one. Jack turned and walked away, leaving Scar's desperate pleas behind him. "Jack, help me!" "I'm sorry, I'm begging you." Jack thought coldly, "Mercy is expensive. That's a lesson Scar taught me. I'll never make that mistake again." The scene changes to Jem's location. Herman, seeing Jack return, asked him in frustration, "Boss, should we step in? We can't let VG's trash run wild on our turf." Hearing this, an annoyed Jack said without hesitation, "Forget it. Some people have to learn to stand up for themselves the hard way." Everyone turned their backs, leaving Jem alone with two of VG's guys. Jack stood to the side, commenting on the scene. "You can't turn a mouse into a lion." Who was beside him spoke up, "Kid's a real child, isn't he? Thinks a few nice words will change the world. Should we help him?" Jack turned away and replied emotionlessly, "Let him be, let him wise up a little, or die, whichever comes first." Van thought for a moment, then went along with Jack's idea. "Let those guys rough him up first, then we swoop in like saviors." "Good thinking, boss." One of VG's henchmen held a sharp rock, saying with amusement, "Now's your chance to beg, you weakling. If you do, we'll make it quick." Maybe Jem's face darkened as he roared, "So what if we weak?" The goon was startled by this and took a step back. Jem continued aggressively, "Does that mean we supposed to kneel in the mud and let you walk all over us, abuse the people we care about, and turn our lives into a living nightmare?" Everyone was stunned to hear this. He powerfully raised his hand towards the crowd. "Hell no, I refuse to live like that. When I was about to die, my life flashed before my eyes. You want to know what I saw?" The fat dude hiding behind the skinny one asked curiously. "What did you see?" Jem answered firmly, "Nothing. I saw absolutely nothing." He calmly recounted, "I saw a life not worth a spit on the ground. A life of nothing but hard labor, getting jack squat every day, living like a slave ain't living. That's hell. And that hell was gonna last until we died. And I realized something. Since I'm already in hell, why not fight back? What have I got to lose?" Jem asked, turning to the crowd. "What have we got to lose?" He rallied them without hesitation. "Are we weak? Yeah, are we cowards sometimes? Yeah, that too. But if we fight together, we can do the impossible. So brothers, sisters, I'm asking you to lend me your strength, and I'll lend you mine. I'll be your sword and your shield, and together we'll take back our dignity. The crowd was convinced by his words, and everyone started chanting his name.
Jem, Jem!
One of them suddenly screamed a warning to Jem. Watch out! He dodged just in time as the tall, skinny dude tried to sucker punch him. The guy seemed to realize something as a small cut appeared on Jem's arm. Seeing this, the tall skinny dude started swinging wildly, but Jem dodged every single one. He suddenly counterattacked, taking the guy down in one hit. With that handled, Jem calmly spoke up. One down, where's the other one? His eyes scanned the crowd, where the fat dude had been beaten to a pulp by them. Seeing that, Jem shouted excitedly. See that? My brother's Vijay ain't nothing. He and his crew are just a few guys, but there are tons of us. Follow me, and I swear on my life, he'll never threaten us again. Sudden applause broke out, making Jem look towards Jack. He looked at Jem and said seriously, Jem, we need to talk. Go's figure appeared, her small hand pulling back the curtain that had once hidden Jem. She stepped inside, closing the curtain behind her. Go asked loudly, worried, what did you do? Jem asked her back, confused, what do you mean? Go lost her cool and blurted out, don't play dumb with me, everyone's talking about it. Why were you so stupid as to kill VG's men? Jem calmly bandaged the wound on his arm and replied that it was necessary. Go was confused. Why? Why was it necessary to kill them? He answered nonchalantly. To make friends. Hearing Jem's answer, she asked, bewildered, to make friends. Who kills people to make friends? He pointed to a nearby chair, telling Go to sit down. She was furious at her brother's indifference. Her gaze on him sharpened. Seeing this, Jem sighed helplessly. Whatever you say. A diagram appeared in his mind. As he explained to Go, we need allies to survive, and in this part of the mines, there are only two powers that be, Jack and VG. Jack is strong, but VG has the backing of the supervisors and his cronies, so his position is more solid. Honestly, if a demon wants to have some pull, his crew is the obvious choice. But since VG has too many guys, the internal competition is way too fierce. At best, I just end up as some grunt who dies for him. Drum remembered Jack's confident figure, but Jack is different. Jack's position is weaker, and I knew he'd accept me as an ally, as long as I brought something to the table. So I gave him the show he needed to see, and when I had something to offer, he came to me. Of course, not everything went according to plan. The memory of deciding the fat dude's fate came flooding back. The fat guy was forced to his knees. He begged miserably, please, for the love of God, please let me go. Jem coldly raised a sharp object, preparing to execute him, but suddenly, Jem stepped in to stop it. Jack, witnessing the scene, frowned. What the hell do you think you're redoing? Jem turned back and said seriously, I think we should let him go. Jack warned anxiously, is this a joke? If we let him walk, he'll be back tomorrow, and next time, it'll be your head or your sister's on the line. Jem shook his head, denying what Jack said. He started to explain his point. Look, whether we kill him or not, I've already pissed off Vaji enough for him to hunt me to the ends of the earth. But showing mercy to another victim of this miserable life can't be a crime. There will come a time when we hit rock bottom and are forced to do whatever it takes to get stronger. Some of us even do terrible things out of desperation. Jem turned his head to look at the fat dude and said confidently, I believe every demon deserves at least one shot at redemption, because even when we sink into the darkness, we can still swim our way back to the light. He clapped the big guy on the shoulder and asked him, you still know how to swim, buddy? The big guy hesitated with a groan, tilting his head to look at his crew. He was terrified that what happened to his friend would happen to him too. That fear turned into resolve, and he said firmly, I can swim, I can swim. Jem kept trying to convince Jack, I know this ain't easy for you, but we gotta prove we different from VG. And what sends a stronger message to them than this? Jem's words made Jack frown and think it over. Despite Jack's skeptical look, Jem stood his ground, not backing down one bit. Him watched the whole thing go down, laughing with interest as he told Jem, you replaying a dangerous game, kid, I like that. This made Jem hesitate before replying. Thanks. Realizing Jem didn't know his name, Hem spoke up cheerfully, the name's Hem. That's what the brave ones call me. And you've got guts. Hearing that, Jem quickly thanked him and turned back to convince Jack, please Jack, can you just let him go? Him backed Jem up, speaking on his behalf. I think we should listen to the kid, boss, he's got guts. Jack was quiet for a moment, then let out a frustrated sigh. He raised his arm high and declared, it's your funeral. Hearing this, the big guy frantically looked around before scrambling to his feet and running. He stopped at the entrance of the den. The big guy turned back and said to Jem, thanks, man. After that, he turned and left. Jem proudly gloated to Jack, see, there's still hope. Jack looked away annoyed and muttered, you insane. Some of the crew in the back started whispering, can't believe he just let him walk. See, told ya. Jem ignored them and just winked at Jack. Or maybe this place has been running on fear for too long. Jack shot back with a frustrated frown. Maybe, suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Are you two done with your little soap opera? Thos appeared, and his serious demeanor sent a wave of panic through the crowd. Someone shouted an announcement. It's the supervisor. Jack looked like a deer in the headlights, stammering nervously. Supervisor, we were just… But Jem, standing beside him, happily called out his name. Thus, he walked over happily to shake his hand. The two started talking, with Thus speaking first. Hey Jem, how's Go doing? Jem replied. She's good, I'll let her know you asked. We all done here. Those then turned to the crowd and roared in anger. Alright, you lazy bums, the show's over, get back to work. If you fall behind schedule one more time, you will be feeling the whip. Seeing this, Jack whispered to Jem. He's not mad. Jem glanced at him and said calmly. He's a friend of the family, but he will be if we stand around here any longer. You got a place we can talk? The flashback ends there, and Jem continues his story to Go, in the end. He realized the tides were turning and decided to side with me instead of against me. He offered to protect me from VG and back me up in starting my own crew. Go asked curiously. And what's in it for him? Jem answered with a shrug. I agreed to be his vassal and manage the buffer zone between his territory and VG's turf. Hearing this, Go asked helplessly. So you re some new gang boss now? Isn't that what you wanted? Jem calmly confirmed her suspicion. That's right, I can't protect the people I love without power, and I'm not strong enough to do it on my own. I need people to have my back. As he finished, he pointed at Go and added, and that includes you, Go. Hearing this, she asked suspiciously, is he, my brother, still a part of you? Jem's expression shifted quickly before he answered. He is, and he loves you a lot, in that annoying big brother way. Go's sharp, serious gaze locked onto him. What's your name? Your real name. Jem backed away, flustered. Do we really have to do this? If I tell you my true name, and I'm a demon, I will be forced to go on the run to keep it a secret. Or I'll be bound to you as a servant. Go pressed on, is that so? Then spit it out. Before I go find a priestess. Faced with her intensity, Jem had no choice but to agree. Fine, my name is Leonard Aaron Vanerstein, but people call me Leb. Learning this, Go gave him a serious command. Alright Leb, hit yourself. Jem looked at his own trembling fist, then joked, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Go broke into a wide smile and said, that's good enough for me. Meanwhile, Fatty was rushing forward. He remembered the hand that saved him and the words, you gonna swim, buddy? Fatty thought back to his old life. He had a wife and 2 kids, until one day his family was backed into a corner. Jem's hulking goon was leering at his wife. Fatty and his wife were terrified. But Fatty finally mustered the courage to speak up and protect his little family. A hand landed on his shoulder. The goon with the bowl cut took an interest in Fatty. Fatty was dragged away by them, leaving his wife and kids behind. He was brought to kneel before someone. Jem looked down on him with cold contempt, then sighed and waved his hand, as if agreeing to take Fatty in. What followed were days of robbing and heavy drinking. Eventually, he abandoned his wife and kids to mess around, leaving them heartbroken. The scene shifts to the 3 of them drinking together. Then to the moment Jem took out the big guy in their trio. That scene repeated itself. Can you swim? Buddy, full of regret, Fatty leaned against the wall, holding his head and saying, what have I done with my life? He thought of his wife and his 2 kids. Megan, I can fix this. You'll see, we'll get out of here and start a new life. I promise. He pulled himself together, shouting as he ran forward, I will swim! Inside the cave at the bustling market, some people were selling their loot, while others were mingling. Gia cried out, I'm not done yet. But Jem ignored her. He glanced around with interest and said, you planning on staying here all morning? I'm just speeding things up. You need to save money. Hearing this, she got pissed, because someone kept hoarding all his rewards. Jem quickly explained, looking antsy, I'm saving up for a wooden door for our cave. Gia, exasperated, went on a rant. And how many times have I told you, we don't need a door? We live right next to the guard post. Who's gonna bother us? Besides, you collect tribute, right? Aren't you skimming off the workers like everyone else? Putting on a righteous air, began to explain to his sister, it's not like that. Jack didn't give me this sector, because it's a gold mine. He gave it to me, because he was getting next to nothing from it. If anything, I saved him money by taking it off his hands. Gia gave Jem a skeptical look. Then why'd you take it if it was such a bad deal? His confidence swelled. From humble beginnings, great things will arise. Just you wait. Before he could finish, a loud call echoed from the distance. Boss Jem. Boss Jem. Jem pointed the panting newcomer and introduced him. Ja. This is my new guy Vaughn. What's up? Vaughn reported with a serious look on his face. Boss Jem, Vic just sent word that they've announced a new expedition down to the lower levels, in 2 weeks. This made Jem and Gia pensive. At the secret base, Vaughn was leading his fighters in training. He stood to the side and yelled, attack. Instantly, all the spears pointed in one direction in perfect unison. Maybe their form wasn't quite right. Vaughn gave the command again, and the whole crew repeated the move in unison, raising their spears and pointing them forward. The intensity still wasn't there. Vaughn yelled again. A bunch of scrawny guys performed the move again. Once more like a bunch of pre-programmed robots. This time it looked better. Vaughn didn't push it. He yelled, "Attention, spears up." Vaughn turned to Jem and said respectfully, "They were ready for your inspection, sir." Behind him, the fighters stood at attention, one hand on their spear, the other raised in a military-style salute. Jem looked them over for a moment, then said to him, "Thanks, Vaughn. Let's go see what they re up to." Jem's golden eyes shifted, his gaze holding an unreadable depth. In his line of sight were two soldiers in the ranks who were slacking off. They were chatting about something real interesting, laughing their heads off. Not about to let this slide. Jem bolted forward like an arrow. He kicked the butt of the spear of the guy nearest to him. The soldier's support was suddenly kicked out from under him, and he immediately lost his balance and stumbled. Jem warned the other soldier in a stern voice. The guy was now standing at attention, his head bowed in remorse. The first guy couldn't stay on his feet, and was now eating dirt on the damp cavern floor. These are weapons, not toys. When you re at attention, eyes forward, mouth shut, got it. With that, he turned to Vince to lay out their punishment. 40 push-ups each, assign someone to watch them and get the rest of the rookies started on combat drills. Vince flinched, snapping back a reply on pure instinct. "Yes, sir." The soldiers split into two teams, facing off to start their practice. Jack sat off to the side, watching them go at it. Finally, the results were looking somewhat promising. He concluded, "I tried to teach them some simple combat tactics, and it looks like they, getting the idea." That good feeling only lasted for a moment. In the end, Jax couldn't help but voice his real thoughts. But at the end of the day, they were just minors. It's no surprise they get wrecked by goblins so easily. Even though his guys were taught the basic tactics, they were no match for the goblins. When they face them, the only option is the oldest trick in the book: run like hell to avoid getting attacked. Jax sat with his elbows on his thighs, cupping his chin and sighing as he continued. "The expedition's guide got hurt, and that bought us some time. But it's still not enough." Vince's expression darkened, and he stayed silent. He kind of understood how Jax was feeling and let out a sigh. After a moment, Vince broke the silence. He asked Jax timidly, like a nervous rookie, "Sir, I've never fought before, but I've seen some soldiers fight those things. And wouldn't it be better if we had some ranged weapons?" Jax watched the rookies train, answering without looking back at him, "Sure, but the right kind of wood for bows is hard to come by. The stingy upper class and those damn goblins are monopolizing that wood." Vince panicked at how casually he said it, with no attempt to lower his voice, as if they were just talking about the nice weather, not military strategy. He glanced around nervously and whispered, "Sir, please keep your voice down." Jax understood why Vince was worried, but he was feeling so helpless, he didn't have the energy to do anything, or even try to keep things a secret. Besides, maybe it didn't even matter if someone overheard, since he hadn't figured out a solution to the problem himself. He rested his chin in his hand again and let out a long sigh. Jax replied, "I'm not an idiot, Vince, I'm just feeling hopeless." "Man, what I wouldn't give for a real gun right now," Vince suggested. "Why not use slings and javelins?" Jax sat up straight, no longer sighing with his chin in his hand. He crossed his arms and shared his own idea with him. "Most rocks are too weak to get through their hides, and the guys can't carry too many javelins. However, I think if we get a little creative, we could maybe fill the ammo for the slings with something." Vince didn't quite get what Jax was saying at first. He asked, "Fill them with something? What could we do with that?" Jax replied, "You'd be surprised." He laid out his idea. "You could stuff them with all kinds of surprises, like paralyzing poison, sleeping powder, you name it. You could even fill them with oil and light the enemy on fire. It would be perfect if they could actually do it." But then, harsh reality slapped him in the face, making him realize their current situation, and Jax slumped back into his gloomy mood. Just as hopeless as before, he sighed wearily. "Too bad. All of that stuff costs money, and I already blew everything we had on wooden armor and helmets for the fighters." Vince replied cheerfully, "The fighters really appreciate it, sir." Jax replied, "I get it." He rested his chin on his hand, wishing, "If only we had metal bullets for the slings, that would be way more effective." Vince asked him, "Would lead bullets work?" Jax answered, "Totally. A good lead bullet can punch through a helmet. But even if we could buy lead ore, we don't have anyone to cast it." Vince opened up a very promising new possibility. "Actually, sir, I think I know someone who can." Jax's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Vince. He shot up straight and asked him, "You can do it?" He explained, "He's an exile my dad saved a long time ago. I'll ask him to help us, but he won't do it for free." Pausing for a second, Vince continued, "The only thing I'm sure of is that it won't cost much, with a viable path forward." Jax felt a new surge of energy and jumped to his feet. With his hands on his hips, he said excitedly, "All right, bet, let's roll. I want to meet him now." Vaughn scratched his head, saying awkwardly, "Yeah, about that, sir. He doesn't want anyone outside my family and a few others to know about him. If I take you to see him, I'll be in some deep trouble." Jem's hype immediately died down at Vaughn's words. He sat down, so that's the deal, huh? I guess he's too proud to let people see how far he's fallen. Vaughn apologized. "I'm sorry about this, sir." Jem had no intention of blaming him. He reassured him instead. "It's cool, Vaughn. Go cut a deal with him. This lead ammo is gonna be a game changer." Vaughn gave a sharp salute, accepting the order. "Yes, sir." With that, he took off at the same time. The two soldiers from before had finished their punishment. They dragged themselves over, and even though they were gassed, they managed to report, "We've completed the push-up punishment, Sir Jem." Jem turned to them and said, "Good. I've got a job for you too. You guys know where the acid pits are in the Forbidden Caves." Even though they were confused, the two soldiers answered honestly. Yet their voices were totally drained. Hearing that, Jem hyped them up. "Come on, go grab a few more guys and some rope. We're about to take a little field trip." Jem stood before a monster with a wide mouth packed with sharp, spiky teeth. The two soldiers with him and Vaughn freaked out when they saw it. Their faces went pale as they backed away in fear. One of them couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is that?" They were still terrified, their fear only getting worse. Seeing this, Jem calmed them down. "It's already dead, don't worry." The soldier in charge of dragging the monster asked him, "Where should we put it?" Jem pointed and said, "Leave it over there, leaning against the wall." Vaughn asked curiously, "Sir, what is this thing?" Jem replied, "An old friend we're about to put to good use. You got the samples I asked for." Without waiting for an answer, Jem was already holding the product from the guy who would be casting the lead ammo for him. After looking it over for a moment, Jem commented, "Not bad. The weight and shape are pretty solid." Vaughn added, "He takes a lot of pride in his work." Sir Jem looked like he already knew. He replied, "I can tell from these designs." Jem then gave Vaughn an order. "Hand me a sling and we all test it out." With the sling in hand, Jem placed the intricately designed projectile into the leather pouch. Jem powerfully swung the sling, which spun in the air like a ceiling fan. His target was the dead monster. Once he had enough momentum, Jem snapped his wrist and let it fly. The projectile ripped through the air at an insane speed, finally slamming right into the monster's snout and getting stuck there. Vaughn asked him, "How's it look?" Jem stared at the projectile he had just fired and said, "I think we need a few more tests." Then Jem ordered Vaughn to pass out the rest of the samples to the others, telling them whoever shoots the deepest gets 10 points. Hearing about the 10 points, Vaughn pointed to himself and stammered, "Can I try too, sir? I used to be the best shot in the neighborhood when I was a kid." Jem didn't object. "Alright, show 'em how it's done." Jem once again just watched from the sidelines. He made a conclusion about their bright future. Even a kid can use a sling to hunt for food. This is going to be a game changer. Vaughn got all fired up and eagerly took his turn. But it seems the end result wasn't so hot. Jem encouraged him, "Better luck next time." "Vaughn, you need to practice more," Vaughn replied, totally bummed out. "Yes, sir." Even his voice sounded completely defeated. Not letting him stay down for long, Jem called out to him, "Vaughn." He looked up at Jem without saying a word. His expression made it clear he was ready for orders, just waiting to listen and obey. Jem instructed him, "Let the guy know we need a lot of ammo. As much as we can get. But tell him to skip the fancy designs. We don't have time for that." Vaughn's face finally lit up again. He replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir," and immediately bolted. Watching Vaughn leave so happy, Rosa, who was standing next to Jem, couldn't help but say, "Looks like someone's having a good day." Jem completely changed the subject. "It'd be better if you just let me buy a wooden door for our house." Rosa threw up her hands and shot back, her chill vibe instantly turning grumpy and annoyed. "How many times do I have to say it? We can't afford a new door," Rosa said, burying her face in her hands. "Do you have any idea what you got into today?" "The supervisor told me to chill, because I was grinding too hard for points," Gabe asked, scratching his head. So Rosa grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "This is messed up, Gabe!" "It's really messed up. You're gonna work yourself into an early grave. I told you to take care of yourself." Letting out all her frustration, Rosa let go of his shirt and turned her back on him. Gabe tried to soothe her. "Look, Rosa, I know it's hard with you carrying all the weight, but this is all for our future." Finally, just to end it, Rosa turned back and said whatever. When they got home, Gabe jumped in first. "Hey, let me handle dinner. You just chill. It's the least I can do." Before he could even finish his sentence, a weird smell hit both of them, making them stop in their tracks. Rosa reacted first, asking, "What the hell is that smell?" A second later, Rosa saw something that made her scream in terror. Gabe finally got a clear look at what was in front of them, and Rosa turned away, unable to look at it as she shrieked. Unable to take it, Rosa dropped to her knees and emptied her stomach. Gabe was right there, rubbing her back and said, "I guess we're getting that new door after all." Vera was lost in a memory from when he was a kid, confused by the noise a bunch of guys were making. He was mesmerized by the spread of amazing-smelling food laid out in front of him. One of the guys, stuffing his face, saw him drooling and sneered. "Look at the little hungry punk." The guy next to him chimed in. "What'd he do to earn a bite? Let him find his own scraps." Just then, his stepfather walked over, grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, and tossed him aside, growling, "Get out of here and find some scraps. You earn your keep on your own." Vera thought to himself, "Back when I was a kid, I thought life was nothing but pain. My stepdad was the kingpin of the local gang in our neighborhood. When he looked at me, all he saw was my mom's past and his own failures. And all the guys who hated my real dad took their anger out on me. They just left me, a little kid, to fend for myself out on the streets. After a while, when I got old enough, my folks sold me to the fighting pits to pay off their gambling debts. Night after night, Vera had to shut everything out and fight like hell against other kids just to survive. He lived his life covered in blood. It was the same thing day in and day out, until one kid was on his knees, trembling and begging him, "Please, have mercy, man." Vera just stood there, panting hard. He scowled, thinking, "I don't have any mercy to give. Him living means I die." Any compassion Vera had was slowly being eroded away. In the end, he still brought his blade down, killing the kid without a second thought. He thought grimly, "Where I'm from, rat fights were a normal pastime. The kids in the neighborhood would get their kicks by making starving rats fight to the death over a few crumbs. Just like me, the weak were forced to fight for the amusement of the strong. But one night, I saw something different. One of the punks was poking a rat that wasn't moving anymore with a little stick. He was yelling, 'Get up and fight.' Suddenly, another rat shot out to fight back and get revenge, sinking its teeth into the kid's hand. That kid freaked out, screaming his head off, 'Get it off me!' Then he quickly got the upper hand, slammed the rat to the ground and stomped it flat. Vera watched the whole thing from a distance. His eyes wide, he pressed his lips together and thought, seeing that little beast fight back, I suddenly realized something. If even an animal couldn't accept this slave life, how could I? It knew it couldn't win, but it fought anyway. It died a rat, not a slave. Vera's hands slowly clenched into fists as he thought, if a rat could be that brave, so determined, then why can't I? A fire of resolve started to burn in Vera's eyes, and he kept telling himself, that day, I broke the chains that held me down. From then on, I lived by only one law, my own. Then one day, he cleanly drugged his parents without anyone noticing. Vera stared blankly at them. He thought grimly, if my folks had been sharper, they could have avoided this. Vera didn't feel a single ounce of regret for what he'd done. He thought coldly, I planned everything perfectly. They were never waking up again. They taught me the rules of this world, so I took everything they had. Vij raised his blood-stained axe. A look on his face like he didn't give a damn. He thought to himself, their strength, their lives, and even their skin. He stood on a high platform looking down at the punks below, raised an eyebrow and shouted, Tonight you've witnessed the death of this old pig. Now tell me who you're gonna bow down to. A sound cut through his trip down memory lane. Vija lowered the flute in his hand, staring silently at the guy who had just called his name, which spooked him into a quick apology. Sorry, boss. But VG said, Spit it out, Osman. Osman quickly reported, Boss, it's true, Gelma is the traitor. Hearing this, VG just slowly turned away. Nodding as he said, he got it. He walked over to the nearby clay statues, picked one up, and stared at it intently. After a long moment he quietly mumbled, What a shame. He recalled, when I took my father's place, I was surrounded by a bunch of old geezers. To survive, I needed my own crew. People who were hungry like me. Avji remembered how he had personally chosen Gelma out of thousands to be his guy. He pursed his lips, thinking, Gelma, the first of the 10,000 I chose as my enforcers, abandoned bastard sons of nobles just like me. Guys who all shared the same hunger for the future. After that, he and his crew stormed the place where some goblins were partying to ambush them. While they were getting wasted, VG's crew busted down the door and stormed in to take them alive. VG thought with conviction, together, we'll secure my position and our future. Back then, Gelma took the lead, cutting down the goblins that stood in their way, which earned him VG's praise. You were like a son to me, Gelma, the first one I chose, back in the present. Osman trembled from the betrayal, wondering aloud. Why would he do that? I don't get it. Veggie waved a hand to calm him down, saying, Don't kid yourself. When I chose you and Hamo as my right and left-hand men, his ambition left him with only two choices, fall in line or rise up. Veggie turned and put the clay statue back in its place. He let out a sigh, thinking to himself, It was only natural from the day I took all of you in. I taught you that this world is unfair, chaotic, and cruel. I wanted all of you to achieve greatness, unbound by any rules, morals, or gods. However, I'm just reaping what I sowed. Osman finally composed himself and hesitantly asked VG, So what are we gonna do about him, boss? VG let out a smirk and answered coldly, Don't worry, The arena is being built as we speak. We just need to wait for the results. Osman jumped at this and quickly asked, "Is that why you told us to send those heads to Gem?" He nodded. "That's right." Osman, still confused, added, "But boss, using the heads of the Pog family seems a little extreme." Va rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "For a deserter. Not at all. Guys like Pog have no problem getting their hands dirty when it suits them. But when they've had enough, they think they can just walk away from their past." He gave a grim laugh and added coldly, "I never told them to off or snatch women. They did that on their own. But when they get a guilty conscience, they point the finger at me." Osman shot back, "But you didn't stop them either." Veg shook his head. "Not really. If I spent all my time babysitting them, we never would be grown this strong, and in the end, they served their purpose." He paused for a beat, then added, "His sons are dead, so at least his life will have some meaning now." A veggie remembered the past, a wide smile on his face as he said, "Luckily, Bolo saved his wife and daughter from Jelma's clutches. I made sure they were moved to a safe place. It was the least I could do." He looked up at Osman, his voice low as he gave the order, "Relay this to Jelma. Tell him to rally his troops and attack Gem's forces. The kid has built up a decent-sized army. It's time we tested their mettle." Osman nodded. "Yes, boss." Avgi reached for his flute, bringing it to his lips as he fell deep into thought. "Don't let me down, Gem. If you were really the real deal." In the base, Gem was going over the battle plan with his crew, pointing out, "With our numbers, we block the other routes. Their army will have to go through the Corpse Eater cave. That's exactly where we want them." Then, Gem turned to Vaughn. "Are the barricades ready yet?" Vaughn shot back, "The soldiers say they'll all be ready by morning, even if they have to die for it." Gem stared down Vaughn with a cold look, his voice dropping to an icy warning. "And what if they were not ready when Ma's army gets here?" Vaughn quickly answered, "Yes, sir. I'll remind them of that." He hesitated, looking uneasy. "Sir, I'm a little worried. The men are pretty spooked. We outnumbered. And most of our soldiers have never seen actual combat before." But Gem cut him off confidently. "But what?" "Listen, since the dawn of time, generals have always sought the blessings of the gods. Guess some things are universal, even superstitions." The scene cuts to a misty cave entrance opening up. As Gem stepped inside, he called out, "Yo, anyone in here?" Suddenly, two cloaked goblins appeared behind him. "So you've finally come?" Gem immediately asked. "I'm here to see the priestess Kataga," one of the goblins replied. "Everyone who wants an audience with the priestess must be cleansed." He then pointed to the entrance of an adjacent cave. "Go in there." Gem followed his lead and found an old goblin woman sitting inside. The old woman spoke up, "I am here to serve the soul-cleansing waters of Meron. You must drink it 2 times. Gem shuddered, remembering the last time he had to drink that nasty stuff. "The waters of Meron, huh? Fantastic. Hope it's more effective than last time. Where do I get the water?" The old woman replied, "The gods will provide it to you. You must fill your cup with the water of Meron from each hanging rock." Seeing Gem stare intently at every dripping drop, she remarked, "You seem very impatient." Gem sat down and replied, "I'm about to head into a battle, and I don't want to miss it when it goes down." Hearing this, the old goblin woman looked puzzled. "That's odd. Most soldiers try to run from a battle," Gem replied. "Maybe that's because I'm not most people." The air seemed to get thicker. The old woman asked Gem with a hidden meaning, "Why is this battle so important to you?" He replied, "I doubt you get it." The old goblin woman spoke her mind. "This is the shrine of JJ, the goddess of war, who would understand better than I." Gem's eyes showed no fear, just calm acceptance. "You were right, this fight will decide my future. If I win, I can make this world a better place. If I lose, my men and I will be killed." He picked up the cup and asked, "Is this enough water?" The old woman told Gem to drink it. After taking one sip, Gem winced. His face went pale as he practically caught up his soul. "Off. Still tastes like sewage." The old woman was quiet for a moment, then asked, "You said you'd make this world a better place. What are you fighting for?" Gem placed the cup back under the drip and answered, "Justice. I want the world to be a fair place." The old woman then cautioned him, "Young man, there's no such thing as a fair world. The world is fundamentally unfair, and justice for one person is an injustice to another. Justice for you is an injustice for someone else. It's a never-ending cycle, broken only by bloodshed." Gem's eyes grew cold with suspicion as he challenged the old woman. "That's a weird thing for a worshipper of a war god to say. Isn't your goddess thirsty for blood?" The old woman replied, "My goddess only desires what is best for this world. That living things grow stronger through conflict. I'm pretty sure the dead can't get any stronger. The winner is the one who is strong." Gem scoffed, "If I said your goddess was insane, would a priestess like you take offense?" Hearing Gem's question, she let out a loud laugh and said, "All the gods are insane. If they were normal, would the world be in this state?" Gem stared thoughtfully at his cup, his voice filled with resolve. "So what other choice do I have? To give up and live like some kind of bug?" The old woman kept whispering in his ear. Ria fool, your heart is so full of rage you can't see that you refighting the wrong enemy. The gods aren't against you. You redoing exactly what they want. Jem paid no mind to her words, and just chugged the entire cup of water. He looked at her with a dead serious expression and asked, "Then tell me, Priestess Kataga, who should I be fighting?" She seemed to recognize that Jem was different from the others and praised him. "Not so stupid after all, I see," Jem said calmly. "You've got some pretty sharp teeth for an old priestess who lives on roots," the old priestess replied. "Nice play, but no. I'm not a god." Jem didn't care, replying, "Gods are men, I'll crush them all, and anyone who gets in my way gets no mercy." The priestess saw how stubborn he was, and still tried to stop him. A world built on blood will always be a world of blood and violence. Is the one challenging the gods insane? Or simply carrying out their will? Jem chuckled softly. "Are you saying I'm just a pawn?" The old priestess shot back. "Are you so sure you not?" Jem didn't answer and stood up. "Alright, that's enough of this superstitious crap. I got sick of this stuff back at the orphanage." Seeing Jem turn to leave, the priestess asked, "Don't you want to ask for the god Zira's blessing for your army?" Jem didn't look back, just waved his hand dismissively, letting her god decide who to bless. "I've got a war to win." Seeing Jem return, Vaughn immediately asked, "How did it go, sir?" Jem's expression was uneasy, but he still answered, "It's fine, the god of victory has spoken. Gather everyone up." While he was wondering what to tell everyone, the troops assembled. Jem had just started, "Everyone, I want to," but before he could finish, a loud shout came through. "The priestess is here." The priestess appeared. To everyone's surprise, "General, may I bless your army before the coming battle." The priestess raised her hands high before the crowd, declaring, "Brave warriors, JJ, the goddess of war, has sent me to give you her blessing, and grant you the strength to defeat your enemies. She has also commanded me to give your general a new name, a name worthy of a great warrior. Therefore Jem shall be known as Lep, the Liberator." Jem was completely stunned to hear the priestess say this. Below, everyone started chanting Lep, and Jem immediately turned to the priestess. "How did you?" The priestess cut Jem off, turning to him with a determined gaze. "Your time in the shadows is over, Lep. Show the gods what you can do." Elsewhere, 2 injured soldiers were helping each other into the base. Hamo frowned. "There you are." The guy with the scar was a bit surprised. "Oh, Hamo immediately asked, "What happened to you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Dio just slipped and hit his head." Hearing this, Hamo walked over, saying, "I see. Get him to the medics." Before he left, the scarred guy turned back to warn him, "Be careful. Jelma's in a bad mood." Hamo replied, "Thanks, I'll try not to mess up." Hamo went to a tent where Jelma was cleaning his weapon. Seeing Hamo, he asked, "Here to watch the battle, Hamo?" Hamo didn't answer, instead confronting him. "Don't you think you being too hard on your own men?" Jelma answered calmly, "It's just discipline, nothing more." Hamo asked, annoyed, "So what's the reason you ignoring me? Am I nothing to you?" Gelma was speechless and couldn't answer. Hamo continued. "Jealousy, I never wanted to be VG's successor. What other choice did I have?" "Tell me," Jelma retorted irritably. "You could have refused." A conflict immediately broke out between Hamo and Jelma. Hamo frowned and said, "Do you really think V would accept that? If you were him, would you?" "Exactly, I don't want to lose you." Gelma was furious, yelling at Hamo, "You want me to ignore VG's order to attack Jem?" Hamo instantly exploded, his eyes filled with rage as he screamed back at him, "Stop playing dumb. We both know what I'm talking about." "Yeah, I know." Jelma looked at him with ice-cold eyes. "Of course he knows. Why do you think he sent me here? This whole campaign was designed to take me down from the start. If I win, my forces will be crippled and I can't challenge him. And if I lose," Hamo immediately cut in, "then go to him, beg for forgiveness, tell him you'll be loyal." Suddenly, Jelma's voice softened, and he gently stroked Hamo's head. "Hamo, have you forgotten what VG said? 1 emperor leads to glory, but 2 will only bring tragedy." Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Commander, the troops are ready." Jelma, while putting on his armor, warned Hamo, "No matter what you and VG think, I'm not an idiot. My scouts report every move Jem makes. This will be over before noon." Hamo then said, "Lep." Jelma didn't understand. "What?" Hamo told him, "My spies say he's calling himself Lep now. Last night, he was blessed by the priestess of JJ with the title Lep, the Liberator." Jelma said with a scornful tone, "Huh, really? The Liberator? How pathetic." Hamo warned, "Tell your scouts to be more careful. That's probably not the only surprise he's hiding." Gage was full of confidence. "He can be blessed by the gods 100 times for all I care. My victory is inevitable, because I walk the path of the twin illusions. You still believe that, don't you? You still think we're gonna be the next descendant?" Gage looked reluctant, still refusing to believe it. Miles then said, "Gage, the Ascendant is just a myth, a character from old stories. Do you really believe some little monster conquered everyone in the forest and built a massive clan out of hundreds of tribes? What about the part where he suddenly got stronger and changed his form after every few battles? It wasn't just about getting bigger muscles. He grew in size and power with every new fight. Gage was determined. Nothing is impossible for those chosen by the gods. Miles still tried to reason with him. Then why is nothing left? If he was so great and united everyone, where did it all go? Gage shot back, Miles, I thought you knew your history. After his own kids poisoned him, they fought each other until there was almost nothing left, and no one could recover the ancient secrets. Because the monsters are always at war. We need a new ascendant to remake the world. Miles looked at Gage, who had his weapon ready, and asked, so that's gonna be you. And VG, you were gonna fight him? Gage pushed aside the tent flap as he walked out, saying, the world has to change. And I don't care who we have to step over to make it happen. Outside the tent, Gage raised his weapon and shouted, all right everyone, it's time to crush some maggots. We've only got 10 days before the expedition, so let's get this done quick and go home. The soldiers roared in unison, yes, Commander. Miles quietly watched Gage's back as he left, a tear rolling down his cheek as he prayed, be safe, brother, may and protect you. Gage stared straight ahead, leading his formidable army forward. Suddenly, he raised his hand and signaled for the soldiers to halt. A soldier ran up to report, Commander, they've set up a barricade at the end of the cave, just a few hundred killiks away. A killik is a unit of measurement used by the Goblin tribes. Named after the ancient armored warriors from the legend of Ainsath, they were all about 6.5 feet tall. Gage asked his subordinate, how many are there? He replied, I saw 20. Gage calculated silently, there must be at least 30 of them there. He questioned the subordinate again and learned from other scouts that all the side caves were blocked off. The huts around the edge of the cave were filled with only old folks and kids, just hiding inside, terrified. Hearing this, Gage let out a triumphant laugh. We need witnesses for what's about to happen here today. Suddenly, a scout shouted, Commander, behind us! Gage spun around and saw V's army approaching. Seeing this, the subordinate in the helmet snapped at the scout who had just reported, you idiot. He's here to make sure we fight and win, what else? Then he turned to Gage and hesitated. In that case, Commander, why doesn't he join the fight? Gage chuckled softly. Good idea, now go find another 300 armed guys for their side. Then maybe this fight will be even. Seeing everyone looking at each other in silence, Gage shouted, why the long faces? He's here to watch us win. Do you really think we're gonna lose to some no-name punk and his crew of dirt diggers? The soldiers looked at each other, awkwardly, then raised their weapons in unison and shouted, no, Commander! Gage was ecstatic, now that's the spirit. Now let's show V what we can do. Over on Jem's side, Vaughn looked across the field and reported the situation. Sir, they've stopped advancing. Jem replied, I see that, Vaughn. Looks like it's time to parley. Vaughn asked as he took Jem's weapon, are you really going? Jem replied calmly, why not? It's tradition, isn't it? Vaughn wondered, isn't it a waste of time? I mean, they were just gonna attack us anyway. Jem gave Vaughn a firm look. Vaughn, if you want to lead people, there's one thing you have to remember. The battle is won or lost before it even begins. This is a golden opportunity to improve our chances of winning. As he walked forward, Vaughn hurried to keep up. How are you going to do that? Jem answered, by making him thirsty for my blood. At the same time, Gage was also walking toward Jem. He spoke first. You read Jem. Hemph, I was expecting someone more impressive, not some shorty like you. Said coldly, I like being called a runt. You think I don't know my own name? Jelma got even more arrogant. You don't know who I am. You read dumber than you look, huh? My name is Jelma and I'm the one who's gonna end you. Jem was no slouch either. He just stared back at him with contempt. Jelma, so this is all VE thinks I'm worth. Go back and tell your master to send Ace 1, Looser, or Hype Man over here. As he spoke, Jem turned and waved his hand dismissively. You were not worth my time. Jelma gritted his teeth in anger, his fists clenched. You pathetic worm. Oh, he suddenly stopped and then burst out laughing. Jem turned back. Did I say something funny? Jelma said, you came here with these childish games. When I crush the rats you've gathered, I'll ask my new slaves what made you this way. Then I'll have them write an epic song that tells the story of the weak fool who was crushed under my heel. How about that? Suddenly he flinched, his pupils shrinking when he saw Jem before him radiating the aura of a god. Jem just turned away and said, pray for forgiveness from whatever god you believe in. Because you won't be getting any from me. Jelma returned to his troops, filled with doubt. What did I just see? Then he reassured himself. No, it was nothing. Then he yelled out, I will give a huge reward to whoever brings me that brat's head. Jelma's army charged towards Jem's. Jelma yelled for them to advance. The first one to get past the barricade gets 20 credits from me. Suddenly, projectiles flew towards Jelma's army, catching him by surprise. What is that? A whole bunch of his soldiers were hit before they could react, leaving him frozen on the spot. In contrast, looking over at Jem, he was just standing calmly with his arms crossed, which made Jelma even more pissed off. He gripped his weapon and charged forward. "Shake it off with me!" "Keep moving." The soldiers reassured each other. "They were just slingshots. Don't let them slow you down." Jelma's whole crew roared and charged. Crush them all. On Jem's side, they remained calm, watching from high ground as the enemy charged like madmen. Vavan spoke up, "Sir, I think we've really pissed them off." Everything seemed to be going according to Jem's plan. He jumped down and said to Vavan, "Good work, Vavan. Tell the slingers to fall back once they re out of ammo, and remind them to watch the guideposts. Have the spearmen hold the barricade for as long as possible. It's time to prepare for the next phase." On Jelma's side, he thought to himself, "Do they really think this pile of junk can stop me?" Then he ordered his soldiers to show no mercy. One of Jelma's men broke through Jem's barricade and excitedly climbed over. "Come on, you fresh meat, get back here, it's dinner time." Suddenly he looked down at his feet and saw a rope, picking it up and wondering, what's this? Seeing this, Jem immediately ordered his men to fall back. Jelma was still standing there watching the battle, completely oblivious, when his subordinate reported, "Commander VG is watching us." Jelma ignored his subordinate and, still full of himself, turned back to his father and said, "Enjoy the show. It'll be your turn soon, father." Suddenly, a massive fire erupted and all his soldiers were engulfed in a sea of flames. Only then did he realize what was happening. Screaming in despair, a panicked soldier cried out, "What should we do, Commander?" A great fire consumed the scene ahead. Ace One suddenly spoke up. "They've lost the advantage." Hype Man, who was beside him, immediately shot back, "They'll get it back. Ace One, he's already sent people to get water and blankets from the houses. It's only a matter of time before they break the line." Lucer stood there, his voice dripping with mockery. "How pathetic. Use your axes, you idiots. Don't let the enemy escape." Ace One then pointed forward and said, "No one's escaping, Lucer. Look." After looking where his companion was pointing, Lucer's eyes widened in surprise. Hype Man also looked in that direction, a look of shock on his face. An army was charging from the distance, and behind them, blazing fire was getting closer. One of them suddenly shouted, "It's Jack's army." Ace One stood there, muttering, "Jack will crush him if he dares to run." Lucer, standing beside him, taunted him, "This is nothing but a rat pit. Hey, anyone want to make a bet? I'll put 20 on the kid." Hype Man, unable to stand his trolling, yelled, "That's disgusting. This is our brother's life on the line. And you just making bets, are you stupid?" Lucer didn't seem to care. He just chuckled, "You the one who doesn't have faith in our brother." Hype Man then said, "I need some more bonus points. $20 on Jelma." Hamo, not one to back down, quickly chimed in, "Alright, I'll throw in 22. Luger did the math in his head and grinned. Sweet. They on the move again. Over on the other side, one of his crew was reporting to Jelma, "Boss, we've eluded the houses." While pushing some burning debris, he said, "Good, use it for shields and barricades. We'll get more ammo that way." One of the guys, his voice urgent, "We need to rig something up to bust through their defenses." A wave of confidence washed over Jelma, certain of his victory. He roared, "This is pathetic. Are we just playing hide and seek?" On the other side, Jem was getting a status report from his crew. "What's our head count?" Vaughn, who was right behind him, reported without missing a beat, "Looks like 2 down, 5 injured." After taking in the situation, Jem said, "Understood. Looks like we lost a quarter of our crew in that assault. It's still not an even match, but it'll do." Vaughn looked at him, a little confused. "Sir, what about Jack?" Jem just smirked, telling him to focus on the here and now. "Jack is only a problem if we fail. And we not gonna fail. Are we, Vaughn?" "No, sir, we won't." Jem's expression was pure confidence. "Good, have the horn ready." Down below, the enemy crews grabbed their shields and made a mad dash for the fortress. The shots raining down on them couldn't get through the shields. The bullets just bounced right off. From behind the shield wall, Jelma kept yelling orders to his men, "Hold the shields steady." One of his guys next to him reported, "Boss, look at the enemy. They're rescattering." Then a crowd of people started running around in a panic, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Gelma's voice got more hyped. "The rats are doing what they do best. We'll mop 'em up later." All around him, his crew started chanting, "Let's go, boys, pick up the pace." The shield bearers pushed forward even harder. Meanwhile, Vaughn was getting nervous. "Sir, our guys are retreating." Jem observed for a moment before speaking. "I see it, Vaughn. You know the difference between a good leader and a great leader." Vaughn answered, a little confused. "No, sir," Jem stated clearly. "A good leader tries to fix his past mistakes. But a great leader knows he has to look in all directions, not just back or forward." Down below, the two sides were clashing intensely. Meanwhile, Jelma was still riding the high of the moment, totally letting his guard down. A sudden shout made him freeze. What the hell? Then the shield came to a dead stop, and Jelma smashed right into it. He looked down at his injured leg, his face contorted in pain. Jelma picked up one of the trap spikes. "So that's why his guys retreated. It was a diversion. A sudden sound blared across the battlefield. Gelma froze in place. The horn, the guy next to him clutched his head. Boss, we re-screwed! Gelma tossed the spike aside. His patience wearing thin. I know, you moron. I'm not blind. His crewmate kept going. No, boss, the tents. There's another squad in the tents. Amidst the volley of arrows, a small figure appeared, darting through the darkness before slipping inside the shield formation. The enemy was using their wooden shields to create a protective cage around the people inside. Arrows from the outside rained down continuously on the protected cage. VG's eyes glinted thoughtfully. Luger laughed. Looks like my money's safe. Hamo, stunned, said, Gelma's trapped. Dad, let me take a few guys and get them out. Luger's eyes were filled with scorn as he spoke. That's his battle to fight. Hamo, let him rot in there for all I care. Hamo stood his ground, his voice sharp with anger. He's one of us. Luger, how can you say that? Suddenly yelled, cutting them off? That's enough! Then he turned to VG, Commander, it's your call. The murderous intent in his eyes was impossible to hide. Down below, Gelma was still getting cornered. Where the hell did that punk get a crew like this? A voice cut through his yelling, Yo, isn't that Pog's old lady? Which made him turn his head to look. Where? His crewmate pointed. Over there, that weird chick with the red armband. And that's Kan's old man and Mon's little sister. He mumbled. I know most of these people. Over here, Hank was talking with his mouth full. I thought the kid had a few screws loose when he told us to gather the families of everyone Ghost screwed over. But damn, what a turnout. Guess even a swarm of pissed off ants can take down a giant. Jack, looking pretty grim, said. The giant ain't dead yet. Hank didn't seem to care much. You think so? Jack's eyes were murderous. Nothing's more dangerous than a cornered beast. Suddenly a shout rang out. It's the Commander Leo! A shadowy figure approached from the distance. It was Jem, walking in boldly. Ghost quickly looked up at the person opposite him. He whispered to the guy next to him, This dude sure loves to talk. Wait for him to get closer. Then I'll give the signal to charge and kill him. Pass it on. The subordinate beside him quickly whispered. Got it. Commander Ghost's voice became even more smug. You here to bore us to death. Punk, get over here and say what you want. From a distance, Jem's voice was calm. Sounds good, but I'm not here to talk to you. Ghost's eyes flashed with anger. What? Jem continued, I'm here to talk to your men. Then he yelled out, Everyone, listen to me. This isn't your fight. The people on the scene looked at each other, completely bewildered. Jem's voice grew louder and louder as he began to explain. They were just making us fight to drain our strength, so the best of us die killing each other, while they laugh and soak up the sun from on high. You aren't my enemies. You are my brothers, and I don't want to hurt a single one of you. I know you were forced to be here. I know you don't want to be in this place. And you sure as hell don't want to die here, for people who couldn't care less about your lives. I came to say that anyone who lays down their weapon will be free to go with their life. His words made Ghost sense the danger. He yelled back, That's never gonna happen. If we put our weapons down, you'll just slaughter us all. The men there seemed to agree. Not believing him, they yelled out, That's right. We'd rather drag you down with us than die without a fight. Ghost said with a hint of triumph, You re-wasting your breath, you maggot. You think you'd let us live? Every member of Ug's army fights to the death. After hearing their words, Jem just shrugged. He said, Maybe so, maybe not, but have you ever wondered why your boss isn't here helping you today? It's 'cause he wants Ghost dead. Ghost and everyone who follows him. Jem pointed to the soldiers in the distance. He didn't come to back you up. He came to kill you if you win. He's cleaning house. His hand was pointing directly at Ug, who was standing there all high and mighty. And as long as Ghost is alive, you will keep being forced to fight and die for him. So the way I see it, you only have two choices. Either all of you die, or Ghost does. Jem shrugged as if it was obvious. At that moment, a look of pure terror appeared on Ghost's face. One man asked in a small, trembling voice, his eyes wide with confusion, Commander, is it true? Another immediately chimed in urgently. He said Ug will slaughter us all. If that guy isn't killed. The crowd began to stir, chaotic whispers spreading through the ranks. Maybe Ug only wants him. We were just following his orders, right? Ghost, his face pale with shock, yelled, No, everyone, I would never! He tried to shout over the noise. I am carrying out the will of Hard. This is for you, all of you. Jem crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his face. You mean it's for yourself, don't you? Veins bulged on Ghost's neck, his eyes bloodshot, as he roared and charged at Jem with his axe. You! A trembling soldier stepped out from the ranks, his hands gripping an iron bar, and Ghost suddenly froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared blankly, then looked down. An iron bar had been shoved right through his stomach. He let out a strangled cry and collapsed, his eyes going vacant. Other soldiers stepped forward, hands still gripping their weapons, their voices shaky but firm. Sorry, Commander, I have a kid. This is on you. Don't blame us. You were just the next savior, right? Ghost gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the axe handle. You bastards. His rage exploded, and he madly swung his axe at the man who just spoke. I'll kill you myself! Tears streamed down Ghost's cheeks as the light slowly faded from his vacant eyes. So this is how you felt. As he was dying, a childhood memory flooded back. How could I have done that to you? Cold blades sank deep into a body as he knelt in a pool of blood. I'm sorry, Dad. A soldier in the ranks dropped to one knee and declared, We surrender, sir. Jem and Vaughn both snapped their heads toward the sound. Vaughn was advancing, a massive legion emerging from the distance. The leader strode forward with a proud and cold aura. He stared grimly at the opposing general, his gaze deep and intense. Mo knelt before Goma's body, tears streaming down his face. He gripped his sword, his eyes burning with hatred. I'm gonna kill every last one of you. Starting with you. Mo was about to charge when a deep voice boomed from behind. Hold it. He spun around, his eyes wide in disbelief. Dad, you piece of crap. Vaughn remained calm, his eyes cold as he pointed forward. Mo frantically glanced behind him to see a massive army silently awaiting orders. Jem narrowed his eyes, his golden gaze turning dark. The general stared at Vaughn in silent contemplation for a long moment, then turned and waved his hand, signaling his entire army to fall back. Mo gritted his teeth and finally turned to leave, but not without throwing one last hateful glare. Vaughn just shrugged, a smug smirk playing on his lips. The general's legion vanished into the distant fog, leaving only silence in its wake. Vaughn asked quietly, a hint of surprise in his voice, But we won, sir, so what's the deal? Jem kept staring straight ahead, his voice low. This was just a minor skirmish, Vaughn. This isn't the end of the war, and it won't be this easy next time. Vaughn held up his hands placatingly. I guess not, but we still won today, sir. That's gotta be worth celebrating. Jem closed his eyes and cracked a small smile. You rewrite it is. Break out the drinks for the crew. They deserve it. Vaughn grinned, snapping a salute as his voice rang out. Yes, Commander! But before the celebration could even start, another voice urgently cut in. Commander, we've got trouble. Both of them whipped around as the soldier panted. Jack's crew is looting all the spoils, and the other crews are trying to snag all the prisoners. A crowd was already swarming the bodies on the ground, picking them clean. Jem stormed over, his voice icy. Stop what you redoing now. One of the guys squatting on the ground smirked without looking up, sneering, Beat it, kid. We were just cleaning up your mess for you. Jem tilted his head, his hand resting on the handle of his spear, his tone dead serious. This is my mess to handle. Take your men and leave. Don't come back until Jack and I have an understanding. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from the distance. The looter stuffed his haul into a bag and gave a low command. Wick, show this little punk who runs things here. A guy with a dagger stepped up, a nasty grin on his face. You seem to have racked up a lot of credit for this win, huh? Over or it's gonna get messy. More footsteps rushed up from behind. Jem closed his eyes and sighed, clearly exhausted. Then raised his spear as a warning. You really don't want to do this. Wick smirked, reaching for his club and sneering. Fine by me. I will just take it off your dead body. Before he could finish his sentence, Wick got decked by a massive punch. Jem's eyes widened in shock as Wick hit the dirt. A guy named him stormed over, fuming. You three, what the hell do you think you redoing? The other guys started shaking, stammering. We were just... Hem was furious, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he snarled. What is wrong with you? You want to spend the next week licking the fighting pit clean with your tongue? Is that what you trying to tell me, huh? The guys frantically shook their heads, breaking out in a cold sweat and yelling in terror. No, we... Hem's voice dropped to a threatening growl. You want to be on permanent guard duty outside the den. They shook their heads furiously. No, he pointed at Wick, his voice booming with authority. Then what are you standing around for? Drag this meth head out of my sight. And don't let me ever catch you pulling a stunt like this again. Hem rubbed his temples and sighed as the three scurried away, then turned back with an awkward smile. Sorry about that, kid. These idiots are gonna be the death of me. Jem chuckled, handing his spear to a soldier behind him. Don't worry about it. Thanks for stepping in. Hem winked and said, half joking, no need to thank me. I just didn't want to have to explain to their folks how they died like idiots. Jem shrugged with a smirk. I wasn't gonna kill them, just teach them a lesson. Hem nodded slowly, a distant look in his eyes. After what you did to Jelma, I'm surprised they had the balls to pull this. Some people just never learn, you know. A calm, deep voice called out from nearby. You re the one who recruited them. After all, Hem whipped his head around, gave a quick bow, and scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, my bad, Commander. Jem put his hands on his hips and smirked at Jack. Thanks for the last-minute backup. Jack just shook his head, like my right-hand man said. No need for thanks, but hey, no problem, he joked, sticking his tongue out and crossing his arms. So does that mean you not gonna ask for a cut of the loot? Vic laughed, his voice full of humor. Well, the deal was 2/3, but after that fight, I'll settle for half. Jem smiled and held up 2 fingers. Isn't half a little too much? You said it yourself. We were the ones fighting. So how about I take an 80-20 split? A stat screen popped up showing the split as 2/10 for him and 8/10 for Jem. Vic closed his eyes and shook his head, his voice dripping with sarcasm. See what happens when you try to be generous. People will always try to take advantage of you. You fought alone and won with minimal losses. But you couldn't have done it without my help, so half is the lowest I'll go. Jem held up 3 fingers, continuing to argue. We didn't just take out one of your enemy's commanders, but you also scored some loot without losing a single man. 70-30. The two went back and forth, arguing back and forth. Jelma was just a minor nuisance. Besides, I helped you find the families of his victims. He smirked, still holding up 3 fingers. You helped, sure, but I was the one who convinced them to come. It's still 70-30, but you can keep Jelma's axe. Vic shook his hand to seal the deal, his voice firm. Deal. The lizard on the ground whimpered as 3 pairs of cold eyes stared it down. Jem turned to Vic and added in a low, slow voice, that one's yours. He cleared his throat and yelled out an order. All right, men! Loot everything from the first fence onward. Move it. Jem crossed his arms and called Vaughn over, asking curtly, what's the status on the prisoners? They were under guard. Vaughn answered immediately, looking flustered. Sweat rolled down his face. Sir, the families didn't want to hand them over, but we managed to convince them. Jem nodded, satisfied, his voice cold. Once the families are gone, strip the prisoners down to their pants and let them go. Remember to give 1/3 of the loot to Vic. We have a deal. Vaughn, sweating and awkward, said, Sir, I really don't like that guy. Jem tilted his head, his expression indifferent. We don't have to like him. Vaughn, we just need to work together while we still have a common enemy. Vaughn asked nervously. What happens when we don't have a common enemy anymore? Jem smiled, his eyes turning cold. Then we'll find out who's stronger. For now, we'll worry about that after the expedition is over. Vaughn looked around in a panic, his trembling hands clutching his staff. A roar echoed, making him shut his eyes and swing his staff wildly. Screaming, who's there? Vaughn's foot suddenly slipped, and he fell flat on his face, painfully kissing the dirt. Vaughn grimaced and rubbed his head with a low groan. Pushing himself up, Jem walked over and looked down at him, asking, Vaughn, what are you doing out here? He stammered fearfully, my apologies, sir. Jem bent down to pick up the staff, his voice teasing, trying to catch some breakfast. Vaughn frowned and stuck out his tongue, his face still contorted in pain. No way, sir, those things taste awful. He leaned in and asked Jem earnestly, have you ever tried one? Jem raised an eyebrow, trying to remember, but couldn't say that he had. Vaughn's face turned pale as he mumbled his story. Trust me when I say you don't want to try it. When I was a kid and times were tough, my mom used to catch a few and fry them up. It was like chewing on straw. Jem glanced around thoughtfully and said, I'll keep that in mind, but hey, I don't blame you for being spooked. Where are all the workers and vendors from this morning? He answered right away, his eyes darting towards the shuttered houses. Everyone who isn't part of today's expedition is hiding, sir. Jem frowned in surprise and asked, hiding from what? Vaughn explained awkwardly, it's the elves. Sir, things got a little chaotic when they arrived. Jem rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hide your kids, hide your wife, huh? Vaughn looked confused and mumbled, sir. Jem pointed behind him, his voice casual. Just an old saying from back home. Let's go. We don't want to be around when they show up either. The two walked up the rugged slope, dust kicking up lightly at their feet. Vaughn narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, Sir, I don't mean any offense, but is something bothering you today? Jem tilted his head, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Nothing in particular. Why? Vaughn shouldered his staff and said hesitantly, well, with everything that's been going on. You've been acting really quiet and calm. Jem's lips curled into a sneer. Aren't I always calm? Vaughn quickly added, you re too calm, sir. I mean, you always act calm. But when you re this calm, it's because you re mad about something. Jem pursed his lips and looked at him, asking curiously, is that so? And what else have you noticed? Vaughn was silent for a moment, then mumbled, you like to smile. Vaughn quickly tried to justify himself when he saw Jem's disdainful expression. Don't look at me like that, sir. You actually like it, you re always smiling. And it's only when something's bothering you, making you mad, or when you want someone to die that you stop. He looked up at the sky, is that so? The kid nodded eagerly, that's right. Jen asked, anything else? Vaughn said thoughtfully, if anything really gets you that mad, it's when someone messes with your plans or your sister. He fell silent, looking up at the sky. Then after a moment, he quietly called out, Vaughn. Jen glanced down, his expression suddenly darkening. You re on thin ice. The kid furrowed his brow, confused. What's thin ice? He stayed quiet, letting Vaughn figure it out, then sighed and explained, it's a figure of speech. It means you redoing something you shouldn't because it's dangerous. The kid's jaw dropped, a mix of defiance and fear on his face. You really know a lot of stuff, sir, but I'm sorry if I ran my mouth. Jen turned to Vaughn and said seriously, just be more careful next time. He remembered Rosa's face, twisted in a pained snarl, but you re not wrong, there is something up with my sister. Jen recalled Groza's furious expression, a quiet frustration welling up inside him. My sister's been pissed at me ever since the fight with Gel. The image of her chewing me out flashed in his mind. She thinks a war with VG is unavoidable now, and she blames me for it. Vaughn quickly chimed in, his voice gentle. Sir, that's just how she is. She's been working to provide for you both, with you using your credits to buy supplies and gear for us. It must, V been really tough on her. Besides, everything's getting more expensive, you know why. According to our people, supplies from the outside are getting scarce. Someone up top is messing with the food supply, he said in a low, serious voice. This is a problem for crews like us. Jack's crew and VG pay their people with food, so if prices go up, it'll be harder to keep control. Keep your ears open and report back if you hear anything. When we get to the rally point, he quickened his pace, a look of anxious concern on his face. Yes, sir. But you two grew up together. That can't be the only issue, right? Jen frowned, his annoyance obvious. No, it's her fianc, Vaughn asked, surprised. Her fianc, he answered curtly. Vaughn, remember that carefree dude? Hearing the confirmation, the kid's face went pale, and he's into her. Jen glared, his voice a low growl, not hiding his annoyance. Vaughn, didn't I just say something about you running your mouth? The kid shakily raised his hand in a salute. Yes, sir. He sighed, his voice low but firm. But yeah, it's true. He cares about her, and even though he tries to act all cool and indifferent, he can get pretty emotional. Whenever he thinks my actions might put her in danger, Vaughn asked eagerly, for real? What'd he say? Jen remembered getting chewed out. His eyes bitter as he said, that I'm just another thug, giving the Grey Bonds a bad name, and that she'd be better off if I was dead. Because I'm just leeching off her and bringing nothing to the table. The kid suggested seriously, sir, just give the word, after we get back, I'll pay him a little visit with a few of the guys in the middle of the night. We'll wear masks so nobody knows it was us. Jen froze, turning to look at Vaughn before looking away, his expression stern. Vaughn, you will not do that. The kid hesitated, asking doubtfully, you sure, sir? Can't we just rough him up a little? Just to be sure. He flashed a small grin, a mix of contempt and sympathy. While I appreciate your enthusiasm and concern for defending my honor, just leave him be. If something happens to me, I know she'll be well protected. Vaughn nodded, his worried expression easing a bit. Yes, sir, if you say so. I guess I see where he's coming from. Jen shook his head warily. I get it too, but there are better ways to enjoy your last meal before a battle. The two of them stopped, and he looked ahead. Ahead of them, a massive crowd was churning and moving. The two of them got in line to pass through the gate and head inside. A sarcastic voice called out, well, look who it is. Koi stood there with his arms crossed, his expression grim. Heard you've been busy, kid. Vaughn slapped a hand over his mouth in alarm. Hey, isn't that your foster father? Jen's face hardened. I did what had to be done. Koi, the older man stared at him intently, his voice grave, but was it the right thing to do? I don't mind you starting your own crew, but don't you think you crossed a line? You could have just told the guards, instead of having your people risk their lives. He quickly explained, trying to smooth things over. We already cleared it with the guards. The supervisor scowled, annoyed. You did. So why didn't anyone tell me about this? He gave a small smirk, looking totally calm, with the big shots backing us. You really think they'd let you get in the way? The man went quiet, frowning as he crossed his arms and looked down. Jem tilted his head up, looking at Kai with total determination. The man closed his eyes and sighed. All right, you've got a point, Kui pressed on, looking a little uneasy. But let me ask you something, kid. You think Gat would be happy with what you've become? He bit his lip as memories of the father he hadn't seen in ages flooded his mind. Jem's father, he frowned, his words soft but sharp. I don't know what you were gonna do down the line, but please, don't let him down by becoming one of those monsters, got it? He smiled back. What I'm gonna do is make this world a better place. I promise you and I promise him. Kui waved a hand, the tension finally leaving his face. Alright, just don't get yourself capped. Jem turned to leave, calling out cheerfully, Simon Vaughn, let's go find him. A crowd was packed into the hall, the sound of footsteps and whiz mixing into a chaotic mess. Jem and Vaughn strode inside, looking sharp as they cut through the sea of people. Jem's eyes scanned the room, his sharp gaze catching a small detail. Some dude was trying to hawk his wares, mumbling to get everyone's attention. The man walked up to them, looking menacing. Take your junk and sell it somewhere else, or better yet, shove it. Another guy jumped in, his tone casual and mocking. Yo, El forgot his canteen, and we were trying to find him a new one. That's a good price. Jem shot him a cold look. Use your brain, punk. That's a Parasa flask. Their shells are too soft and they rot in a couple of days. You need to find yourself an Opasa flask. The guy patted the flask on his hip, answering smugly. This thing's been with me on 2 expeditions and hasn't leaked a single drop. Mon remarked, his voice half joking and half worried. They'll be dead within a week, watch. He waved at the other guys, casually agreeing. Yeah, but it won't be from dehydration. You see those soldiers? Mon pointed, his face serious. They were over there. In front of them was a massive crowd, a shifting wall of bodies. He put his hands on his hips and asked, sizing things up, you see the commander and Vaughn. The guy across from him scratched his head, answering awkwardly, they were going to be late. They live way out by the supervisor's block. Someone came running up from the distance, sounding panicked. Mun, we got trouble. Some of the V crew are trying to start something with Jack's crew. Jem asked urgently, worry etched on his face. How bad is it? The guy panted, real bad. Most of Jack's people haven't shown up yet. He quickly gave the order, round up everyone who's here. Jack had our backs. And we owe him. He panicked, pointing at the ground, looking totally stressed. What about the commander? We were supposed to meet him here. They both snapped their heads in another direction. Their eyes locked and tense. On the other side, the kid's jaw dropped, pointing with a shaky hand. Whoa, sir, are you seeing this? That goblin has a 3-headed fox, 3 whole heads. Jem snapped Vaughn. Do you ever pay attention to what's around you? The kid looked confused. Why? Sir, this is a neutral zone. It's not like the VGs or some other gang leader is gonna mess with us here. He frowned and sighed, annoyed. Tell that to the guys tailing us. Vaughn ducked his head and looked around, whispering nervously, someone's tailing us. Jem smacked him on the back of the head, scolding him, stop looking. If we let on that we V made them, they might make a move. They've been on our tail since we came through the gate. Vaughn asked in a low voice, so why haven't they jumped us yet? He analyzed coldly, either they were waiting for us to get into a spot they want, or we were already walking right where they want us. The kid grimaced, sensing the danger. That sounds bad, right? Jem shivered. Could be. What do you think we should do? Vaughn pointed at himself, confused. Sir, you were asking me. Jem tilted his head, his sharp eyes scanning the area. You were my second in command. Your job isn't just to take orders, it's to think for yourself. I need to know that when I'm not around, the crew will be in good hands. Jem smirked. So get us out of this mess. I'll follow your lead. The kid looked flustered, his mind spinning from the sudden responsibility. My call, he laid it out in a low voice. We've got 4 guys behind us, 3 to the right and 3 more to the left. They were using a standard pack hunting tactic to tail us. And there could be more up ahead or further out. Vaughn trembled nervously. That many, sir. You need to, shouldn't I? Jem shot him a reassuring look. Chill out, Vaughn. Take a deep breath and think. Just pretend this is a training drill. He took a deep breath, trying to psych himself up. Relax. Relax, I need to relax. Vaughn's ears tuned in, moving cautiously with the sounds around him. Every nerve stretched tight. He turned his head and whispered, Sir, follow me. Vaughn pulled Jem, weaving through the crowd like 2 boats, cutting through a sea of people. He braced his hand on someone's luggage, making them yell out, hey! The 2 of them finally broke free from the crowd, letting out a sigh of relief. Vaughn tilted his head, asking in a low voice, any sign of them? Sir, Jem glanced over his shoulder and calmly replied, no, they've backed off. They won't dare make a move on us while we remixed in with these goblin porters. Good thinking. He quickly glanced around. Thanks, sir. Everything's going according to plan, right? He gave a slight nod, his gaze sharp. I think so. We can make a break for it when we get close to where the soldiers are waiting. Vaughn reported urgently. It's right up ahead, sir. I see the boulder we told them to meet us at. As they reached the boulder, he looked around suspiciously, his lips tightening. Where are they? I don't see them. Vaughn's face went pale, sir. They were surrounded by a mob in there. 2 guys with swords slung over their shoulders were standing on the boulder. If you were looking for your crew, they ain't here to help you. You maggots, we've got a score to settle, you and me. His eyes were filled with hatred, his glare shooting down at the 2 of them like an arrow. The 2 pressed back to back, drawing their weapons, their eyes blazing at the mob surrounding them. Vaughn squeezed his eyes shut, his voice trembling as he yelled, Sir, where are the others? Jem gritted his teeth, his voice hard as steel. It doesn't matter, just remember your training, Vaughn. Watch each other's backs, and we all get through this. The 2 guys on the rock raised their swords. Gam! He was suddenly reminded of his bleak past life. Jem was walking past a bookstore, past a bus stop in Los Angeles, when his eyes landed on a billboard. He warily closed his eyes and turned away, trying to shake off the suffocating feeling inside. The billboard read, Join the fight today. Citizenship through service at Acadia Academy. Jem's lips tightened, and when his eyes opened again, his gaze was suddenly grim. Back in the present, he let out a roar and charged forward like a hurricane. He swung his club wildly, each blow shaking the very air. His eyes filled with a resolve as hard as tempered steel. In his past life, he had actually joined the military, becoming a soldier forged in the crucible of war. Jem trained in combat day and night, his sweat mingling with his determination. He trained so hard the punching bag ripped open, the sound of his strikes echoing in the air. But when Jem gasping for breath. Turned to look behind him. There was nothing but a cold, lonely emptiness. In the present, Jem's leg flew up, his kick smashing right into an attacker's face. He spun around, slashing his staff across another guy's throat. Jem gasped for air, glancing back to size up the situation. Vaughn's hands were shaking as he struggled to block the axe strikes from two opponents. He frowned, his eyes locking onto another thug with a dagger charging at him like a wild animal. In his past life, Jem had been geared up in armor, stepping onto the battlefield with a rifle, his survival instincts etched into every fiber of his being. He constantly covered his squadmates, charging through a hail of bullets to take down the enemy. Tracers ripped across the sky, the relentless crack of gunfire, impacts, and shouts echoing all around. On a dark, blizzard-swept night, Jem had been completely surrounded by enemy forces, a scene burned into his memory. At that same moment, Vaughn dropped to one knee in pain, his face covered in blood and grime. He bit down hard, his mouth twisted in a grimace as he tried to hold his ground. Jem rushed in, knocking one guy back with a knee strike to create an opening for Vaughn, then helped him to his feet. Their current stance merged with the memory from his past life. The two gripped their weapons, their movements perfectly in sync. They let out a furious roar, bracing for the next wave of attacks. In his past life, Jem had stood alone in a sea of flames. A squadmate laughed as he boarded the chopper, turning back to ask him, "Private Vanderston, you enjoying the view? Let's go, we ain't got all day." Jem's eyes were wary back then, but he still cracked a determined smile. The two of them were panting, dozens of blood-soaked bodies at their feet. He scoffed, looking up and saying in a cold voice, "Hurry it up, Hamo. What are you waiting for? I ain't got all day." His face twisted with rage as he gripped his weapon tightly, and the scene shifts to another location. Rune yanked the girl's hand, her voice urgent, "Hurry up, Rafa. We gonna miss it." Rafa blushed and stammered shyly, "Rune, I." Before she could finish her sentence, she bumped hard into a tall man. The impact made Rafa groan softly, while Gozak glanced down with a cold, indifferent look. She scowled, her voice sharp and warning. "What are you looking at? Mind your own damn business." The man silently turned away, looking completely unfazed as if he didn't care at all. She laughed, striding alongside Rafa. She whispered teasingly, "Trying to make friends everywhere you go. Let's go, we almost there." The two of them held hands. Weaving through the sea of people, they headed for the center of the square. There Vavan and Jem stood alone among the bloody corpses. Their bodies were beaten up, but their eyes were still burning bright. She was completely stunned, her lips parting in obvious admiration. At the same time, Hamo and Jem rushed at each other, their weapons clashing with a heavy, echoing thud. Jem knocked Hamo's sword right out of his hand. Hamo's eyes shot open in disbelief as he bit his lip. Gaze was a mixture of fury and sorrow. Hamo roared, "Guma was my brother, and you took him from me!" Jem put a hand on his hip, the corner of his lip curling up in a sneer. "Your brother was just a fool, who couldn't see what was right in front of his face. Don't be stupid like he was, now get lost." Furious, Hamo swung his weapon again, throwing himself into a desperate fight. In the distance, Vavan was trembling, his wounds oozing blood, but he forced himself to stay on his feet. He narrowed his eyes at the fight, unable to contain his anxiety. "Sir," he said, bowing as he opened the cloth bundle in his hands, panting out, "Here it is." In a flashback, Jem had entrusted the item to Vavan. His voice was deep and serious. "I will take care of it here. I'm counting on you." Vavan clutched the bundle tightly and darted into the crowd, thinking to himself, "Don't worry, sir, I won't let you down." The fight between Jem and Hamo raged on. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed through the air. Rune and Rafa watched, holding their breath without even blinking. Rune clenched her fists, yelling encouragement from the crowd. "Yeah, kick his ass. He's so badass." Rafa tilted her head and asked with wide eyes, "For real? I thought the dude with the longsword was your type." Rune burst out laughing, her voice filled with pride. "He's the one I'm talking about." Rafa pouted, "I knew it." Gozak's voice cut in. "You've got some messed up tastes." She glared back at him. "Is that so? What do you know, Merch?" He casually crossed his arms and said, "More than some pretty boy's guard dog." Rune angrily pointed in his face. "You looking to die, Merch?" Rafa quickly tried to stop her. "Rune, chill out!" Then she turned and asked, "What makes you think he's gonna win? He's just some broke miner who can't even afford decent clothes." Gozak gave a cold smirk. "That's what happens when you rear around silver spoons for too long. You start measuring everyone by their wallet." As they argued, Vavan tilted his head with a slight frown. "Rafa, you hear that?" Rune went quiet, and Rafa's eyes widened, her cheeks turning pink as she stared at Jem. She watched his every move, and the man's blazing golden eyes made her freeze. Her voice trembled in astonishment. Rune immediately pressed her. What's going on?" "See, Rafa. That's what I'm talking about." Rafa let out a small breath, her eyes tracking Jem as he dodged a vicious slash. "That miner. He's doing that on purpose." Rune's eyes went wide. "You don't see it." "No, I don't see it. Doing what on purpose?" Just then, Jem slammed his forehead into Hamo's, making a loud crack. Hamo staggered, and before he could recover, Jem seized the opening, grabbing the hilt of his opponent's weapon. He yanked hard and flipped him over his shoulder. A sharp scream echoed as Hamo hit the ground, groaning in pain. Rune stammered in shock. What? How did he? Gozak explained slowly. This was never a fight between equals. The guy with the spear was just watching how his opponent moved. He was controlling everything from the start. Jem stepped forward, aiming the tip of his spear at the trembling young man's face. His voice cut through the air like a knife. You lost, drop the hate, and I'll let you live today. Jem looked down with contempt, his gaze like a razor. Are you done yet? Hamo was covered in sweat, his face was bloody, and his breathing was heavy. He bit his lip hard, his eyes still defiant. Hamo let out a wicked laugh, a twisted and challenging smirk spreading across his face. I'm not. But you about to be. The dudes who looked like they were out for the count staggered back to their feet, shaking and holding their wounds, their eyes blazing red. He let out a faint laugh, his hoarse voice echoing in the silence. They never learn, Jem smirked, his voice calm but ice cold. My offer still stands, just walk away. The guy frowned, holding his head high with arrogance. And why would I do that? His eyes darkened, Jem's voice was as heavy as steel. Because I'm running out of reasons not to end you right here. Hamo slowly got up, his body trembling but his voice still defiant. You're the one who needs to back off. He suddenly frowned, looking around suspiciously. What the hell is that noise? He chuckled softly, a glint in his eyes. That's my crew pulling up. A crew rushed in from the distance, shouting urgently, Chief! The rivals froze, their faces going pale like they'd seen a nightmare. They turned tail and ran amidst Hamo's desperate screams. What? No! Jem relaxed his shoulders, tossing his sword aside. Hamo, thanks for the scrap. He gritted his teeth and snatched up his own sword. His heavy panting still echoing in the air, the whole plaza fell silent, every eye watching the backs of the defeated crew as they ran out of sight. Gozak crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth twitching up. See, that was smart. Rafa frowned, confused. What was? The old man tilted his head and explained slowly. That crew uses a horn to signal each other. While that dude was fighting, his homies called for backup. Rune's eyes widened in admiration. Damn. I didn't know the Goblin boys were that sharp. Gozak glanced at her with a faint smile. But these guys clearly are. You should probably think about that. Rune was at a loss for words, just standing there as the wind whipped around her. After a moment, she tugged on her friend's arm. Come on, Rafa, the fun's over. Rafa nodded, her gaze lingering on the scene of the fight for one last second. Over on the other side, Jem's crew were all clapping each other on the back, their laughter breaking out after that near-death situation. A big smile on his face, but his eyes were still sharp and watchful. The girl glanced at him one last time before turning away and saying quietly, We should bounce. Mon stepped up, his voice deep and raspy. I already sent a couple of guys to chase him down. He waved them off, telling them to fall back. Messing with the locals here could bring a world of hurt down on all of us. Vaughn stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked slowly, Is that why you didn't finish him, boss? Sir Jem smirked, his tone half joking. Yeah, let's just go with that. He looked up. Jack, what took you so long to get here? The man sighed, rubbing the back of his neck warily. Some punks from VG were messing with Jack's group, so we went to give them a hand. Turned out to be no big deal. Jem rested his chin on his hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. I have a feeling something else went down. Jack held up the horn. We booked it back here as soon as we heard Vaughn's signal. Jem narrowed his eyes sarcastically. You didn't just leave Jack to handle that mess, did you? The man shook his head. Nah, the VG guys took off as soon as Jack and him arrived. Jem cracked a smile, tilting his head. So, all good then. His eyes suddenly met Gozak's, and the mood instantly became serious. Jem asked quietly, Is there something I can do for you? The man smiled. The name's Gozak, and I wanted to congratulate you on your win today. I've been in a lot of campaigns, and I've never seen anyone throw down like you did today. I'd like to talk to you about how you fight. He tilted his head slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A lot of campaigns. Is that right? The man nodded. That's right. Across many lands. Jem smiled and called out, Mon, go find some of that mushroom brew. We can't be bad hosts. They both burst out laughing and shook hands firmly as he said, Looks like we have a lot to talk about. In the earliest days of the era, Zom the Allfather battled an enemy from the void. He was struck down, and the world descended into chaos. But from a single drop of his blood, a new deity was born. JJ, it was she who collected the scattered pieces of Zom. It was she who forced the death god Dun to reforge them. And it was she who was named the greatest general upon Zom's rebirth. She took back the lands from the creature from the void and its lackeys, Bunu preached, in her role as the goddess of war. Just as she once walked into hell itself to win back Zom's soul, we will march into the underworld to take back what is rightfully ours. You might have heard this expedition is about wiping out the Hipplins, and that's true. But it's not the whole story. The real deal is that there are ancient treasures right under our feet. Treasures that others have been too scared to go after in the past. He clenched his fist with determination. You are the lucky ones. The ones chosen for this day. Because this expedition isn't a hunt, it's a raid. We're going down there to claim what's ours and make us all rich. Bungo tried to hype up the crowd. It don't matter if you rebog, berg, dark, or goblins. He raised his hand high. Every last one of you is going to be a part of history. Follow me, we will fight, we will conquer! Bungo yelled, and we will win. He declared, in the name of the expedition, begin. The crowd below erupted in a deafening roar. Game quip, not the worst speech I've ever heard. Gak, standing beside him, said with a sigh, Bungo's not like his brothers. He's way more greedy and ambitious. Game crossed his arms, his face a cold mask. He asked, he's the son of the Jira tribe's chief. The old man nodded firmly. That's right, this expedition is Bungo's chance to prove he's tougher than his brothers. Game stroked his chin, thinking, I get it, Gak, you know what he's really after. The old man started sweating bullets. I don't know what you're talking about. Game said slowly, a prince doesn't just lead an expedition with double the usual headcount and hire mercs from different races, without a specific target in mind. And since we're heading down, not up, there's gotta be something down there that's important to him. Gak's mind started racing too. I get it once again, you resharp as attack Game. I'll go talk to my contacts. A complicated look flashed in Game's eyes. Same here, the sooner we figure out what Bungo's really up to, the better our chances of making it out alive. Heimo collapsed to the ground, my lord. Vera glared at him furiously. Get the hell out of my sight before I end you. He quickly turned and walked away. Vera tilted his head and commanded, Oz, from now on, Heimo is under your command. If he ever wants to lead again, make him earn it. He argued, Chief, he was just trying to do right by Gma. Vera roared in fury. And what if he had pulled it off? What if Bungo found out? How many heads would the Jira prince demand to make things right? How many more of my people would I lose? I get how he feels. I feel the same way, but now is not the time. Oz was quiet for a long moment before asking, then when is the right time? Chief, what are we waiting for? Vera gave Heimo a long, cold look, then a twisted, cunning smile spread across his face. The levels run deep, and all sorts of things lurk in the shadows. Oz, be patient, our time will come. And now for a new segment, Professor Goza's handy guide to Goblinid identification. Hey everyone, Professor Goza here. Some of you have been asking about Goblinid society, and I'm here to break it down for you. In the world Game and I come from, there are a few major races, including goblinids like ourselves. Goblinoids originated from the Sad Empire and split into different tribes after the empire collapsed. The Dark are the most advanced of the goblins, having been merchants, warriors and sailors until they were conquered by humans. The DK are a warrior race, renowned everywhere as knights and mercenaries for their incredible skill on the battlefield. Even though they were goblinids, they weren't part of the Insat Empire. The Goblin tribe is the most common among the goblinoids. They spend most of their time fighting their neighbors and each other. The most powerful Goblin tribe is the Jira, who subjugated the Boggy. The Bog are known as master hunters and trackers, but watch out, cause their tempers are as full as their stank breath. Luckily, there aren't too many of them around. At the bottom of the goblinoid social ladder are the Bogey, but even they have their own divisions. The Green Bogey are the nobles of Bogey society, acting as go-betweens for the Goblin lords and the other Bogey. Many Bogey have green skin due to their goblin bloodline, but they differ from goblins with their smaller builds and ears that point sideways instead of up. We, the Greybon Bogey, are the lowest of the low. Our ancestors were once great sorcerers, but now we toil in the mines and caves, doing the jobs that even other Bogey refuse to do. Our people have been enslaved by the Jira for generations, eventually becoming their servant class. Thanks to all of you for commenting and asking questions about our people. I hope this lesson helped you understand a little more about Goblinid society. Feel free to drop any more questions in the comments below. On the table sat a plate, holding what looked like a few level 1 dried leaves. San and Vera stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and confusion, as if they still couldn't process what just happened. He scowled and turned his head away, his eyes flashing with irritation and disgust. San's hand slowly reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing against the plate sitting on the table. She couldn't be bothered anymore and pushed the curtain aside. As soon as she stepped out, Vera froze. Vaughn was standing with his back to her, looking at something. Without saying a word, she strode over and grabbed him by the collar. Vaughn jumped and whipped around, and when he saw Vera, the smile on his face totally fell apart. Vera just dragged Vaughn away without a shred of mercy. He was pulled into a cave where the potent smell of herbs filled the air, clinging to the stone walls. She gestured with her hands, asking Vaughn if the grub and the mushroom cap could be turned into meat. He picked up 2 mushrooms, one with a pointed top like a roof, and the other round and full like the moon, and started gesturing to explain. Not far away, Stan and his crew sat around a table, everyone chowing down. After their meal, the whole group got up. They adjusted their gear, formed a neat line, and marched straight ahead, level 2. While walking through the gloomy cave, Gus suddenly stopped, pointing forward with a shaky hand. His eyes were wild with panic. The mere thought of Vera sent a chill down his spine. Vafen jumped and immediately dove for cover behind a large boulder, his heart hammering in his chest. He snuck off, standing behind a giant mushroom deep in thought. Vafen froze, his ears twitching. He heard a faint noise coming from somewhere in the shadows. Turning around, Vafen saw her dragging over a dead animal. After a few slices from her knife, the beast was cut into chunks. He plopped down on the ground, frowning at the pile of meat and pointing at it with a confused expression. Finally, they stood over a pot of boiling water and tossed all the meat in. Through the billowing steam, they looked at each other and smiled. When the meat was cooked, they each popped a piece into their mouths, and as soon as they bit down, their eyes lit up. The scene shifted again to a group of people in armor, weapons slung over their shoulders, silently climbing the rocky slope of level 3. Right after eating, Vafen gestured, warning that if anyone dared to eat the wrong kind of rat meat, they'd get poisoned and die. The moment he finished his warning, they both jumped up, shouting as they chased a rat that was running wild. They only got a few steps before freezing. That one rat had brought back an entire swarm that now surrounded them. He sighed softly, glancing at her covered in grime, and then pointed off to the side. Vafen stood a short distance away, quietly keeping watch while Vera washed up. After washing up, Vera felt totally refreshed. She walked along, smiling contentedly. Before he could even react, Vera smacked Vafen on the back so hard his knees buckled. He angrily pointed right at her face, signaling that she always beat him half to death. She got just as mad, whipping around and storming off. And the two of them went their separate ways in a huff. The scene shifts again. A group of people walked silently through the wind. Level 4, Vera sat on a table, obviously in a full mood, making Dax and Stan exchange puzzled whispers. Her cheeks suddenly burned as an image of his face flashed in her mind. Then Vera bit her lip, recalling her own impulsive behavior from before. Her gaze slowly drifted downward, her expression turning somber as if she was remembering some unspoken sadness. In another corner, Vafen leaned against a boulder with his arms crossed, his scowl clearly visible from a distance. After a long moment, she just bowed her head slightly and walked away quietly, looking utterly alone. Gus glanced over at him. He pointed right at Vafen, signaling that he was the one Vera liked. In a nearby forest, a loud roar echoed as a giant monster charged out, viciously attacking her crew. Vera gritted her teeth, putting all her strength into a powerful swing of her blade. The sword flashed before sinking deep into the monster. Vera's brow furrowed. Her breathing was heavy as she tried to endure the sharp pains spreading through her body. Despite her giving it everything she had, the monster was completely unfazed. In the instant the monster raised its claws, a figure darted in from nowhere and shoved her out of the way. She tumbled to the ground, her head spinning. Vera was completely covered in the monster's drool. She turned to look at Vafen, completely stunned. He just grinned sheepishly and handed the knife back to her. Vera burst out laughing until tears streamed down her face as the monster finally fell. Vera just gave Vafen a wave and a smile before turning to walk away. He waved back enthusiastically, a smile still on his face as his eyes followed her retreating figure. Rico's eyes bulged, his teeth biting down hard on a cloth as his face tensed up from the effort of enduring the pain. His eyes rolled back, the whites showing, his face twisted in absolute agony. Jem's eyes landed on Jack's heavily bandaged and injured leg. He went over to reassure him that his leg would heal. He said to change the dressing and apply more Nacolite to the burns when the crystals of the mist turned blue to neutralize the acid. The guy doing the bandaging nodded. Yes, Sage, Jem finished, stood up straight with his hands on his hips, and scanned the area with a critical eye. Staring at the monster's corpse, he muttered under his breath, "What a waste." The other guy appeared in a flash to make a report. "Sir," I asked, but the medics refused to come. They said taking care of the Reborn isn't their job, unless the nobles order it. Hearing this, Jen's face darkened as he crossed his arms and frowned. 2 months, 4 floors, over 100 dead. Those old geezers playing war games with these young guys as their pawns. Some things never change. Vaughn nodded yes sir, but in contrast, he just shook his head. Confused, Vaughn spoke up, "Sir, Jay said the overseer wants us to start the harvest. They don't want to waste any more time on the wounded." Hearing this, he fell silent, his eyes gazing into the distance, lost in thought. His gaze fell upon the group of injured men, each one carefully bandaged. "That's right. It's time to collect our treasure." The buggies dug tunnels enthusiastically. Without rest, most of the gray buggies are small and not suited for life in the caves. I used to wonder why the goblins forced them to be miners. He remembered being a kid, the first time he entered the caves. When I finally discovered it was because of the beautiful mist crystals the Boggies used for light. The old white-haired man slowly lifted the blue stone, placing it gently into a box as if afraid of breaking it. In the dim light, a Bogie hopped up, hugging the blue stones to its chest. The world above ground uses these to power magic. They are corrosive to non-magical creatures, but they don't affect the gray Buggies. The group of Buggies played enthusiastically, passing the blue stone to each other, their laughter echoing through the cave. With their innate magical abilities, they can handle the toxic crystals without any fear. So here we are, in the mines where Jira sent us. That Boggy over there was focused, rhythmically tapping the blue stone with a hammer, sending sparks flying. But they still need to be purified and made safe for use. A long and expensive process. The sound of knives echoed as they slit the monster's belly until a new supply was found. Fluid flowed out from the monster's belly. The first expeditions discovered that Heplings naturally refine both metal ores and mist crystals into a safe form, which they used to build their nests. His eyes scanned the monsters scattered on the ground. Since then, expeditions have been regularly organized under the pretext of clearing the mines of threats. But really, it was to harvest the refined crystals. Jen was silent, deep in thought. I originally heard that Hiplings used to live in isolation, never bothering each other. But after the great hunt began, there was no turning back now. Both sides kill each other on sight. What a waste. From up high, the fatso yelled, his words echoing down below. Be careful with that stuff, you dumbasses. It's worth more than your worthless lives. In the distance, he and another guy walked over, looking pretty pissed off. God, I hate that guy. He bent down to open someone's bag, quickly put something inside, then turned rack. How bad is it? He frowned slightly, his voice full of regret. 10 men, kid, we lost 10 good men. The guy next to him closed his eyes and sighed. They died because we rushed in. Even a kid could have seen that ambush coming if we'd scouted more carefully. Hem rubbed his chin, his expression grim, and nodded. Yeah, what I don't get is why. It wasn't just for these stones. I'm telling you. Jen lazily pointed in another direction. Maybe he knows. As soon as the words were out, the figures of VG and A slowly appeared before them. Rack glanced down, his gaze full of suspicion. As the veins on his hands started popping, Rack looked up, his deep voice advising him, I know how you feel, but remember the pact, we realize now. Seeing the surprised look on his face, the man smirked. Rack, are you still mad about my little test? How many years has it been? Rack snapped back irritably. A test? You made my closest brother turn against me. I had to tear him away from you. Still smiling, spoke softly. Rack, you still don't get it. If I hadn't given him the chance, someone else would have. It's no surprise your men keep betraying you. As soon as he finished speaking, Rack exploded and lunged forward, trying to kick him in the face, but was immediately blocked by the others. Boss. Don't! He's right, Rack. It's not worth it. He's just trying to provoke you. If you attack him, Bungo will have you executed. He sneered, glaring with contempt, and shoved their hands away. Fine then. Rack turned and walked away decisively. I'm going to check on the men, Hem. You take care of the kid. Watching him walk away, the old man scoffed, taunting loudly. Come find me whenever you want, Rick. I'll always welcome you. He didn't even look back. Rick just flipped to G the bird. Only then did Jem step forward and speak up. So besides trying to kill us, is there any other reason you here? The old man leaned in, whispering in his ear. As a matter of fact, there is. Talon's sources finally figured out the reason behind this rushed expedition. Jem was skeptical. What reason? After a moment of thought, he explained. A war between siblings for the right to inherit the leader's position. I don't need your sources to tell me that. He paused for effect, closing his eyes before continuing, of course. But did your sources tell you how Bungo plans to win that war? And the reason this expedition is happening at such a breakneck pace? Your sources know. He looked up smugly. It took a lot of time and a whole lot of cash. But yeah, they figured it out. Jem was suspicious about why he was sharing this. He knows the location of a legendary magic weapon that was once used. Walking next to Vaughn, he wouldn't stop nagging. So when are you gonna tell us what the boss was so pissed about? Vaughn grimaced, rubbing his temples from the headache. Gunnar, I already told you I wasn't there. Jem's the one who knows what went down. You want to know why he's mad? Go ask him yourself. Gunnar got sly, lightly tapping his elbow. See, man, you re his favorite. You've gotta know something. We re just worried about him. You get it? Vaughn couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is that so? Gunnar pouted and stammered. Yeah. Vaughn immediately cut him off, shaking his head in understanding. I knew it, Gunnar shrugged, acting like he didn't care. All right. I was just curious and a little worried he'd pick a fight with the elves and drag us into it. Moo, who was standing behind them, looked down and tried to chime in. That's hilarious. Is that what you worried about? From what we've seen, he's the one who ends all the fights. He raised an eyebrow, his face twisting in annoyance. Hey, mind your own business. Then Gunnar turned to Vaughn, a sly grin on his face. So he's hiding something from you, huh? Poor Vaughn, the bosses prefer a grumpy old man like Jem over kids like you. Mo immediately grabbed 2 handfuls of Gunnar's hair before he could react. Shut your mouth. The last thing we need is you spreading more rumors. Gunnar forcefully shoved Mo's hands away, raising an eyebrow and saying confidently, don't worry. He then puckered his lips and blew a teasing kiss. I'm sure your stone girlfriend will comfort you when you were crying on her gorgeous lap. While they were messing around, a powerful force suddenly struck Gunnar from behind. Startled, he whipped around in alarm, looking up. Gunnar saw Roga standing behind him with a cold expression. You gray elves, can you ever shut your mouths? This is a scouting mission, not a berry-picking trip. Vaughn stepped forward, forcing a laugh to break the tension. Listen, Roga, I'm sorry, he just likes to run his mouth. He doesn't mean anything by it. He narrowed his eyes, leaning down, his voice a low threat. If we get spotted, because you people can't keep your mouths shut, I'll personally throw you to the hiplings. As soon as Roga left, a voice called out from behind. Don't let him get to you, kid. Berserkers like Roga are just born grumpy. Ban and Gauze stepped up, chiming in. You know that feeling of being all wound up with no release. Yeah, berserkers are always like that. Gauze then added, though, if I had to smell Ban all day, I'd be pretty testy myself. The old man's eyes widened, and he cleared his throat as a warning. Hey! Scouting unit up front. With that, the group moved into the forest, where jagged rocks were interspersed with patches of pink grass. The group stood there in silence until he broke the heavy atmosphere. Vaughn, I have to admit, this 5th floor is more beautiful than I expected. It's hard to believe a place like this exists underground. The scene ahead was like a fairy tale, and he stared, his mind full of questions. What are those things? Mo asked, staring intently at the black, leaf-like things rolling on the ground. Fuzzy spores. This floor is full of herds of them. Jim already told me about it. Gunnar rubbed his stomach, staring with a hungry look. Are they edible? Vaughn glanced at him, reminding him, you can try, but they say they'll trample anything that gets near their herd. After hearing that, he gave up on the idea. Never mind then, better not to mess with them. Vaughn turned to the old man, asking curiously, Sir Gauze, how much farther until we meet back up with the main company? He glanced behind them while pointing. It's hard to judge distance in a weird place like this. But I believe the Rendezvous point is that way, Ban. What do you think? Ban held the wooden box, deep in thought. The step counter says we walked 10,230 steps to the farthest point of the recon zone. And right now, we've taken 3,478 steps on the way back. I'm guessing if we just follow this stream up ahead, we've got about 6,000 more steps to go. The second they heard that, the whole crew huddled up, all talking at once. Your box talks. Nah, kid, it just counts and tells me how many steps I've taken. Rafa moved forward, his steps heavy with power. All right, let's move. With that, he took the lead, while the kid piped up, hey, can I ask you something? Where'd you get that box anyway? The old man looked at the kid and explained, I took it when we were scrapping with the pink skins out east. Vaughn looked totally confused. Pink skins. The Driss band suddenly spun around, his eyes wide and mouth open like he was about to say something, but he switched gears. What? Why don't you? Oh right, your tribe isn't allowed to leave this place, he said, looking a little awkward and lowering his head. My bad. The kid just laughed and waved it off. No worries. Ben gave him a mischievous wink. What do you mean no worries? That's a huge deal, kid. How can you even stand living underground for that long? No sunlight. Not even a sky. I haven't been down here that long, and I'm already about to lose my mind. After walking a bit further, Vaughn spotted a light well overhead. We have a few light wells, you know. But I get what you mean, he said, looking up with a confident smile. One day we will be free, but until that day comes, we gotta be strong enough to protect that freedom. That's what Mr. Lepp always says. The old man rubbed his chin and grunted. GP said the guy wasn't half bad, but I never thought much of him. Maybe I should give your boss a second look. The kid tilted his head, flashing a wide grin. Just go meet him and talk for a bit, you will see. So, can you tell me more about the pink skins and the Driss? Ban scoffed. The pink skins are a bunch of stinking morons, swarming all over the east like bugs. You can't kick a bush out east without hitting a whole mess of pink skins. He remembered the brutal battle, a sharp pain welling up inside him. We just had a throwdown with them not too long ago. Some group covered in mud stole a few of our hogs. So we went over to have a chat about getting them back. The fight was raging when suddenly these robed figures showed up. Then a crew calling themselves the Driss appeared, stepping in to stop the battle. They stood there, looking Ban straight in the eye. They were like a bunch of priests, always trying to play peacemaker. It's their code or something. No fighting unless it's self-defense. And always trying to broker peace. Back to the story. He pointed right at the wooden box. Anyway, I saw one of the Driss guys had this box. and he said he'd give it to me if I called off the fight, so I figured, why not? Ban held up the wooden box, his gaze thoughtful. Best deal I ever made. You have no idea, this box has saved my hide more times than I can count. After hearing the story, the kid behind him was quiet for a second, then said with admiration, that sounds pretty cool. Thinking about those black-robed figures, the old man nodded. Yeah, they are. If your tribe ever wins its freedom, and you happen to run into the peaceful pink skins out east, respect their religion and their traditions, and they'll respect you right back. The guy in the lead glanced back. That's not gonna happen. The Briam Republic already killed most of them. Then Ban remembered. Oh right, damn it, Vaughn. Not getting it, looked curious and asked, what's up? Who are you talking about? The old man remembered the uniforms the humans wore. A bunch of arrogant pricks in skirts, always marching around everywhere with their flags. They set fire to everything, burned down every temple in every land they conquered, and then replaced the local gods with their own. At the thought of it, Ban gritted his teeth, his eyes turning cold as he cursed. Those bastards, I swear I'll never work for them again. I don't care how much gold they repaying. The kid's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with suspicion as he asked, you worked for them? Ban didn't explain, he just nodded. Of course we did, we a mercenary clan, kiddo. We've worked for just about every race there is. Vaughn fell silent, rubbing his chin like he was weighing something in his mind. So are you here as mercs too? He and the other guy exchanged a look, but nobody said a word. Ban rubbed the back of his head, avoiding eye contact. Well, not exactly. An image of the old Bungu flashed through his mind, standing in the middle and calling the shots. Okay, look, the truth is, we were hired a while back to help out Bunga's number 2 brother. His whole crew charged into a fight with the wolf pack during a war with the Cur, and they got blindsided. Bungo was stabbed right in the chest. We did everything we could. The two of them looked back in horror, but there wasn't much they could do. Sitting on a high chair, he covered his face, his eyes hidden behind his hands. Bunu offered another deal. He said he'd smooth things over with Jira for us if we did a job for him. And that's why we here. Back in the present, Ben looked up at the sky, staring off into the distance. I still think he was the one who told Kerr's crew where to find my little brother. After saying that, he glanced away, looking a bit sad, but we had to do it because the family can't afford to lose any more clients. Our rep has been shot ever since we started working for Bilam. We only trained their soldiers and fought in a few battles, but we still get blamed for all the messed up stuff this republic pulls. The flames devoured everything right before Ban's eyes. This republic destroyed temples, libraries, and schools. The kind of stuff people tear down when they want to replace a tribe's culture with their own. A flag flies in the wind from a house. Give it time, and you will have a new loyal colony ready to serve the Bresilum Republic. Mun, clearly impressed, blurted out, that's wild. And you think we should tell up about this? He nodded. I'll let him know. While they were talking, Vaughn noticed him fiddling with something. Yo, what's Raka up to? Go, also suspicious, stepped forward out of curiosity. Where's Raka going? He walked over, following his gaze. Raka, what's going on? Did you find something? The rest of the crew behind them moved forward, lining up. In the darkness, a monster's yellow eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light, its powerful footsteps echoing. Thick dust swirled up, so dense they could barely see anything. They stood and watched as a swarm of insects marched in perfect formation. Gun's face went pale, his jaw dropping as he stammered, insects. It's a whole damn army. As night fell, they gathered around the campfire. Gun raised an eyebrow at the guy smiling next to him, as the swarm headed straight for the expedition team. The insects marched on in an unbroken line. It was a whole army of bugs. Ban turned around, cautiously sharing his theory. They're heading straight for expedition team. This has to be a surprise attack. Mon and Gun looked at each other and shouted at the same time. What are we gonna do now? Before anyone could think, he blew into an ivory horn. The sound echoed through the entire forest. Vaughn, what the hell are you doing? Furious, Gozak snatched the ivory horn and screamed. Are you trying to get us all killed? Panicked, the kid quickly defended his actions. We have to warn the others about the approaching swarm, even if it means we get caught. Ban pulled his knife, his cold eyes locked on Vaughn, making the air thick with tension. I'm gonna kill him. Seeing this, Gun jumped in front of Vaughn, trying to break the tension with a weak smile. Who'll hold on a sec, these bugs communicate using sense, so even if they heard the horn, they wouldn't give a damn. He looked around observing, then spoke up. Raka, are any of them on our tail? Raka glanced around, then tilted his head back and sniffed the air. Doesn't seem like it. After hearing that, Gozak hung his head and let out a huge sigh of relief. Looks like the kid made the right call. Ban backed off from Vaughn and put his weapon away fine. His eyes shot a warning at him. But next time, kid, ask before you gamble with the entire crew's lives. That's not your call to make. Seeing everyone had cooled off, Vaughn just shook his head, not daring to talk back. The man walked over, clapped Ban on the shoulder, and said, Let it go. We need to get back to the expedition and warn them about what we saw. Gozak began to analyze the situation. The kid's horn might let them know something's up, but it won't tell them how bad it is, judging by the size of that force. This is definitely a major assault. The moment he finished speaking, the mood turned heavy, and everyone went quiet. He was the first one to break the tense silence. Vogue. You're our best tracker. Is there a way to get back while avoiding those bugs? He lifted his chin, his eyes blazing with confidence. This big nose of mine will do its absolute best. He smirked, his eyes crinkling with amusement. If that big nose of yours gets us back in one piece, I'll buy you all the mushroom wine you want. He turned around and gave a knowing wink. You got a deal. Rafa took the lead again, guiding the group away from the area. After a long journey, the group finally stopped, and Ban bent over, panting from exhaustion. In the back, the whole crew was gassed, slumped on the ground, hands on their knees, struggling to breathe, and drenched in sweat. Gunner's face was all scrunched up, ready to whine. I'm about to keel over. He's beat too. Let's catch our breath for a sec, then we gotta move. Gunner suddenly realized his screw up, his eyes full of regret. Ron, my bad. He just raised an eyebrow, not even bothering with what Gunner said. What is it now? He was sitting on the dirt, fists clenched, looking tense. I shouldn't have talked you into joining Leo's crew. As soon as he heard that, Vavin couldn't help but crack up. Don't even sweat it. His smile didn't have a hint of blame in it. If it wasn't for you, I never would. V had the guts to stand up to my parents, and I'd still be stuck on this expedition with zero training. For real, I probably owe you my life. Gunner finally started to chill out, the tension on his face fading. You rewrite. He shot a playful look and spoke up. So next time those bugs are on our tail, you think you could run a little slower? His booming laugh broke the tension. In the back, Mona just face-palmed. Totally done. Garrett glanced over, watching carefully. Ben, we still haven't heard anything back from your horn. Hearing that, he got quiet, unsure himself. Me neither. Either the other squads are out of range, or... He gave a slight nod and added, they can't answer. Brandon was skeptical. Maybe this isn't the only swarm. The other groups could. V been wiped out. He tightened his grip on the rope over his shoulder, thinking out loud. If they really got jumped, it would. V been loud as hell. But I don't hear a thing. Gunner got to his feet, a hopeful look on his face. So there's still a chance, right? Vavin didn't answer him, just yelled, we'd better get a move on. Let's go. The bugs that were in the cave are crawling out, and Brandon's crew is watching from the bushes like a bunch of spooked goats. Gunner's ears perked up as he asked, what's a goat? The old man was speechless. You don't even know that. Something even louder than you, if you can believe it. He was sitting off to the side and piped up curiously. Why are they just standing there, like they were guarding something? These bugs aren't smart enough to guard anything. He shook his head, glancing back at the old man. Who knows why they re there? But this is the only path to the main camp, and we gotta get past them before the whole swarm shows up. Hawk, what do you think? The old man was quiet for a long moment, then looked up. We got two options. One of us leads the bugs away, or we all fight him together. What's it gonna be? Vafin stared at the swarm, rubbing his chin and thinking. After a second, he suddenly spoke up and took charge. I'm the fastest one here. I'll lead them away, the rest of you go warn the expedition. Hearing that, Bu, who was sitting next to him, just stared with his jaw on the floor. Vafin, you know I was just messing with you about being slower than me, right? He didn't argue, just nodded. I know. Gunner couldn't hide his shock, his face a mask of confusion. Then why? Vafin cut him off, his voice solid. I just don't want to see my friends die before I do. Mona couldn't stay quiet and tried to talk him out of it. To find another way. Vafin, those bugs are faster than us. There's no way you can outrun them. If anyone's gonna be bait, it should be one of the hired guns. Brandon agreed with her. You were right, the Kid Hawk and I can take one of them, but he didn't change his mind. But not three of them. If they win, they'll come for you next. The bugs track by scent. The only way is to lead them far enough away for everyone to get through the tunnel before they circle back. Vavin stood up tall, his eyes firm, leaving no room for argument. It has to be me. The group kept moving through the giant mushroom forest. On the way back, some of them were cheerfully chatting, but others were struggling to carry a palanquin, looking totally wiped. Ren complained to Rafa, totally annoyed. Ivy got bug bites everywhere, and they were probably never gonna stop itching. Hearing this, Rafa was nice enough to scratch her back for her better. Oh my god, I hate this armor. Ren made a satisfied face and said softly, that's the spot. She looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but cringe. Couldn't they make this stuff at least a little more practical? I mean, look at them. Who thought a boob plate was a good idea? Rafa just sighed helplessly and replied, if you want to wear something pretty, you could always go up there and serve him instead. The sight of the mage feeding grapes to Big G gave her an opening to tease Ren. As long as He sees your charms. Ren stuck her tongue out in disgust. No thanks, I'll take the bug bites. Seeing this, Rafa just gave her a wink. See, Ron, problem solved. Ron smiled at her. That's why I like you. Rafa always finds the bright side of things. Rafa didn't pay much attention, focusing on the grim scenery around them. Things will be a lot brighter once we re-out of this forest. But Roan looked skeptical, saying I wouldn't count on it. I heard the 6th floor is worse. Rafa's optimism faded, her face twisting in disgust. Of course it is. That's just what we need, right? More death and misery. But just then, Ruan pointed behind them playfully. Hey, at least the guy you like is with us. She was talking about Jem. He walked behind them with a determined look, hitting a nerve. Rafa blushed and blurted out. He is not the guy I like. Ruan said slyly. Oh really? Is that why you bring him up every chance you get? Hearing that, she tried to defend herself. I said he's a good warrior. That doesn't mean I like or trust him. Ruan shook her head, a little curious. I don't get what your deal is with him. From what we've seen, his people are disciplined and adaptable, and they've been pretty decent to us. Rafa, still looking flustered, confided in her. You mean a little too perfect. I always get the feeling something's off about him. He has the vibe of a scheming elder. Someone who's more of a merchant than a warrior. It was clear Roan didn't get it, retorting bluntly, he's no merchant. You've seen how he fights. Rafa thought about it for a moment. I have, but that makes even less sense. Who's that good with both words and a spear? Roan said casually, like I said, an obsession. Why don't you just go talk to him and get to know him? Rafa blushed and avoided her gaze. I wouldn't know what to say. As soon as she finished, Roan put a hand on her shoulder with a knowing look. Rafa, have you ever told me about that time you were herding pigs back home? And there was this cute farm boy. Suddenly, Rafa's eyes went wide as she stared ahead, her expression one of pure shock. Roan was taken aback by her reaction. What is it? Rafa was tense. There's something up ahead. All of a sudden, a warning sound echoed from the front. Gun hun gun hun. The troops suddenly fell into a defensive formation. It's an attack. Everyone move forward. Rafa commanded bravely. Everyone get ready to protect our lord. Suddenly, she glanced to the side and froze for a second. Rafa asked a soldier who was sniffing the air frantically, what is it? The soldier sniffed intently then answered her, something smells wrong. He screamed in terror, spiders. Roan and Rafa just stared at the soldier, stunned. It seemed his reaction was a little too slow. Instantly, someone else in the squad was snatched from above, screaming, help me, help me! Roan pointed upwards, terrified. What the hell is that? Rafa looked up and saw the spider looming right there, and she screamed, ambush! It's an ambush! The warriors quickly formed up, holding their shields defensively. The spider charged without hesitation, lashing out with a leg and knocking Roan back hard. Filled with rage, Rafa charged forward. She used her shield to block it and then signaled, pin its legs. The legs are the weakest part. Without a second's hesitation, Rafa viciously stabbed its leg with her dagger. It shrieked in pain, calling for its kin. The other warriors rushed in, also attacking its legs with their weapons. Rafa stood over its head, raising her sharp dagger. She furiously plunged it down, stopping the spider from struggling any further. Then she yelled to the others behind her, we need to go help the others. Roan pointed at her, looking worried. You better wash that off before it burns you. Rafa dismissed it casually. It's not burning, I guess. But right after, her head started to spin. Then she collapsed, causing Roan to cry out in panic, Rafa. Rafa. In a daze, she remembered something from the past. I really hate this armor. Rafa remembered her father. My father died in a battle during a storm. The village chief's son tried to take advantage of my sister, and my dad cut off his hand. So the tribal elders gave him a choice, pay a fine and cut off his own hand, or fight. Her father bravely chose to face his enemy, but Rafa hated that situation. The fool chose to fight, and the price for his family was death or slavery for 3 generations. The big boss got fed up and kicked us out instead. We ran into a Jiro war party in the 2nd week. Way too many to fight. My uncle died trying to save us. My mom and sister were taken to the House of Pleasure. My clan, the Ain, is a blind clan, unenlightened by our own heritage. Born ready to fight and trained our whole lives for battle. I thought my time had come, but fate wasn't done with me yet. Just then, Rafa groggily opened her eyes to the scene before her, a little stunned. What is this? She struggled with all her might. I can't move. I can't feel anything. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from beside her. I wouldn't struggle if I were you. Rafa asked doubtfully, who's there? My vision's blurry. Another person reassured her. He's right. Save your strength while the paralysis wears off. Confused, Rafa turned towards the voice that had just spoken. What? Where am I? The person beside her didn't explain, simply asking, what's the last thing you remember? Rafa frowned, trying to piece her memories together. I was fighting a bug. We took one down. At this, loud laughter erupted around her. Just one. She shot back angrily. Hey, how many did you kill then? Heman arrogantly boosted his own count to Rafa. Jem over there killed 4, I killed 3, Rax killed 3, then turned to VG, and this punk right here. But before he could finish, Cut in with a smile also killed 3. Pissing Heman off, he offered some fake praise, still cute as ever, got some nerve, huh. The other guy paid them no mind, just shaking his head helplessly. VG needs to teach his pet some better manners. Heman, furious, shot back, when I get a chance. I'll be the one teaching you some manners. Rafa looked around anxiously. Is everyone here? The whole expedition? Jem calmly replied to her. Not everyone, just those who touched the spider's blood, as far as we can tell. Rafa finally breathed a sigh of relief, thank God. He reminded her, glad your furry boss is probably okay, right? Maybe you should worry more about yourself. Rafa shot back, annoyed. I do care. They can eat that pig for all I care. I just want my girls to be safe. Suddenly a bit of fear crept in, but they were not going to eat us, right? Jem tried to explain. Maybe, but that's a lot of work just for a snack. Look around. What do you see? Rafa strained her eyes in the dark space. I see you and the others. Oh, and then her eyes shot wide open in disbelief. The cocoons weren't in a nest. They were just floating in midair. Rafa's jaw hung open for a moment. They were floating. How is that possible? Seeing her expression, Heman smirked smugly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. V also looked anxious. I seriously fear for the future of our species. And before you open your mouth again and make us all sound even dumber. Heman. Hearing the noise, the creatures started crawling out of the cocoons. VG then revealed the whole truth to them. This is the 7th level, where the laws of nature don't apply. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, thinking it was impossible, but VG, who seemed to know what was going on, continued. But it's true. After a surprisingly intelligent display, they've brought us deep into their territory. Rafa was still in disbelief. No way, they can't be that smart. Ivanu tried to argue, but they were just bugs. Jem spoke to everyone with a serious face. My first instinct would be to plan an ambush and a diversion to capture at least half of the enemy's territory. We seriously underestimated these bugs, and there's probably a lot more going on here than just us being a good meal for their queen. O was completely in oh damn, he's right. VG smiled with satisfaction. He is, isn't he? Rafa asked, a little lost, so what do we do? VG looked completely confident. Don't worry, there's a plan. He then looked over at Jem expectantly. Right, Jem? After a moment of silence, Jem looked casually at VG and said, that depends. Has your paralysis worn off yet? You could see Vig's face tense up as he endured it. It has. Jem stated calmly. Then I guess you, about to feel everything they were going to do to you. Everyone turned to stare at him, and V looked even more shocked. What do you mean? Jem stuck his tongue out mischievously. That's right, there's no plan, my bad. Even in this mess, Heman managed a smile. Looks like we all going down together. Jem looked at that defeated expression with disgust. Looks that way, he told VG optimistically. But VG, at least you'll be able to get your act together. The last thing before the insectoids come for us? He asked curiously without missing a beat. Jem just laid it out for him. From what I hear, I think you'll enjoy knocking some sense into Hogan. His face was smug as hell. After all, the guy ditched you for the safety of Jack's crew. But that ain't all, Hogan. You should V heard the stuff his crew was saying about you. Hogan flinched when he heard that, while VG looked seriously pissed off. Then he just snapped and screamed. Hogan didn't even hesitate, spitting right in VG's face. VG flew into a rage and threatened him. I won't need a weapon for what I'm about to do to you. The two kept jawing at each other, moving away from the spot, hearing the racket. The spiders below looked up, and the whole swarm quickly started crawling toward them. Seizing the opportunity, Jem called out to Rafa, who was also watching the two argue. Jem then told her, I'm gonna get us out of here. Keep a lookout in case any other threats show up. Rafa was stunned. Not expecting this at all. I thought you said. Jem looked at her and explained. I needed a distraction. Instantly, he pierced through the web, much to Rafa's surprise. With one slice from the sharp knife, the thin strands were torn apart. Jem quickly moved over to Rafa and helped her break free. The two of them immediately slid straight down below. Jem landed lightly like a pro, while the less experienced Rafa hit the ground with a thud up above. Hogan and VG were surrounded by the creatures and didn't dare to make a sound. Rafa said a little sheepishly, sorry, it's still hard to move. Jem reassured her, it's all good. By then, he had already scanned the area and picked up a spear. Rafa, there are weapons here. Do what you can. Jem quickly laid out the plan. I'll draw their fire. You go free the others. Rafa asked, a little confused, how are you going to distract them? He gave her a confident look you haven't noticed. Then in a flash, he leaped into the air. This place defied the laws of physics. Seeing Jem just floating in midair, Rafa was still totally lost. What's physics? But she quickly got her head straight. Never mind, I gotta save the others. With that, Rafa went to free D-Rock. She threatened him. Drop the weapon and help me, if you want alive. After quickly and persistently slicing through all the webbing, one clean cut after another, Rafa managed to free her people. She asked Vijay with concern, "Can you stand?" He put on a show of gratitude and said, "I'll take command now, thanks for saving me for last." Rafa tried to help Vijay up. "I had to wait for the swarm to move," he asked, sounding salty. "Yeah, but you couldn't have gotten me before him." She asked him straight up, "If I did, would you have let him live?" Hogan overheard and got pissed, saying sarcastically, "Are you trying to insult me? I'm nothing if not a realist. He makes a great meat shield. Get back with me." VG then asked Rafa, "How many of us are free?" She did a quick count and replied, "I count 18. He smirked and said arrogantly, "That's more than enough to take on 3 of those things." But Hogan immediately shot that idea down. "It's not just 3 anymore. Look." Rock's face was savage as he swung an axe right at a monster's head. Seeing the monsters swarming into attack, Rafa launched herself into the air. Dodging a vicious attack, she shot a cold, blade-sharp glance over her shoulder. A young boy was cornered against the rock face, shaking all over and screaming in panic. Someone's feet flew across the ground. Driven by a desperate urgency, Rafa shot forward like a lightning bolt, swinging her arm in a powerful slash, a flash of steel descending on the monster. She stared at her hard-won kill. "That's the 3rd one." Rafa's furious and determined voice echoed across the battlefield. "Help me fight this thing!" Without a second thought, the kid just bolted, yelling, "Sorry, Ivy got a family!" Rafa's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard that. What? That moment of distraction was all it took for a monster to launch a surprise attack on her. Caught off guard, Rafa was knocked to the ground, her weapon flying from her hand. Shaking, she struggled to her feet, her hand reaching for her fallen weapon. The monster suddenly swung its pincer, clamping down hard on Rafa's arm. The pain made her let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the area. Rafa's eyes widened in terror as the monster stirred, preparing to strike. Helpless, tears welled up in her glistening eyes. "No, not like this!" Jem charged forward, slamming the club in his hand down, pinning the beast's head to the ground as the weapon plunged straight into its eye. A stream of green liquid flowed from the eye socket. His eyes showed a hint of apology. "Sorry I'm late." Gasping for air, Rafa looked up. The fear not yet faded from her eyes. Even though it was stabbed deep, the monster's eyes suddenly twitched unnaturally. Faced with this sight, Jem stood frozen, unable to believe what he was witnessing. "What?" He pressed down hard on the club, driving it deeper into the monster's eye. Rafa's eyes went wide, her lips parting slightly, her terror on full display. Overwhelmed with fear, she quickly raised her hands to cover her face from the horror before her. Even as a mere reflection, the brutality was haunting. Jem's face was filled with killing intent as he raised the club in his hand. "Come on, why won't you?" Under the intense pressure, the monster's eye bulged out of its socket. "Just die!" Showing no mercy, Jem swung the club, aiming straight for the injured eye. His powerful swing drove it right into the beast's empty socket. Jem pulled out the club and then rushed over to the girl. In Hank's arms, her small body was held, and with a slow turn, Hank shot him a provocative look. "Ivy got her, don't you worry, kid." Jem gently placed his hand on her head. "Is she alive?" Hank replied, her arms broken and she passed out. Hearing that, Jem sighed and then smiled faintly. "I owe our crazy goddess another one." He frowned, his eyes showing clear curiosity. "You going easy on us? You don't usually care this much about goblins." Jem smirked mysteriously. "Ivy got my reasons. You take care of her while I help the others." As he turned to leave, a word of encouragement was spoken. "Hang in there." Hearing that, Rafa froze for a moment, then slowly turned her head, her eyes shimmering with confusion. "I don't have time for this." Hank's face showed a calculating expression. "Sorry, pal, you take the lead. I'm bleeding out. It is what it is. You take her." He hoisted Rafa horizontally over his shoulder. "All right, but don't blame me if you die." His hand tightened on his weapon. "Don't worry. I'll be back." Hank stood looking up at the giant beast as it prepared to attack. "After it's gone, we'll have a little fun." The giant spider's corpse lay motionless on its back, fresh from a battle. The spider's gaze was fixed on the group in front of it, choosing its prey. The sorceress's wide eyes glanced over, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Unable to hide her suspicion, she called Hank over, his face scrunching up with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. "What's the matter, sorceress? Why aren't you using your magic on that thing?" The sorceress was furious, flames erupting around her as if burning her very soul. "I've been trying, but that damn maniac K won't get away with this." He roared in anger, explaining as he vented his fury. "I am Drog Remerson, son of Mach, champion of the West Hills. You will die by my hand, you creature!" Hank rushed forward and shoved his arm hard, his eyes filled with determination. "You're the one in the way." He frowned, his voice a commanding, annoyed tone. "Sorceress, now!" His face contorted in pain. Drog clutched his head. "You stupid traitor. How dare you?" The sorceress closed her eyes, raising her hand as magical light began to appear. "O great keeper of the sky and sea, hear our plea. Grant us the strength of your power so that we may defeat your enemies." The pendant emitted a dazzling blue light, as if awakening a dormant power. The stream of magic shot forward, slamming into the giant spider. A loud explosion rang out. Hank looked up, his eyes shining with hope. Did it work? The giant spider was silently hidden behind a hazy cloud of dust, only faintly visible. His knuckles whitened from the tension. Is it working? How big of a rock do I need to smash this thing? Raising his axe high, Hank charged straight at the giant spider like a fierce whirlwind. His sharp gaze locked onto the spider, ready for a precise strike. The gleaming axe held high, Hank yelled out, revealing his intentions. I guess we were doing this the old-fashioned way. He couldn't hide his shock, his face suddenly turning grim.
Oh, damn it!
The attack missed, the giant spider having managed to dodge the deadly slash just in time. Drog's face was smug as he let out a taunt. It missed. Too bad. He dropped to one knee, putting a hand down to steady himself, and sighed. Love you for that, big guy. The spider's massive body faced them both, as if challenging any attack. Hem's eyes blazed with determination as he roared like thunder. Get to the left. And I will, my rage building. Drog shoved him aside. I am Drog Remerson, son of the undefeated Moloch. His choked scream echoed with rage. What the hell? No, get out of my way! In the middle of their argument, the crab spider swiped its sharp pincer at both of them. Jen watched silently, his gut telling him something was seriously wrong. After a moment of hesitation, he reached for his weapon. Maybe I should. Jen froze, his fist clenching tight as if trying to hold back something welling up inside. Even though he was burning with impatience, he held himself back, waiting a bit longer. No, there's not much I can do to change things. I'll just wait a little longer. Hearing a sigh, Jen glanced over, his expression thoughtful. I will need to find a healer for that arm when this is over. Her arm's broken. She's got a few busted ribs, and she's completely immobilized. The painkillers I gave her should keep the pain at bay for a while. At least until we can do something about that arm. A stern look crossed Hem's face, his voice low and decisive. Are you going easy on us? You usually don't give a damn about goblins. His eyes squeezed shut, trying to find a moment of peace amidst the chaos in his mind. I wonder if she'll be a little nicer to me when this is all over. I don't know if this girl has something against me, but behind his wide eyes, he couldn't hide his deep-seated anxiety. The mage bolted in a panic, but kept glancing over his shoulder at the spider hot on his heels. What's it gonna take to kill this thing? Jen! Why is its armor black too? His face was tense, reflecting his absolute panic. I don't know. Drog's face was drenched in sweat, which was pouring down his cheeks. I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch. The female mage couldn't take any more and screamed. We know! Shut your trap and just run. Overlapping voices echoed, what are we? Everything seemed to slow down in that moment. When it gets to the edge of the cliff, we'll jump aside, and maybe the fall will kill it. The three of them stopped, and amidst the chaos, the mage said calmly, hold your ground. The giant spider stopped short, facing the three of them as if issuing a challenge. Her mind racing, the mage muttered, so much for that plan. The spider's roar echoed like thunder, making the air feel suffocating. Shock was written all over the faces of the mage and San, who had no idea what was about to happen. Hem's body was now floating in mid-air, completely unconscious, totally limp. Then, as if his body sensed something, his eyes snapped open. Hem looked around and wondered, where am I? That centaur attacked me. And as he was mulling over his situation, a sudden noise echoed. He stopped and glanced toward the sound. On the other side was a giant bug, and facing it was a group of people huddled together in fear at the edge of a cliff. Seeing this, Hem frantically searched around, yelling, where's my axe? After searching for a moment and not finding it, he made a decision. Looks like I'm gonna have to improvise. Hem glanced up, surveying the area, and noticed several rocks floating in the air. An idea sparked in his mind. He grinned, his eyes lighting up. The bug's enormous face featured two glowing eyes, and drool dripped in long strands from its mouth. It locked onto its prey and advanced, eyes flaring as it lunged. The terrified mage covered her face with her hands, too scared to look directly at it. A boulder came crashing down right on the bug's head, squashing it flat on the spot. Hearing the crash, the mage curiously lowered her hands, her eyes slowly opening to take in the scene. Everyone was stunned. The bug's head had been completely crushed by the boulder. Someone in armor cried out, the gods have saved us. The mage strained her ears to listen, and then she instinctively looked up. That's when she spotted him nimbly leaping across the floating rocks. The mage smiled in relief and said, yeah, I guess they did. Drock grabbed his hammer and stood on the bug's carcass. Raising his hammer and roaring in victory, Jen approached, carrying Rafa, and looked at him with a tired expression. Drock shot him a disdainful look, sneering, well, look who it is. The coward finally decided to show up. Suddenly, a hand from behind shoved him hard. He yelled out as he tumbled forward. Perched on the bug's body, growled a warning, watch your mouth, you idiot. He and the defender are the ones who saved us. San added defensively. He's right. If it weren't for them, We'd be in those cocoons until we became bug food. You should show a little respect. You have zero respect for other people. Drog scoffed and yelled back at him. What the hell would you know about respect? You purple-skinned pleasure slave. Aren't you the one from the eastern lands groveling at some pink-skin's feet? Unfazed, San shot back. I don't grovel at anyone's feet. I was a gladiator before this, you red-skinned moron. And a master sailor for Edros before that. Humiliated, he spat back. Oh, the only masters your kind knows are the invading pink skins. Seeing he'd lost his cool, he taunted him more. Your people will be next if all you deeks act like you. Drog furiously pounded his chest and roared. There's no one like me! I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of the Western Mountains, future chief of the Dragma tribe, and you dare challenge me. But when he opened his eyes, he cried out in confusion, what the hell? Where'd it go? San anxiously ran over to Rafa and asked Jem, is she going to be okay? He gently laid her down and replied, I was going to splint her arm, though I'm not sure if it'll cause some other reaction. I asked the mage for help, but she said she can't heal it yet. San leaned in and said, then let me help you. I have plenty of experience setting broken bones. Jem stood up and said, thanks by the way, I didn't get your name, as he wrapped the bandage. He replied, Sankofa, son of Kafar Raymond. San looked up at him with trusting eyes and said, I would be honored to serve you. Leo, the liberator, replied awkwardly. Yeah, just call me Leo. He suddenly remembered something and asked, San, you said you were a sailor. I'd like to hear about your voyages sometime. He closed his eyes, speaking with difficulty. When time allows, we will drink together until we both. Suddenly, a noise startled San. Did you hear that? Over on the other side, Drog was screaming, these lands will bow to me, and I will carve my name among the gods. Vodra growled, shut your trap, you idiot! Then he pointed and said, look, his finger was aimed at a giant, purple glowing butterfly up ahead. Jem looked on helplessly and sighed, what a load of crap, the bug's corpse is still right there, just rotting away. Suddenly, a hand burst out, followed by a guttural scream. Someone was clumsily climbing out, trying to emerge from inside the bug's corpse. The person looked around, searching for something. He pushed himself up, muttering, there's gotta be something useful around here. He reached out and touched a pouch, which suddenly began to glow faintly. Jem smirked and said bingo. Just as a voice called out, can't you ever kick that stealing habit? Startled, he spun around, who the hell is that? Jem, sitting on the bug's back, looked down at him and said, hello. Leo sighed in relief, oh it's you Jem, finally decided to wake up, huh? Jem stood up with his hands on his hips and said, you were making a hell of a lot of noise. Yeah, well, trying to keep us alive will do that, Leo agreed. He held up the glowing stone and explained, and for the record, I wasn't stealing. I'm working my ass off to keep us alive. Unlike some people, Jem's voice lowered. You were the one who put me to sleep. Leo glanced away. I had to do it to keep you out of my hair, Jem replied softly. I know, I share the memories. Jem then turned to look at him and asked, if you know why I did it, then why are you complaining? Jem said sadly, because of how dangerous you are. Leo clutched the stone tightly and asked, what are you talking about? Dangerous. A question formed in Jem's mind. Don't you remember how you got here? The scene flashes back to when the butterfly appeared. A giant, purple glowing butterfly was perched on the wall. It suddenly shrieked, its body starting to shake. At that moment, Jem was looking bewildered in the direction Vodra was pointing. In the distance, a huge swarm of bugs charged toward them. They ran in a long procession, one after another. Jem was frantically shouting and pointing, trying to direct everyone. Everyone scrambled to tear open the freshly killed bug at the front of the path. Then one by one, they all climbed inside. Its guts, slick with blue blood, spilled out onto the ground. A few people stayed behind to push the massive corpse over the edge, with hundreds of smaller bugs closing in from behind. The rest managed to hang on as they all plummeted into the abyss together. Everyone was desperately clinging to the giant corpse, trying to hold on until it went down. After hearing the story, he just laughed and said, you remember now. Game kept talking, saying they didn't even question you. They just went for it. Trusting you knew what you were doing. He tilted his head slightly and said, they knew I had the right play, so they followed my lead. We didn't have many options. The kid shot back, nah. They followed you cause they believe in you. Even VG, they know what you're capable of, and that's what makes you dangerous. Game suddenly looked blank, his brow furrowing a little. Game finally relented, asking him, alright, if you think I'm so dangerous, what am I supposed to do? You can get into my memories. You know what's gonna happen if I don't do something right. Your people have no future if they stay in those caves, the kid said helplessly. You just have to lead them out. All that other stuff you're replanning, can't you just let it go? He said seriously. Look, your people need to stand on their own 2 feet if they want any kind of future. Unless they find the strength to control their own destiny, they'll all just end up as slaves to someone else. His eyes were sharp, His brows knitted together. Then he exhaled sharply and said, maybe I wasn't born a bog, but I'm damn sure I'll die as one. I have no intention of dying a slave. If you don't like the way I do things, you can go back to sleep. Suddenly, someone yelled out, and Jem held up the glowing stone, shouting, there's someone over there. With that, he immediately pushed through the brush and ran to check it out. After a moment of searching, he found Rafa lying motionless. Game asked from behind him, is she hurt? He shook his head a little and answered, she doesn't look any worse than before. She's still out from the meds we gave her, and the poison really did a number on her. As he said that, he helped Rafa up and looked around, asking, but why is it just her and me? What happened to the rest of the crew? A long sigh echoed, followed by footsteps and a voice calling out, come. He in the distance dropped staggered forward, groaning, come, become one with me. In the dark, his eyes were wide and wild as his chilling voice screamed, come. Rafa sat unconscious against the wall, her bandaged hand resting gently in her lap. Jem ran up from the distance, holding up a bag. He found some food and water from the other packs, but it ain't much, and there's no sign of anyone else. Jem looked around, annoyed, so where the hell did everyone go? The kid sighed. Well, there are two ways out of here without going deeper into the pit. We can go this way or that way. There are paths leading in both directions. Igame asked, surprised. Why would they split up? The kid shrugged. A good question. But either way, we're gonna have to pick a path. He watched the kid gently taking care of Rafa and said, maybe they went to scout ahead and planned to meet back here. We should just stay put. Suddenly the kid whipped around and asked Jem, did you hear something? He answered calmly, you don't hear anything. Where are you going? The kid suddenly blurted out, Maria, is that you? He asked Elle confused, what are you doing? Without answering, the kid rushed off, come in, Maria, wait for me. Jem tried to run after him. Shout, LP, it's a trap! But before he could finish, the kid's shadow disappeared into the distance, leaving only the echo of his desperate voice. Yes, in the distance. Kathaga let out a chilling laugh. From this day forward, you will be known as Lop the Liberator. The kid held a torch, watching the flames engulf the horde of ghouls. Jem just stood there, watching the figures holding axes and hammers, and they seemed to be holding up a severed head towards the kid. The kid sighed and said to Jem, he can end it right here. If I let him go, I will be free. We'll all be free. As he spoke, Jem's hand slowly tightened into a fist. The kid ran and threw his arms around Gauze, saying, Gauze, promise me that no matter what happens, you will always be my brother. After that, Jem and the crew cheered, passing around water for everyone. They had earned it, the kid said to Kai with a sly look. What I'm gonna do in the future is make this world a better place. I promise you that, and I promise him. Meanwhile, Game was struggling to escape his own thoughts. All he does is lie. I can't trust him. The scene shifts, and a woman's hand grabs a man's, pulling him along. Bog took up his hand and said, come with me, LP, but he asked in a daze, where's Brutus? She looked at him fondly and said, he's waiting for us. We can finally be together. You don't have to fight anymore. His eyes suddenly turned sad as he asked, no more fighting. But Bog cupped his face in her hands and explained, it's over, LP, it's really over. They gave you back to us. They gave you back. It's time to rest now. Lep stubbornly insisted, but Boggett, they need me. She looked at him with sympathy and said, Lep, we need you. We were your family, not them. Boggett pointed behind her, saying, look, Brutus is waiting for us. From behind, Brutus chimed in, let's go, man. What are you waiting for? She grabbed Lep's hand again and started pulling him. I'm so damn happy, Lep. I missed you like crazy. Just a little more, and we can be together forever. Lep, starting to fall under the spell, said yeah together. Suddenly, Jem appeared out of nowhere, his eyes blazing with fury. He decked him right in the face, and knocking his head sideways, and roared with all his might. Snap out of it! Alp's eyes flew open, his gaze hollow as he stared at them. From behind Jem, Boggett kept pressing, Lep, we need you. Finally snapping out of it, Lep screamed, they were not real. Boggett suddenly morphed back into a moaning zombie, beckoning to Lep. Everything faded to black, her silhouette vanishing into the darkness. Jem shot him a look and said, let's move. He geared up and started theorizing. I guess we know why the Hipplins never came down here. They were scared of that thing, whatever the hell it is. Jem stood with his hands on his hips and asked, where are we headed? He replied instantly, far away from that thing. Maybe we'll find VG and the others over there. He asked Jem, VG why him? As he hoisted Rafa onto his back, Jem answered, that thing uses the people we care about most to set traps for us. Who do you think V cares about the most? He nodded satisfied, I get it. He then looked up, questioning, and you, Jem? He showed no emotion, just turning and saying, yeah. Jem smiled and said, thanks for putting your trust in me. He scratched his chin, thoughtfully replying, I need to pull my weight. He looked at Jem, his eyes shining with trust, and said, from now on, if I screw up, you'll call me out on it, okay? I need you to keep me in line, deal. With that, they shook on it and said together, deal. Finally, Jem started off with Rafa, saying, all right, let's go find out where everyone else went. Jem stared down at the water, saying sadly, it's been hours, still no sign of anyone. He looked up and heard a conversation. Are we going the wrong way? Or maybe they already bounced. VG was sitting in a cave with a few other people, saying, the ancients came to a series of shrines. They work like portals, and if you stand on one, you can be teleported to a shrine on another floor whenever you want. I was asked confused, so why even have expeditions? Jem remembered that bridge and explained, they can only move a few people at a time, and it takes a while for them to open up again. Plus, the top 3 levels were destroyed by Jira before they even figured out what they were for. Someone cursed in frustration, damn reckless fools. He continued explaining, and the nobles keep them a secret, so they can use them as an escape hatch on expeditions if things go south. He pointed at the guy triumphantly. Exactly, if you get stuck on a floor, find a shrine. That's your ticket out. He pointed to a glowing stone by a pool of water and said, if we disappear, our food does too. But what about this water? Rafa asked, disoriented, where are we? Jem answered, easy now, take your time getting up. You re-hurt. He pointed to the blue stream. We re on a lower floor. Somehow we escaped that attack. Rafa asked curiously, is that water? I'm so thirsty. Jem hesitated. Yeah, it's water. But she pressed him. But what? He explained, I'm not sure if it's safe to drink. Rafa's face fell, and she let out a sigh of disappointment. He gestured to her arm. How's the arm feel? She looked down at it and replied quietly, it's numb. Jem reassured her, that's the herb San put on it. It's keeping the damage from getting worse. We'll find someone who can heal it. Tears welled up in Rafa's eyes as she turned away. Please, love. You know Bungu isn't going to waste any money on me. If I'm lucky, I'll get thrown into the concubine pits. If not, I'd rather just die here. Jem tried to reason with her. Nobody is going to die, I told you. We'll find a healer, if he won't pay up. I've got some favors I can call in. Her eyes suddenly shot wide open as she exclaimed, you mean it, right? Seriously. He sighed and said, I already told you, did you? Rafa suddenly flew into a rage. She furiously shot back at him. If you do that, I will do anything. I'll even marry you, Jem said, confused. I can't tell if that's an offer or a threat. This time Rafa screamed in anger, hey. He pouted and said, I guess you re-serious. She growled a warning. A life for a life. That's the way of my people. Jem raised an eyebrow, reading her expression. He decided to indulge her. Fine. I will take your life. He lowered his voice to advise her. But I don't need a bride or a slave. I need your free mind, your knowledge, and your loyalty. Will you give it to us? Rafa's tone softened as she said, you want me to become a member of your council, a war maiden. Jem made his offer. That's my price. Take it or, a single, clear tear suddenly hit the ground. Rafa covered her face and began to sob uncontrollably. Seeing this, he suddenly became flustered and yelled, hey. Rafa's hand shot out with surprising strength, grabbing the water jug in front of her. Then she raised it with one hand and began to drink fiercely. Jem yelled in a panic, hey, what are you doing? That stuff could be poisonous. She slammed the jug onto the ground with force, wiping away her tears and declaring, this is my bond to you, before the gods. I swear I will serve you faithfully, if I am to die. Let it be in your service. Jem was shocked by her declaration, his eyes narrowing for a second, as if he was plotting something. Jem suddenly grabbed the water jug and drank as Rafa screamed, what the hell are you doing? No! He drained the jug and said dismissively, this is my bond to you, as your master. If we die, let it be on the same day. The two of them now sat motionless, face to face, without a sound. She suddenly blushed, her mind racing. Isn't this a bonding ceremony? Jem suddenly called out to her, Rafa, making her jump. She answered reflexively, yes. He looked at her with a probing gaze and asked, how do you feel? She quickly replied, I feel fine. Jem dusted off his hands and stood up, saying, me too. So I guess it wasn't poisonous after all. Let me get some more water, and then we will move on. Rafa asked innocently, where are we going? He simply turned his back and said, we're going to find some thieves, and get ourselves some food, and maybe some help. He stared into the distance with a determined look in his eyes and said, and if that doesn't work, we'll get revenge. The two of them walked to the edge of the lake and looked down at the water. A dead blue demon lay motionless on the ground, clutching a golden cord in its hand. Jem bent down to observe it and said, I guess we were not alone after all. Rafa asked, puzzled, what did this to him? He scanned the area and then said, I don't know. But then Jem's gaze fell upon a stone with a symbol. The symbol, 2 slashes and a triangle, suddenly began to glow. Rafa reassured him, I think we're about to find out. Jem didn't answer her and just said, on my signal, jump to the side. Rafa was scared but only dared to ask quietly, it's above us, isn't it? He repeated again, on my signal. He jumped to the side and then yelled, now jump. A giant creature crashed down right where the two of them had just been standing. She asked him, "What is it?" Jem studied it for a moment, and then said, "I think it's—" The monster revealed its true form, and he suddenly yelled Drock. Jem's voice was full of regret as he said, "Or what's left of him." Anyway, Drock growled out, "We called for you, and you did not come." He began to growl more intensely. "We offer you perfection." Drock slowly stepped toward the two of them with an invitation, "Join us." Rafa backed away a little and asked, "Was he this big before?" Jem also commented with a hint of awe. It did something to him. She grabbed his wrist, saying, "Jem, let's run." He immediately refused her. "I don't run from threats, and I have no intention of starting now." She yelled furiously, "Are you crazy?" Drock just kept getting closer and said, "Come and you shall know." A gourd was thrown and stuck to the spikes on his back. Only then did he pull her by the hand and run. "All right, now we run." She looked bewildered as she ran after him, asking, "What's happening?" A commanding voice rang out. Ova acted, and Drock's entire body burst into violent flames. He screamed from within the fire consuming his body. "No!" Rafa looked at him with a questioning gaze. "How did you know?" Jem didn't answer, just stood with her watching the fire for a long time. Then he explained, "When we were examining the body, I saw a monster hunter's sign. It meant ambush, was written next to the body. I didn't move so they'd fall for it. A figure stepped out from the shadows to praise him. And you made for some excellent bait." Vafen pointed to his head and said, "He wondered about him writing that sign, but now I see the wisdom in it." He looked at the fire and continued, "It's a shame they re not much of a challenge anymore, but their weakness to fire is our advantage." Jem immediately asked, "Are there many of them?" Vafen shook his head slightly and said, "This is the last of them that we know of. It attacked our group right after we reached the bottom of the abyss." He told him, "We had to run until we knew what we were fighting." He immediately shot back, "By the way, thanks for leaving me behind." His eyes glinted slyly. "We didn't know where you were. It was a strategic decision." He rolled his eyes and said harshly, "I bet it was. No surprise it didn't do jack for you." Jem pointed to the bag on his shoulder and reminded him, "That's my bag." He laughed and said, "Sure thing, kid, minus a few of your gourds." He rummaged through the bag and said, "It was for a good cause." Hem watched and said, "We were really glad to see you." Jem shot him a look. "The way you say that makes me think it's not just about seeing me alive. What's going on?" Vafen and him looked at each other, lost in thought. Suddenly, Rafa shouted, "This stuff is amazing. We found it while we were looking for a temple." She suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Hey, that's the chick who was staring at the images on the cliff." Ova followed her gaze and exclaimed, "Yeah, that surprised me too. Bogs and Intoids teaming up to fight goblins, how is that even possible?" San, standing nearby, added, "Art takes many forms, maybe it's their dream." Jem asked everyone, "And did you find a temple?" Hem shook his head slightly and replied, "We don't know." Then he pointed to the cliff face and said, "We were hoping you could figure it out." Everyone was standing under a giant golden door. Jem turned. "Curious, have you tried checking it out?" Vafen replied, "We did, but there doesn't seem to be any mechanism to open it." He thoughtfully scratched his chin. "Curious." Jem reached out and touched the door, pushed and suddenly fell into a pitch-black void, yelling in a panic, "What the? Where am I?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from a statue. "Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, I have been waiting for you." The weary army marched on. Everyone was starving and had gaunt faces. One of them was tilting back a water bottle, drinking the last drop. Another soldier yelled angrily, "Hey, save some for me!" Then complained, "You drank it all. That was all the water we had left." The other guy said mockingly, "Tough luck. If you want more water, go ask the commander." The first soldier said a bit hesitantly, "It's the commander's fault we in this mess anyway. Every floor has a shrine, so why are we hiking all the way back up?" The other guy laughed and explained, "If you were Boon Gu, would you go back to your dad empty-handed? He needs a ton of haze crystals." By now, the first soldier's stomach was growling loudly, managing to reply, "So can't he use the shrines to get us some food? He's the reason we lost most of our supplies in that attack." He just made an annoyed face, glancing over at Boon Gu. "Sir Boon Gu needs a stash to pay off his debts when he gets back. You think he gives a damn about us? If he cared, he would have brought back water and cooking oil for us." Then the two of them looked over at Grace. "Hey, Grace's crew still has food, right? Some of 'em do. Aren't we more important than that bunch? We remages, after all, this expedition is a bust without us." With that, the two of them snickered smugly. "Yeah, you right. They owe us. We'll make them hand over all their food. If they don't agree, we'll show them who's really in charge around here." Suddenly, Jack appeared from behind and grabbed them both by the neck. He growled furiously, "So who's in charge here?" The two of them, terrified, tried to suck up. "We didn't mean it like that." Jack's face darkened as he threatened, "You know, we need bait to hunt the insectoids, and I think I just found 2 volunteers." The two of them went pale with fear and screamed, No. Vaughn suddenly walked over and said, Jack, let him go, man. We're gonna be in deep if the goblins spot us. The other soldier chimed in with a smirk. Yeah. You'll be in a world of hurt if you don't let us go. Jack frowned, thinking it over for a second, then just dropped the two of them, sending them to the ground. Jack snatched their bells and warned them. You can't use your magic without these, right? Play nice, and maybe I'll give them back. One of the soldiers looked pissed and yelled, Hey, give those back! Jack couldn't stand his attitude, so he shot the guy a glare, then turned to Vaughn with a grin. So, you taking my offer? Vaughn just looked down at the ground. His voice was heavy. Sorry, we can't join your crew. Hearing that, Jack tried to reason with him. Vaughn, even my squad is running low on supplies, and the other units are pretty much tapped out. Now is not the time to be going it alone. But Vaughn was firm in his decision. We can't join, we need to wait. Jack placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with sympathy. I want to go back too. You know, he gave his life for me. Just like Leo sacrificed himself for you. Don't let what they did go to waste. Vaughn just kept shaking his head. I'm sorry, Jack didn't push it. He just gave him a heads up. Alright then, just remember that VG's soldiers are also out scavenging for supplies. Vaughn didn't trust Jack anyway, thinking Oz is in charge. He wouldn't pull something like that. He started to walk away, calling back over his shoulder. I hope for your sake you rewrite. Vaughn's people looked on, a little worried and just staring after him. Meanwhile, Vara was leading the Gray squad on a patrol. Suddenly, she glanced over and saw other members of her squad waving at her, and Vara happily waved back. She then took off her heavy helmet and walked over to a beautiful meadow. Vara quietly approached Vaughn, who asked her gently, how'd the patrol go? Vara pouted back at him. We ran into more deserters than we did bugs. He let out a helpless sigh. I wish I could just take off like they did. Vara looked at him with curiosity. What would your Leo think if you did? Vaughn just lowered his head sadly. He would understand. He always told me to make the smart play. She smiled and said, he must have had his reasons for picking you. You need to trust him, and trust yourself, too. But Vaughn was still hurting. Zem has way more experience than I do. Vara understood the pain deep in his heart, and could only try to console him. But your people trust you. I've heard the things they say about you, and they believe in you. Otherwise, why hasn't a single person left? Vaughn still thought it was for a different reason. That's because we have supplies. As soon as we run out, they will take off too. Hearing this, Vara looked a little worried. Then it'll just be the two of us, you and me. Suddenly, Vaughn became earnest. Hey Vara, I'm sorry about San and the others. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. Vara looked at him with affection. Vaughn, you still have your people. Don't give up now, or you'll regret it later. As she finished, he hit himself hard on the head. You rewrite. I'm being nothing but a coward. No, I'm trying to keep everything under control, but it's so much pressure. You know, Vara gently continued to reason with him. My commander always said, don't focus on the things you can't control. Focus on the things you can. Vaughn's eyes lit up with understanding. Hey, that's actually pretty wise. Vara laughed at his comment. That's how he is when he's not drunk. But that's a rare sight. He thought for a long moment. Something I can control. Hey, what is it? Vara gently plucked a flower and gave it to Vaughn. You look down, so I picked this for you. Suddenly, Vaughn shouted, that's it! That's totally... Then he spun around and hugged Vara, making her blush shyly. He thanked her and took off running, leaving her stunned. Thank you so much. Vara stood there blushing, clenching her hands. It was nothing. When Vaughn got back to his people, he immediately sat down and started drawing something in the dirt. He held out his hand. In it were some flower seeds, and he said, I need everyone to help me find these. Jem crossed his arms, looking annoyed. Listen, kid, we were on a mission. We supposed to be hunting the bugs. Even Gunn looked annoyed and pouted. He's right, Vaughn. We don't have time to find this stuff before we have to break camp. Vaughn was still confident in his idea, but there's gotta be a way. Just then, Vara suggested, can't you ask the other elves to help? Then she turned to the other two with a questioning look. What's going on? Jem explained a bit hesitantly. It's not that we don't want to ask for their help, miss. But they won't help us if there's nothing in it for them, Vaughn said casually. Just ask them. Rem, taken aback, warned him. Yo, if we do that, they were gonna want our supplies in return, and then we'll have next to nothing left. Vaughn shot back bluntly. We don't have enough supplies to make it back anyway. Just contact the other commanders and ask for their help. He shrugged, giving in. It's your call, Commander. Gunn got to work. He cased the joint. Then when their guard was down, he used a knife to cut the seedlings. On the other side, Jay was directing the crew. They secretly swiped the seeds and supplies. Once the job was done, Vaughn lit a fire under a huge pan. He said seriously, I think we were all set. Jem, pass me the salt. Jem handed a heavy container of salt to Vaughn, warning him, careful, kid, this thing's heavy. Vara freaked out when she saw him dump the whole container into the pan. Vaughn, what are you doing? Vaughn calmly explained. When I was little, my mom used to save salt. Every time we used some, she'd put a little bit away. She'd save up all the salt we had for one big batch. Once the salt was piping hot, she'd throw in the seeds and pieces of dried doff she'd prepared beforehand. And we'd have salt-fried snacks. Vaughn didn't hesitate to offer some to Vera. Try some. After she tasted it, she immediately exclaimed, "Wow, this is actually good." Suddenly, Gunn awkwardly tapped Vaughn's back and called out Vaughn. He replied on instinct, "Yeah," when he turned around. Gunn looked panicked and pointed at all the starving people behind them. "You were probably going to have to make a lot more." Unfazed, Vaughn just smiled. "That's why I told you to grab so much salt." And so, they made batch after batch of the salt-fried snacks. Everyone gathered around the hot pans, laughing and chatting cheerfully. Vaughn said warmly to Vera. "Thank you," she asked, a little shy. "For what?" "I didn't do anything." Vaughn looked down and sighed. "You reminded me that I have to be more practical. I was so scared. You helped me out more than you know." Vera could sense his sincerity. "I'm glad I could help." All of a sudden, a voice cut in. "Am I interrupting something here?" Jack appeared behind them with a knowing smirk. "Congrats on finding us all this food." Vaughn stood up and said modestly, "It's not much, but at least we can cook some of the seeds and other stuff we couldn't before without oil or water. I think with this, we can make it home." Jack, impressed and with a hint of pride, said, "Leo was right to pick you, and me for that matter." Vaughn then scratched the back of his neck and proposed, "Look, Jack, I don't like you and I damn sure don't trust you. But today I was reminded that there are some things we can't do alone." The two shook hands to start their cooperation. "So, you want to form an alliance? Our strength combined, just until we get back home safe." Just then, a gray ran up in a hurry with news. The commander, annoyed, scowled and snapped. "What is it?" Unexpectedly, as the guy whispered in Jack's ear, his face filled with fear, Vaughn grew suspicious. Something's not right." Jack turned away, saying coldly, "Looks like our alliance came just in the nick of time." Then he frowned, his face grim. "Hamo ambushed and killed Oz." Vaughn immediately tensed up. "That means he's coming for us next." Hamo, full of regret, clutched his head and sobbed. "It wasn't supposed to go down like this. I never meant to kill him." He collapsed beside Oz's body, the blood-stained sword pointed at himself. "Why did Oz attack me?" Bob suddenly nudged Hamo's shoulder, his consoling words as cold as ice. "Oh, come on now, why act like it's the end of the world? He wasn't your blood brother." Anyway, hearing that, he whipped around, his eyes filled with tears as he glared and snatched up his sword again. Hamo snarled, the bloody tip of his blade just an inch from the man's face. "This is your fault, Bob. If you hadn't." Bob stood his ground, unfazed. "Didn't you agree to my proposal?" The man's eyes hardened like steel. You re the one who came to me. Hamo, you set me up, pretending to be one of us." The only problem was, Bob was too good at playing the wolf in sheep's clothing. "Our kindness and decency a sin, kiddo. A lot of my own people would deny it. But we are all elves, and our ancestors were once human." Hamo roared furiously. "A green skin has the nerve to say that. Especially one who sold out his own kind to the goblins." The man continued his shameless speech. "We're just doing whatever it takes to survive. That doesn't mean we can't help each other." He just couldn't do it. Collapsing in anguish and tears, "You're a fool, and I'm an even bigger fool for listening to you. I'm so screwed. I deserve everything that's coming to me." Bob looked down with pity. "So knave, I never thought you'd give up before you atoned for what you did." He recounted the moment Oz slashed through the tent like a starving tiger. "I wanted to see you, and I was so glad you agreed to meet me." Hamo quickly noticed he was carrying a dagger. "However, I was also worried your crew would find out." Oz didn't waste any words and just lunged at you. "You managed to grab a weapon too. But as you can see, I was right." Hamo fought back unsteadily, getting pushed back. That's when he noticed a strange vial on the wooden table right behind him. Oz suddenly froze, watching Hamo chug the strange liquid. In the next second, he was enveloped by an immense surge of power, lost control and stabbed him right in the gut. Hamo bit his lip, tears streaming down as he spoke. "It was because of that vial you gave me. I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted him to stop attacking me." Bob put on a show of helpless advice. "I warned you that stuff had side effects, but you still chose to drink it." He turned away. "Go ahead and deny it, but what's done is done, and there's no way to change it now. I'd love to give you time to process this shock, but that's a luxury we can't afford right now. The gray goblins are breaking their backs, enslaved, hauling carts of precious stones. This whole expedition is coming to a head. Right now, we need your strength and your mind more than ever. Bungu is just getting more arrogant and bossy. The gray goblin tribe has to rise up if we want any hope, and in the future, Bungu can never be allowed back on the surface, and his entire bloodline needs to be wiped out, the sooner the better." He gave a bitter, sarcastic laugh. "Do you take me for a fool?" Hamo accused him bluntly. "It doesn't matter which monster tribe rules over us, but But your tribe, the Blueskins, will always be there to step on our necks. Bob slowly shook his head, saying that was all in the past. But things are different now. The rules of the game have changed. A red flag bearing an eagle now flies with absolute authority. He explained that the Jira people no longer decide their own fate. They're just pawns for the Brazilian Republic now. Hamo couldn't believe their truce was that flimsy. I thought the Republic just traded with the other races. Bob brought up soldiers in their plumed helmets and gold armor. That's how it all began. At first, they just traded with each other. Then they started hiring mercenaries to do their dirty work. He described how easily their blades cut down the common folk. The Republic used those mercs to commit all kinds of atrocities until the soldiers were hated even more than the Republic itself. Brazilium's power is now untouchable. When people like Back or DK were cut off, nobody came to help, leaving them to be crushed and dragged off into slavery. Hamo was still a little skeptical, and the Jira people still fell for this trap. The deal between Brazilium and Bungu is all about keeping slavery going. Bob replied that we'll all have new masters soon enough. They're the kind of people we can never overthrow. He casually added a final thought. Unless you decide to act right now. Hamo was stuck on one burning question. Why me? Why not my father or my brother? Bob thought, exasperated, your father is a great man, but he's too narrow-minded. He's a gang leader, not a king. Both your brothers, Bao and Loss, are out of the picture now. Hamo turned to look at Oz's body, lying face down on the ground. As for Oz, he shot that idea down too. That guy was too loyal to your father's vision and his way of thinking. Not to mention he was weak-willed. He attacked you without giving you a chance to explain yourself. What kind of leader would that make him? Bob's voice was firm. No, you can save us. He started his pitch. We can end all this chaos. You won't have to suffer and be humiliated by these tyrants anymore. Hamo wasn't giving in. What would a blue-skinned noble know about pain anyway? Bob sincerely offered his hand. Pain doesn't care about race, species, or class. Remember this, kid. This is the last time I'm making this offer. Are you with me? He accepted the handshake but laid out one condition. No more expeditions. We get to live on the surface. We'll keep looking for the mist crystals, but we demand to have basic rights. Not be treated like slaves. He grinned, totally satisfied. We got a deal. Bob gave a slight bow. You made the right call, Hamo. And from now on, I'll give it my all. You gotta deal with your own mess. Forget all the noise from the outside. Hamo cut him off. Hold up. He scowled, keeping his cool. One more thing. I want Jack and Vaughn taken out of the picture. The guy looked way too pleased with himself. Don't you worry, my friend. It's already in motion. Hamo shot another dark glare at Oz. All right, you can bounce. Bob pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out, where one of his guys was waiting. Here you go, sir. He grabbed the towel and wiped his hands clean. Thanks, can't believe I just shook hands with that piece of garbage. He was worried Hamo's crew was gonna be pissed. You sure he's gonna make it? Bob tossed the towel to his guy. He'll live, it's written in the stars. Time to let those shatty goblins know about our deal. And don't forget to sneak in as many mist crystals as possible. When I get back, I also need to make an offering to Jay's priestess. The guy was always watching his own back. You better have called this right. Kathaga, or Hamo's gonna have my head on a platter. The sound of someone running frantically echoed in the cave. The footsteps got faster and louder. A dude with a bandana on his head and his crew were busting their butts pushing a small cart loaded with gems. He freaked out and froze when he saw a sharp blade pointed right in his face. Vera stood there, cold and serious, her sword pointed at him. State your business. The terrified bandana guy threw his hands up, stammering. I'm bringing a message for the boss. Rune walked up and put a hand on her shoulder. Let him go, Vara. I know him. She watched the guy book it out of there. You think he's one of the main races? Vera sheathed her sword and replied. I don't know. Someone told me the neutral tunnels were supposed to be empty. But who really knows? Rune cracked his knuckles, his breath puffing out like smoke. Those damn goblins said these tunnels were a shortcut to the 4th floor. But we've been at it for a while now. We gotta be close, she replied coldly. Yeah, I hope we get the hell out of this place soon. The bandana guy knelt before Bungu, terrified, and said respectfully, Sir. One of the ore carts busted an axle and they were asking us to hold up for repairs. He clenched his fist, annoyed. How long is this gonna take? The guy stammered. They gotta unload the cart before they can fix it. So it's probably gonna be a while. Bungo shot a look at BB, who tensed up and said, Geez, it's already dangerous enough in these tunnels. Can't we just ditch that cart? He lost his patience and roared. What did you just say? You want to go back with that pathetic little haul? I should V just left you guys back there instead of the cart. B flinched, replying cautiously, My apologies, sir. Why don't we leave a squad of fighters? Some experienced guys to guard the cart while the rest of us keep moving. Jack's crew could stay behind and watch the cart until they can catch up to us. Bunny was taken aback, Jack's crew. But they were some of my best fighters. BB avoided his gaze, carefully and nervously pressing his point. That's exactly why they should be the ones to stay, just in case there's trouble, sir. These tunnels could still be dangerous. Bunyu started to calm down. Yeah, I see what you re-saying. This place is still dangerous. His gaze shifted. Vera was standing in the crowd, minding her own business. But Bungo's eyes were now locked on her. He turned to Bubba and ordered, Beeb, send that fighter back to help them out. BB was floored, sir. She's the last fighter left from the expedition. Bunyu smirked, his order firm. Exactly her. The less she spills to the fighters waiting topside, the better for us. Vara was still completely in the dark. She was still deep in conversation with Rune. Bobby reluctantly obeyed. Yes, sir. A wheel was leaning against the rock wall. Over by the cart, a bunch of people were crowded around, fixing the wheel. Vaughn was standing with gun, looking off to the side. He glanced back and asked, Vera, what are you doing here? I was told to come back and help, she said, walking up to them. Vaughn awkwardly scratched his head, looking confused. Oh, I see. Well, glad you here. Vara gave a shy smile, tilting her head bashfully and replied, I'm really happy to see you again too. After saying that, she quickly turned her face away. He shyly looked away too. From behind, GC and Gun watched the two of them and started messing with them. He slapped Vaughn hard on the back, teasing him. What's up with that, Vaughn? Didn't you just say you wanted to talk to her? Well, here she is. He got pissed and threw Gun into a headlock. Shut your trap, Gun. Hearing that, Vara asked curiously, you wanted to talk to me? Vaughn gave a forced laugh and quickly shot back. Yo, it's nothing. Don't even worry about it. Gun laughed excitedly and jumped in. It's just that Vaughn's feeling cold and needs you to warm him up. Vaughn quickly slapped a hand over Gun's mouth and hurriedly explained, no, my food, I was just saying I wish we had some of those salt fries I made before. Vara smiled brightly and replied, yeah, I wish we could make that again too. She looked around and then asked curiously, you guys don't have a lot of fighters here, do you? Aren't you scared of the bugs? Vaughn answered casually, not really, they were long gone. Even the walls are all dry and cracked, which means they haven't been back in a while. We were pretty lucky, right? GC spoke up, I don't think so. I talked to the mechanics and the rig was partially cut. It didn't just break down on its own. And GC continued, think about who could be done something like that. Vaughn ventured a guess. Workers who didn't want to haul the rig anymore. He thought about it seriously. That's possible. Or someone wants us to get left behind. He stood with his arms crossed, asking but why? He still sounded skeptical after hearing that. He hasn't done anything since Oz died, he replied with an annoyed tone. He's Veger's son, he wouldn't make a direct move. Seeing how tense everyone was, Gun hesitantly suggested, hey, what if we post more guards by the tunnels? Vaughn immediately agreed. Good call, Gun, you join the rear guard. He raised his hand, volunteering for the job, alright. I'll keep an eye on him. There was a weird noise under Gun's foot. He looked down curiously. What the? Gun picked up a strange blue rock, wondering, why is this thing here? A strong gust of wind blew into the cave, carrying strange, echoing noises with it. Varaki and Gun quickly looked over, on high alert. Everyone had the same thought. The guards. Vaughn shot a stunned look at GC, asking, what was that? He looked toward the screams. We've got trouble. Gun was on edge. Hey guys, I think we've got a problem. Vara asked curiously, what's wrong? He held out the blue rock he'd found. The rock was squirming nonstop. Vaughn took a close look at the rock in Gun's hand, and then made his call. This is a scent gland from one of the bugs. Jeech's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious as he asked in a low voice, where did you find it? Gun pointed, explaining nervously, it was right over there in the passage, mixed in with the rubble. I think someone hid it here to lure the bugs. Hearing that, Vaughn immediately realized what it meant. He understood the situation. It was a trap. Following up, Jeech asked for a status check. How far back is the rear guard? Gun pointed behind them and answered, about 30 miles back at the left fork. He gave his opinion, if we leave right now, we can still get away. Vara agreed with Gun, suggesting, yeah, we need to ditch this rig and bail before they get here. It's the only way. Jeech stood there silently without a word. After hearing that, Vaughn and GC just stared at each other, wide-eyed. She was confused and asked, what's wrong? He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and said, here's the deal last. If we go back without the minerals, they'll have our heads for failing the mission. Hearing that, Gun said impatiently, whatever you gonna do, you better do it fast. They already got the guards. We were gonna be next. Gie agreed, yelling with determination. He's right, we have to move! Everyone who can fight will go hold them off. If we were lucky, they'll all just be scouts, and we can take them out easily. The rest of you stay here to finish the repairs and load up the rig, he ordered him. Gun. Get that thing as far away from here as you can and chuck it down a hole. Pinching his nose with one hand while holding the rock with the other, replied, got it, GC, this thing reeks anyway. As everyone started to move out, Vaughn suddenly spoke up and stopped them. Hold up, he nervously piped up. He got an idea. The cave was filled with towering rock formations, dust everywhere. Gunn asked skeptically from behind a rock, "You think this'll actually work?" Vaughn checked out the scene and answered, "If they're retracking the scent, they'll come into this cave instead of going for the ride." The blue stone was sitting right at the entrance. Gunn looked at Vaughn, confused. "So why don't we just leave this thing here and bounce?" He laid out the plan. "Once they see this, they'll start calming the area, and we'll have to throw down with them anyway. Better to set it up now." After speaking, Vaughn looked off to the side. Vara was hiding a short distance away, waving and giving him a big smile. Vaughn blushed, smiling shyly back. He happily waved back at her. Gunn, seeing this, didn't get it and asked, "Why don't you just shoot your shot?" Vaughn pouted, looking bummed out as he answered, "She's leaving the second we hit the surface. It's pointless," he sighed, defeated. Gunn shot back, annoyed. "So what? It's not like it'll kill you to try, right? Look, dude, you got nothing to lose." Vaughn wasn't ready and reluctantly replied, "Yeah, whatever, I'll think about it." Suddenly, a loud noise grew closer and more distinct. Rax focused on the situation. Something's headed this way. He and Gunn peered out from behind the tall rock, staring at where the sound was coming from. The noises made him jump, startled. It wasn't a scout team. A massive monster appeared. It let out ear-splitting, terrifying screeches as it moved. The enormous monster looked towards Vaughn and his crew. He was shaking in his boots at the sight of it. It was one of the race's warriors. Gunn was totally freaked out, all his earlier bravado gone. "Oh God, what do we do now?" Vaughn noticed something was off. "Hold on, something's not right. Look, it came alone." He watched the monster and made his call. "It's got no backup." Gunn still didn't get it, trembling as he asked, "So what?" "Without other units feeding it commands, it'll be easier to confuse. We can use this." Vaughn agreed with him, saying tensely, "Rax is right. Gunn, this is our best shot." He quickly grabbed his weapon and changed position. Vaughn laid out the plan. "We gonna hit its legs from both sides." Gunn got it instantly. Without its squad, its vision would be weaker and it'd be practically defenseless. Rax was one sharp dude. Vara pulled on her helmet, her voice low. "Get behind me. I've got more fighting experience." He shot back immediately. "We were doing this together." She glanced at Vaughn with a soft smile. "All right then, let's end this, and afterwards, I'll warm up anything you want." Hearing that, his face turned red and his mind started racing as he stammered. "Hey, okay," Vaughn yelled. "It's here, and it's massive!" Vara charged ahead, leading the way fearlessly. "Let's move, Vaughn." She used the tall rock formations to launch herself, moving at incredible speed. Rax charged in with his axe, joining Vara to surround the monster. In a flash, its horns were sliced clean off. The monster reeled back, roaring in pain. "We got it! It's blind!" "Now push it towards the stalactites." Gunn and Rax used their sharp spears to force it upwards, driving it into the stalactites on the ceiling, which pierced right through the monster. He saw huge chunks of rock starting to fall and yelled nervously, "The cave's coming down." Vaughn quickly screamed a warning to everyone. "Get down!" Suddenly, something slammed into him. Vaughn was thrown to the ground. He sat up dazed. Clutching his head, he looked forward, his eyes widening in horror. Vaughn screamed in a panic. "Vara, no!" She was trapped beneath the rocks, completely still. He scrambled over to her, desperately trying to pull the rocks away, pleading over and over, "Don't die, please. Don't die." From a distance, Gunn saw what was happening and yelled a warning. "Vaughn, get up!" "We don't have time for this. That thing's still alive and more of them are on their way." Vaughn was stunned and whipped his head around to look back. This time, two massive monsters appeared, and his surroundings went pitch black. Gunn was totally lost, with no idea what was going on. Where am I?" Farron's voice echoed. "Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, I've been waiting a long time for you." Meanwhile, at the satellite relay location, a brutal battle was raging. Soldiers in red armor were pushing forward relentlessly. The soldiers in blue armor were all wounded and down for the count. A system notification popped up. "Neutral zone between the Eurasian technocracy and the American Empire, the 13th Imperial assault on Trench 42A. Soldiers in green armor lay fallen everywhere. The system provided a specific number. The casualty count from this assault was 132. Just then, a surgeon's hand twitched, and he struggled to sit up. The surgeon raised his hand with all his might, gripping his mask. He ripped the mask off with a harsh clang. Then, he coughed painfully. The surgeon looked up, gasping for air. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the silence. The sharp surgeon immediately snapped his head toward the sound. A figure dressed like him was approaching from the sea of fire. The surgeon took a defensive stance, raising his weapon and asking, "Who are you?" "Identify yourself." The approaching man was Vaughn. He identified himself. "Unit 2406, sorry to startle you." The surgeon relaxed his guard slightly. 2406, you re from the 3rd Watch Sector. "Thank God, where's the rest of your unit?" Still masked, slowly approached. "I'm the only one." The surgeon pressed on. What about the rest of my guys? He gritted his teeth slightly, answering in a low voice. They were all gone. Sergeant, you're the only one I've found. This news horrified the sergeant, who immediately denied it. No, there have to be others. We need to find them. There are always survivors. Vaughn tried to calm him. Sergeant, we can't move around too much. It's too dangerous. However, the sergeant was insistent. No, we have to. Just then, a strange sound echoed. He wondered, what's that sound? Before he could figure it out, Vaughn quickly shoved the sergeant forward. Mortar. Immediately after, a massive explosion rocked the spot where they stood. The sergeant was thrown to the ground, calling out worriedly, 2406. Private, where are you? Vaughn's voice came through. He came closer to check on him. You okay, sergeant? The sergeant rolled over, clutching his legs in pain. Vaughn carefully examined his wound. Shrapnel had pierced all the way to his femur. I'll stop the bleeding. The sergeant gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. Do it. Vaughn scanned the surroundings and said, we can't do it out here. Then, they moved to a nearby tank. Inside, Vaughn examined his wound. All right, sergeant, I need you to lie down and let me patch you up. But the sergeant said, no painkillers. Just stop the bleeding. Vaughn confirmed, you sure? This is gonna hurt like hell. The sergeant flopped down, confirming, I can't afford to be dupped up. Just stop the bleeding. Vaughn accepted the surgeon's request. Your call. Meanwhile, the surgeon checked the locator on his arm. Is there any way to contact HU in the neutral zone? I think my Mexcom system is busted. Vaughn explained to the sergeant. I'm sorry, sergeant. The line is dead. Still can't get through. He sighed in frustration. What about the mission? Focused on removing the shrapnel, replied, we didn't get close enough. Sergeant, it's still with it. The sergeant, fighting through the pain, continued talking, so they died for nothing. Vaughn used tweezers to pull out the largest piece of shrapnel. You renew to the neutral zone, aren't you, sergeant? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to endure. I'm an activated reservist with the 4th Regiment, 5th Defense Force. Vaughn kept talking to distract the sergeant. So you re-on your 2nd rotation as an activated reservist. The sergeant lifted his head slightly to answer. What about you? Vaughn replied calmly. Never left my 1st unit. I'm on my 10th year now. This answer surprised the sergeant 10. Damn, Vaughn's face remained hidden behind his mask, his expression unreadable. I just do what needs to be done, the sergeant said with a hint of sarcasm. Yeah, that's what I told my wife when I re-enlisted. She said I was crazy. But I can't live with limited citizenship. I have to have all 10. Why'd you enlist? Vaughn was pulling out the last pieces of shrapnel. Not many options for an orphan, sergeant, especially one who wants to be a citizen. The last piece came out. Then, Vaughn picked up a can of antiseptic spray. The sergeant looked up at him. You love this country, don't you? The question made Vaughn chuckle. He didn't answer, just sprayed the medicine on the wound. The sergeant was annoyed at being ignored. Did I say something funny? The corner of Vaughn's mouth twitched up. No, sergeant, not exactly. And I'm done. Sit tight for a minute and let the meds kick in. The sergeant struggled to sit up, thinking he wouldn't be able to run anymore. Suddenly, Vaughn said, if we wait a bit, I think we can sneak back in. No need to run. Vaughn's suggestion confused the sergeant. Go back. No, we can't go back. This isn't the time to lay out my plan. Private, that sensor needs to be destroyed. And you and I are going to finish this mission. One way or another. Vaughn nodded slightly, his voice low. Sergeant, with all due respect, you're out of your mind. That sensor is protected by 4 gun emplacements and dozens of soldiers. A massive machine with 2 power cells in the middle, surrounded by 4 mechs. We lost all 3 squadrons trying to take it. There's no way 2 of us can pull this off. He stood across from him and scoffed. Besides, sergeant, you can barely stand, and I'm not about to run into that meat grinder again. Vaughn took off his helmet and set it down. He looked up and spoke his mind. I'd rather wait for a chance to fall back to our position. The sergeant's eyebrow twitched in reaction. I can give you a direct order. You know, private. Vaughn narrowed his eyes and shot back uncompromisingly. You could, sergeant, but I'd rather be court-martialed than face those guns. His eyes flashed with annoyance, like he was holding back his temper. The sergeant hung his head and let out a heavy sigh. All right, I can't make you. I will take my chances when I get the opportunity. Vaughn frowned, his face filled with rising frustration. His expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Sergeant, do you know who owned that stronghold we captured a year ago? With a wary look, the sergeant squinted and replied, the enemy, of course. With a serious expression, Vaughn recounted everything they had been through. I was one of the soldiers who fought there, and a year ago, the enemy held it, and the year before that, it was ours. Year after year, battle after battle, nothing really changes. This war just drags on. This isn't a war, it's a slaughterhouse. Both sides are just culling their own people, the poor, the refugees, the homeless. They promise us citizenship after 10 years of fighting. But nobody even lasts 6 months. We all took the bait as he finished. The sergeant's face was a mask of shock. We were just defending ourselves. His eyes reflected his inner turmoil. I'm sure their leaders are saying the exact same thing, Sergeant. Everybody thinks they re the good guys, even when they re not. The sergeant gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. You've been broken, haven't you? He glanced over and answered calmly. No, I'm just telling the truth. I've seen more of this war than you, Sergeant. Enough to know that if you go out there and try to take that censor, you will die for nothing. Life goes on, the war goes on, and your wife will be alone, until one day she can't take it anymore and moves on. The sergeant was speechless, his eyes filling with confusion and conflict. His gaze fell, as if crushed by the weight of his memories. I told her to move on. Vaughn leaned against the wall, staring into space. Is that right? His voice dropped, each word heavy with a sadness he couldn't hide. I told her to move on. I didn't want her waiting for a guy who might not come back. I came here to die. 2406, I hope you can understand that. I will finish the mission. Without opening his eyes, Vaughn replied coldly. Then suit yourself. Though his eyes betrayed his fear, the sergeant's face was set with determination. We will finish the mission and bring. A bomb exploded. Amidst the violent shaking, Vaughn struggled to stay on his feet. Artillery, he turned his head, wondering, did they find us? They both moved cautiously, peeking through a gap in the rubble outside. Seeing the figures outside, they both felt a wave of relief. It was our guys, attacking the trenches again. A hand suddenly snatched the helmet. We have to get out there. We can use the distraction to hit the sensor. It's not far, maybe 160 yards. The sergeant slowly put on his helmet, a hint of unease still on his face. His reassuring words sounded warm and sincere. Sergeant, trust me, you're not going to make it. His face was tense as if at war with himself. But this is our chance. His eyes flashed with a mix of doubt and defiance. A chance for what? The sergeant gritted his teeth, his gaze unshakably firm. To be remembered, to do something that matters, so that they died for a reason. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked in silence. Vaughn asked, so who died? Without a shred of hesitation, he answered, my men, the ones I was supposed to lead, the ones who trusted me to bring them home. The ones I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. A giant moon hung in the sky, casting a faint glow down on the fluffy white clouds. The two of them walked with their arms around each other for support. I wonder if we won this time. Reinforcements are on the way. That's a win in my book, even though the pain was clear on his face. The sergeant's eyes still held a question. I don't know how you do it, Private, staying so calm like that. I want to be strong, brave. But it's just so damn hard. Hearing this, Vaughn replied without a second's hesitation. I've got something that keeps me on the right path. That's all. He glanced over and cautiously asked, something you'd lay down your life for. Vaughn answered casually, you could say that, Sergeant. The sergeant's gaze drifted. Lost in confusion as if searching for an answer, he said in a serious tone, Eric. Just call me Eric. Vaughn quickly raised a hand to his comrade. All right. Eric, the squad calls me Lee. He frowned slightly, his eyes sharp and cold. And look, Eric, you were wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference by living. The dead can't change the world. Only the living can. The sergeant gripped his comrade's hand. So it's not my time then. A faint smile crossed Vaughn's lips. I don't think so, but who am I to say? Vaughn's fleeting glance was full of meaning. And look, Eric, you were wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference by living. The dead can't change the world. Only the living can. In the middle of a brilliant blue light, the young man's face came into sharp focus. Those heartfelt words were truly the truth. Faced with that scene, Farron couldn't help but comment, yes, your past shows you to be quite an interesting creature. Leonard Aaron Vannerstein. Jem spoke, his questioning words heavy with pressure. What do you want from me? Why am I here? The man's eyes glowed with a soulless light, as if seeing through everything around him. Jem's expression was tense, his arms crossed as if trying to hold back his anger. The man bowed his head, his voice speaking slowly. My people have always said I'm long-winded. Perhaps it's better if I just show you. Jem's eyes showed clear unease, as if he was facing something immense. You were going to. A sudden snap of the fingers echoed, like a signal for something to begin. Before he could react, Jem was pulled into a pitch-black void. He was stepping into a place he couldn't even name. Where is this? Jem instinctively turned his head, his eyes wary and on guard. A flash of panic made him take a step back. Wait, what? Losing his balance, Jem fell and sat flat on the floor. He was frozen stiff, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stared at the figure's back. The man approached, his demeanor perfectly calm. The master's hopeful eyes quietly followed Farron. Quick, tell me the good news. The man bowed his head and knelt with a reverent expression. I bring a message from Graham, my lord. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes showed a hint of surprise he couldn't hide. He's already dealt with the Corrigan problem. I'll lose my mind if I find out any more of my mines have been destroyed. The man placed a hand on his chest, every movement steeped in formality. You need not worry, my lord, his army is busy dealing with the threat from Tusk and that damn army up in the north. A delighted laugh rang out. Excellent. Just excellent. Jem's eyes were distant, as if lost in a stream of silent thoughts. Corrigan, TK, wait a minute. According to Jem's memories, they had been wiped out. After delivering the news, Farron simply turned and walked away, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. His face was stunned, as if he'd just discovered something from the end of the Age of Gods. This is a memory from centuries ago. Farron suddenly stopped and spoke in a deep, warm voice. Echeb, my lord, you know where to call me. I have reported everything you need to proceed with the next step. He stood there motionless, as if time had stopped right after that sentence. So that person is Etch, the monster that united the species and took over the world. He looks nothing like the paintings in the caves. The master spoke, his words simple but full of weight. Thank you, Farron. I hope we can trust that Krez's words will benefit us. With a solemn look, the man placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head in reverence. You need not worry, my lord. He will never disappoint you. And today is no different. After speaking, Farron turned and left with a straight posture. Everyone watched his retreating back. No one said another word. Each person quietly left the place. As the last one stepped over the threshold, the door slammed shut. Jem's eyes were still filled with confusion, his mind trapped in a whirlwind of thoughts. But why? Confusion was written all over his face as he glanced back. What? Why is Cram so late? Is he defying me? No, Cram is loyal, but to whom? A pained scream ripped out as Jem clutched his head. Are those my thoughts? Have I gone too far? No, I can't lose! I can't stop it, impossible. There's just too much to do, way too much. The pain vanished as quickly as it came. Jem stood frozen, back to his senses. Controlling him is easier said than done, huh? He clenched his fists, his gaze hardening as he demanded, Who do you serve? Are you a strategist? Farron's voice rang out, monotone yet chilling. You could say that. I serve one of Esh's guardians in the empire he established, from its very beginning to its eventual fall. Crossing his arms, he quietly remarked, Sounds pretty epic. Farron then began to explain things, one by one. I am what you would call a progenitor, but I am no god. There are things beyond my power, cycles of rise and fall and rise again. I want to restore the empire to its golden age, and to do that, I need a worthy emperor. Jem remained silent, arms crossed, his face a clear picture of his simmering frustration. Farron spread his arms wide as if in welcome. I have been waiting, Leonard. I have waited for you for a very long time. He shot back with a raised eyebrow. You got the wrong guy. I'm Grey Boggy, the lowest of the low. I've got nothing for you. He pointed to his temple. You underestimate yourself. Your body may be a boggy, but the mind of an outsider has completely devoured the original soul inside. His eyes widened. Devoured, but what about Jem? The being nodded. Yes, devoured, like a big fish swallowing a smaller one. I see now. The name of this body is Jem, correct? How strange. Your memories are filled with internal monologues, and your behavior is also erratic. As he said this, Farron reached out a hand. I need to give you a proper examination. Jem threw up a hand to block him. Yelling no! That's enough! As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant light flared up. The being's cold face shifted to one of amusement as he took a small step back. Seems I went too far. I nearly lost myself to my own curiosity. My apologies. Jem didn't recognize the light either. What was that? The being's voice, though complimentary, was still deep and steady. Impressive, very impressive, even in this place. Your mind is already adapting to the new world and starting to take control. Jem couldn't help but scowl, annoyed. So now that you're out of my head, let's talk. Who are you? Not what role, but what entity? The being removed his mask, and behind it was just a void of cosmic space. Absolutely nothing. Jem wasn't all that surprised, figuring he had to be something out of the ordinary. He put his mask back on and replied, This is just my current state. If I don't find a descendant soon, this emptiness will just keep expanding. I subsist on the faith of those who believe in my master and his followers, especially those who worship me. Without that, I starve, and this place will consume me whole. Jem put the pieces together. So that's why you want to restore the empire. You need followers to keep from fading away. Farron didn't deny it, correct? The more people who believe in my master, the more I am restored. So come, let me grant you my power, and together we shall restore the world. Jem shot him down instantly. I refuse. The being was stunned. What? I've read enough history to know power like that is never free. There's always a catch. Not only that, you won't even tell me what this power entails, which is a massive red flag. So yeah, I refuse now. If you send me back, I'll wish you luck finding your next candidate. A heavy killing intent poured off of Farron. I could crush you like an insect. But even with the threat, Jem just calmly crossed his arms. You could, but I doubt you have enough juice left to pull it off. Trying that would cost you way more energy than you. If he got to spare. The being froze. Jem smirked, pressing his advantage. In fact, based on what I've seen, I think I can get out of this place without any of your help. Let's test that theory, shall we? Jem squeezed his eyes shut, and then snapped them open again. The arrogant punk cursed under his breath. Farron placed a hand on his forehead in a mocking gesture. Leaving isn't exactly a walk in the park. You know, Leonard, you were right, my power is limited. And the only way for me to recover enough energy to send you back is for you to become my partner. Jem shot back, annoyed. I don't like being threatened. The being tried to coax him. This is hardly a threat. It's simply a fair trade. I will give you the power you need to get out of here and make a name for yourself. And in return, you'll help me with a few things. How about this? The help I need is freeing my people and getting revenge on my enemies. Things that only someone like you can accomplish. My people are sealed away just like me. And whether you make a deal with me or not, my enemies will sooner or later become your enemies. Leo asked curiously. Are those the masked figures standing around Ennis's throne? The being explained, yes, I need their obedience, and so do you. Come on, Leonard, accept my offer. You were already prepared for the challenge ahead. I promise the power to free yourself is within your grasp, and all I need is for you to use that power to set me free. Come with me. I promise I won't lead you astray. He was already right in his face, pushing him to free them both. Leo finally gave in. All right, let's do it. Hearing this, Farron clapped his hands. Excellent. You won't regret this. Then he placed his palms on the sides of his head. All right, we have to. A surge of power shot into his brain, and smoke started pouring off his body. What the hell? What did you just do? As he spoke, Jem couldn't help but pass out. To me, Farron's image grew blurry. It will all be clear soon enough. Leonard, I'm looking forward to our wonderful partnership. Leo's eyes shot open, and he immediately sat up. Where am I? Rafa's eyes widened in shock. Leo's awake. VG said with a confident smile. See, he's tough. I told you I didn't kill him. He asked in confusion. How long was I out? The other guy replied. About 2 hours. Do you know what happened to you? He answered vaguely. Not really, everything's a blur. As Heeman was speaking with his arms crossed, a loud noise echoed. It's nothing. We just have to. Everyone's eyes snapped towards the sound. A crack appeared on the door covered in masks. Look, it's opening, VG asked Leo slyly. What a coincidence. He replied casually. Yeah, right. The door slowly creaked open. Ova asked curiously. I wonder where it leads. San replied. Only one way to find out. Everyone headed deep inside, with Leo's hand brushing past some branches. Rafa gasped in amazement at a small, ancient castle that looked more like a temple. VG warned. We need to be careful. There could be a hive nearby. The guy squinted, pointing in one direction. I don't think so. Look, rock-eating hives. If there was a hive here, this stone would be been worn down ages ago, Rafa praised. These buildings are beautiful. He couldn't help but agree. Yeah, whoever built them must be been a real architect. Leo pointed in one direction. Hey, that doesn't look very old. 2 statues that looked like they were made of gold appeared. How could they be so brand new? Maybe there's an invisible barrier protecting them. Who are these people? Next to it was a smaller statue. She pointed towards the other statue, and he stared at the ancient words on it. It said, She who betrayed her people for her love of a monster. Nice. Ova asked, quite surprised. You can read that? And he calmly replied, anyone who went to school can read Insadian. Grassa sighed in frustration. Insadian is everything that falls down here some H something. VG corrected him irritably. It's Rasa, not just some guy. He was the most famous goblin leader. So a lot of things are named after him. He waved his hand dismissively. I don't care what it's called. I just care if there's anything here worth taking. While Leo was sitting quietly on a wall, someone came up to talk to him. Leo, what's up? It feels like we've been growing apart. The guy replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. I just made a deal with a monster. That's all. What do you mean? He rubbed his chin. He said he'd solve our problems. Although I'm a little skeptical he's strong enough to help anyone. The kid asked worriedly. What if he's just using you? Leo calmly stated. He wants me to be his puppet emperor. Hearing that, the other guy got even more confused. What? Why would you agree to that? Feeling called out, Leo got a little defensive. I can handle him, don't worry. The kid pouted. I hope you know what you're redoing. Rafa came closer and asked, confused, are you talking to yourself? Leo didn't even try to deny it. Sometimes, yeah. Find anything yet? The girl sitting next to him asked. Nothing. What about you? Leo held up an old gun, an old weapon that looks like a magic wand. The girl asked curiously, can we still use this? His voice was flat. Only if you want to commit suicide. Looking at the gun, Rafa remarked, it looks pretty rusted out. For cut their conversation short, the temple grounds are clear. We found an exit and gathered some weapons. Game sat up and said that sounded pretty good. When Ova gets back, we'll see what's out there. What's the deal? Vij asked curiously, setting the weapon down. It talks about our hero, the one who cleanses his father's sins from us. I wonder who that is. From a distance, someone called out, hey everyone. Ova happily raised her hand and waved. Check out what I found stashed away. Ver frowned and asked, can you read it? She closed her eyes, touched him, and said playfully, "Nope, but you can." VG was practically fuming with anger. "And why should I do that?" The girl put on a cute face, trying to act sweet, "Because I'm adorable," but it had the complete opposite effect. Then Ova smirked. "And you need my magic to stay alive," V said irritably. "Damn it, let me think about it." Jen put on his hat. "Everyone's back. Let's get moving. We need to see if there are any better options than crashing in this abandoned temple for the night." Rafa asked curiously. "What do you think we'll find out there?" The other guy wasn't so sure. "I don't know. Let's just hope it's a better place than this." An old town was situated in a vast expanse, surrounded by forests and mountains. Him and the others ventured into the deserted old town to check things out. The sun was scorching, and the long abandoned houses were overgrown with moss. "Where are you going?" He suddenly bolted forward. The sorcerer yelled out in annoyance. "Where are you off to?" Game looked around bewildered and asked, "Jian, whose city is this?" He glanced around for a moment before answering. "It belongs to no one. This place is ancient and unlike anything I've ever seen before. Rasa maybe." After hearing that, he replied, "Beats me." Ver walked over to the sorceress Ova. "Do you know anything about this architecture?" "I've never seen this style of architecture before. I know there are many ancient ruins scattered across different levels, but this place is something else." She thought for a moment before answering, "No. But doesn't this place have a familiar scent? I can't explain it, but it feels like I've been here before." He knelt and touched the ground. "Interesting. I can feel a current of energy flowing through this place." VG concentrated, feeling it through his fingertips. "Even after all this time, I believe something here is still alive." So looked around and spoke up. "Maybe it's a frontier town. Could it be a mining settlement?" Game agreed. "That's possible." He looked back thoughtfully. "It's like one of those historical sites back home. Like someone tried to build a city from Earth right here." Rafa spoke in a gentle tone. "Find something you want to take home." Him pointed disdainfully at a statue. "Who would build crap like this?" The girl disagreed. "They re beautiful. They remind me of some murals we've seen." Him pointed in another direction with a scoff. "And that stuff too. What a waste!" "It's all just gold carved into those stone slabs in front of the houses." Each had a tall stone tablet engraved with strange, incomprehensible writing. Ver walked over to examine a tablet and spoke. "I wouldn't be so sure it's a waste. Unless we know their purpose, we can't judge whether they're reuseful or not." Jen agreed with him. VG said, "He's right. Something definitely happened here. Look at the energy flowing through this place." A faint, ethereal white smoke swirled around the stone tablet. He deduced that someone must have gone to great lengths to build this place, and its construction near a cave network rich with smoke crystals has to be connected. Him gave up arguing and made a suggestion. "All right, so they were not a total waste, but we should at least swipe a few things." VG glanced at him and replied, "Obviously, but first we need to find the source of these tremors. I want to know if anyone still runs this place." Everyone began to move deeper into the town. Game pointed as they walked. They all seemed to lead toward the city center. Rafa looked at him quizzically. "What's there?" Game spoke up, hopefully answers. The glaring sun beat down on the tall, massive buildings. The architecture of the houses was meticulously designed, looking both beautiful and magnificent. Stone tablets were placed in front of every house. The sorceress stared in awe, and even VG next to her couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredible!" A giant black orb appeared in front of everyone, and Game yelled excitedly, "That thing's massive. I'm totally mesmerized by that black orb." "Yeah, it's beautiful," Game marveled as he reached out to touch the orb. "So incredible." Seeing this, Rafa quickly socked him hard in the head. Game clutched his head in pain and slowly came to his senses. "Thanks, Rafa." Him was still captivated by the black orb. He moved closer to touch it. So beautiful. Just as Hem's hand was about to make contact, Jem quickly grabbed it to stop him. Hem was startled back to his senses, and Jem warned him seriously, "It's best not to touch that thing." He also got smacked in the head by San. Game looked back and said, "Interesting. Looks like it only affects the gray-skinned tribe." Rafa felt tense. "You think it's a trap?" Game shared his assessment. "We'd have to touch it to find out, and I don't think we should do that." She thought it over and agreed. "Yeah. You rewrite. Only a total bird brain would touch something that sketchy." He sharply picked up on something Rafa just said, "Birds." She asked confused, "What is it?" Game replied in a low voice, "Look around. Tell me what's missing." Rafa still didn't get it. She shrugged and guessed, "I don't know, birds." Game looked around and elaborated, "Not just birds, dirt, trash. This city has to be hundreds of years old, but the streets are spotless." Hearing that, Rafa started to realize how weird that was. So who's maintaining this city? Suddenly, a volley of arrows flew at them from out of nowhere. Vij yelled a warning, "Incoming!" Game quickly threw up his shield just in time. An arrow pierced straight through his shield, making Game's blood run cold. He looked up and saw a group of people aiming bows right at them, and he realized, "I think we just found our answer." Rafa looked at the enemies and asked, "You think we can communicate with them?" The figures above kept shouting incomprehensible things. Suddenly, one of them got hit and went down. Grasa roared in fury, "Shut your traps." Gave him a helpless look. I was about to say no. His face grew serious as he got into a stance and ordered, "All right, everyone get ready. Looks like we have to fight." The masked figures leaped down from above, weapons drawn. As the masked creatures charged into attack, Jem said, "Grab your weapon. I'm getting real tired of fighting." Jem was already in a fighting stance. "We both are," VG chimed in. "Make that all three of us." The mage wasn't backing down, her eyes filled with determination. "We all sick of it, Rafa. Get behind me." Hem's crew got into position as the masked creatures closed in. The two sides clashed in a brutal brawl. He and the others fought hard, sending enemies flying. A volley of arrows flew straight at Jem. He quickly ducked, nimbly dodging every single arrow. Jem shot a sharp glance behind him. He dodged an attack coming from a masked enemy's blind spot. Game looked at the guy and sneered. "Nice aim." He launched a direct counter-attack at the black masked figure. But it wasn't enough. The enemy clutched his stomach in pain. Staggering unsteadily, and muttering something in a strange language, Game couldn't understand it. And thought, "What language is that? It's not inside, and it's not a local dialect either." A moment later, the black-masked enemy collapsed. The others saw this and looked over with concern. He trembled as he tried to say something to his comrades. The blue-masked one replied in a language only they understood. The black-masked figure's hand began to dissolve into dust. Game glanced tensely at his crew. Him and Grasa were fighting desperately against the masked enemies. VG was completely focused, letting arrows fly one after another. A lot of enemies were getting hit by his arrows. The rest of their comrades just kept on charging. The mage and San held a defensive stance, ready to strike back. Game sized up the fight and decided, "I need to draw their fire to give everyone else some breathing room. They might be small, but they can't be underestimated." The blue-masked one raised a hand and gave a signal, speaking in that weird language. Game noticed it, a little surprised. All the other masked figures started to fall back toward the blue-masked one. Jem backed up, on high alert. Are they surrendering? No, they probably want me to fight this little guy. The blue-masked figure stepped forward all by himself and charged in to attack him. Game carefully sized up his opponent. This guy's mask is a different color. Why is that? He thought as he blocked the attack. He taunted, "You ain't all that, are you?" The blue-masked enemy stomped his foot hard on the ground to build momentum. He was spouting some weird nonsense as he charged into attack. Jean coldly stomped the blue-masked dude's spear into the ground, making him flinch in shock. He lost his patience and landed a hard kick on the blue-masked dude. "I ain't got time to mess with a training dummy like you." He clutched his chest in pain. The blue-masked dude sat up, pointed at Gabe, and kept shouting a bunch of nonsense. With his shield in one hand and spear in the other, he got serious about the fight. Guess playtime was over. Suddenly, a loud shout came. "Yo, shrimp! Get out of the way!" Jean whipped around, stunned. Damn it!" He booked it, looking totally freaked out. "Let me through!" The masked dudes were clueless and just stood there frozen, watching. A massive fireball came flying in fast. They got hit head-on and were instantly torched, only able to scream helplessly. One of them managed to make a break for it, but he ran right into Hank. Hank glared at the masked dude with a savage look. "Where do you think you re-going?" Seeing this, the blue-masked dude dropped to his knees in despair. He was stunned, muttering more gibberish that no one understood. A sharp arrow came flying in super fast. It nailed his buddy who was still burning right behind him. The blue-masked guy couldn't help but look over, totally surprised. In a flash, his buddy turned to dust, his mask clattering to the ground. Hank went over to help Gabe up, smiling happily. "About damn time." He pouted. "You were fine. I had to help the others first." He shot the mage an annoyed look. "A heads up next time, maybe." She tapped her head, embarrassed. "Sorry, did it go off a little bigger than I thought?" The blue-masked dude was on the ground, groveling at Vigi's feet. Hank walked over and asked, "Who are these clowns?" Gabe shared his theory. "I think they were apostles of Graham, one of your strategists." Reached down and grabbed the blue-masked one. "He'll tell us what we need to know." The moment Gabe touched him, the blue-masked dude just vanished, leaving only his mask and clothes behind, which left him completely stunned. Shouted a warning, "We got archers." He fired an arrow at the enemy, but it hit a stone slab and snapped in half. Jean saw that and laughed, teasing him. "And I thought you were supposed to be a sharpshooter." VG snapped, "Shut it." He turned back to the others to check on them. "Is everyone alright?" A tense Rafa suggested. "We were good, but a few of them got away. The sun's setting. We should head back to the cave." VG agreed. "That's a terrible plan. We have no idea what could be followed us up from the abyss." Jean stepped in to sort things out. "How about this? We take over a house on the edge of town and board it up before dark." Hank felt uneasy. "You think that'll be safe enough?" Jean couldn't promise anything. Only one way to find out. The sound of two people running frantically. Rosa, along with a woman carrying a young Gabe, were running for their lives as if escaping from someone. The woman shouted as she ran, "Don't stop! We were almost there!" Rosa looked back anxiously. "Where's Dad?" The woman reassured Rosa, "Your father is leading them away. Just keep running, sweetie." She and the girl scrambled towards a cave up ahead, when suddenly the silhouette of a monster loomed into view. The woman and Rosa froze in terror. The woman gritted her teeth, not daring to make a sound, her eyes showing extreme tension. The woman stared intently at the cave, not letting her guard down for a single second. Then she glanced back over her shoulder. The woman spotted a small crevice in the cave, just big enough to hide in. She placed Gabe inside it and told Rosa, "My sweet girl, I need you to take your brother as deep into this crack as you can go." She panicked, reaching for the woman. "Mom, no!" She gave Rosa and Gabe a stern warning. "I have to lead them away, and I need you two to stay in here and be completely silent when no one's around. Come out and run to the gate to get help from that person." She was incredibly anxious and stressed, but Mom, the woman cut her off, her face serious. "Rosa, this is the only way. I'm so sorry I have to make you do this by yourself, but I need you and Gabe to be safe. You'll do that for me, right?" She tried to argue, but she wouldn't listen, looking at Rosa with determination. "I need you to look after your brother." She squeezed her eyes shut, reluctantly obeying. The woman, relieved, gave a gentle smile. "That's my girl." Suddenly, a noise echoed nearby, and she whipped her head around in panic. "It's coming!" "Get in the crevice, now." Rosa spun around and pulled her brother, rushing him. "Come on, hurry!" Their mother gave them a soft smile before she left. "I love you both." Jem and Rosa were the only ones left, sitting quietly in the crevice, just like their mom told them to. A massive monster stormed past the mouth of the cave. He was so terrified when he saw it that he started bawling. She quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and shushed him. It was dead quiet outside now. No sign of the monster anywhere. He slowly calmed down. Jem and Rosa were on edge, constantly peeking outside. Suddenly, one of the monster's huge claws hooked into the crevice. Its massive claw snagged Jem's pants, and he freaked out, screaming and fight. Jem kept yelling, "Rosa, help me!" In a flash, the monster yanked him outside. She desperately reached for him but missed. Rosa was completely panicking. She looked around, shouting, "Jem, where are you?" Then a creepy voice echoed, "Where's your brother?" Hug Rosa. She flinched, instantly on guard. "Mom, Dad." The hazy figures of her parents appeared, looking horrifying. The chilling voice kept going, "We told you to watch him. How could you let him get killed?" Rosa broke down, sobbing as she tried to explain. "Mom, I didn't. I tried. I really tried." Bloody footsteps drew closer. "You have to be punished." The shadows of two terrifying monsters lunged at her, and she squeezed her eyes shut, throwing her arms up to protect herself. Rosa shot up in bed, drenched in a cold sweat. She tiredly sat up and mumbled to herself, "Another nightmare." Rosa touched her forehead. Her head hung low as she sobbed. With puffy eyes and a heavy heart, she brushed her hair. She ate by herself. Just as she was about to open the door and leave, a voice stopped her. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Rosa jumped and looked over. "Oh, morning, ghost." He was leaning against the wall. "Nightmare again?" he asked. She nodded sadly. "Yeah, the day we lost our parents." Ghost said with concern, "You should take the day off. I'll cover for you." Rosa leaned back against the wall and let out a dry laugh. "Can't do that. There weren't enough people to run the mushroom farm as it was. Too many got shipped off to the mines. And if she didn't work, nobody would eat." He sighed, feeling helpless. "All right, I get it. Just don't overdo it, okay?" She nodded. "Okay, any word from the expedition?" Ghost shook his head, looking uneasy. "Sorry." He gestured with his hands, trying to explain and calm her down, "but hey, they've only been gone a couple of months. I'm sure we'll hear something. Your brother's tough. I'm sure he's fine." She was filled with disappointment. Lep is tough, but Jem. Rosa straightened up, looked at Ghost, sighed, and tried to pull herself together. She gave a small smile and said, "You rewrite, Ghost. I need to stay positive." Rosa went up on her toes. She shyly planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Rosa waved, her smile bright. "Thanks for looking out for me. See you tonight." He turned bright red, touching his cheek as he stammered back, "Yek, see ya." A ton of food was laid out on a long counter. Rosa stood in the food line, stretching. She looked down at her plate and muttered, "Cheese again. They were sure treating us good, huh?" She glanced at the cup beside her plate and thought, "Mushroom beer, too. Haven't had this in a minute." She picked up her sandwich. They were probably worried another riot's gonna break out with all the work piling up, Rosa thought as she ate. Whatever. Not my problem. Suddenly, some chatter made her turn her head. "Yo, you hear about that beatdown?" Rosa wiped her mouth, her ears automatically tuning into the next table's conversation. "Hey, you hear about that brawl?" One of the three elf girls, the resident gossip queen, dished. "Some goblin tried to make a move on an elf chick, so her crew beat him down." Rosa glanced over, a spoon in her mouth for again. Abalagda asked, looking skeptical. What do you mean, again? The girl spilled. Didn't the same thing happen last week? Lo frowned, trying to remember, then chimed in, she's right, goblins are always pulling that kind of grimy crap. Abalagda shot to her feet, clenching her fists, her voice full of rage. Those filthy goblins. I want to smoke every last one of them. A green-skinned dude nearby whipped his head around when he heard her shout. Lore gritted her teeth and hissed, Yo Abalagda, keep your voice down. You trying to get us busted? She just pointed calmly behind her who, nobody here is gonna snitch. The only one who could hear was that weirdo chick over there. All three of them turned to look where Abalagda was pointing. The weirdo chick was just the harmless Rosa, sitting on a rock. She looked around, confused. My bad. Lore quickly turned back to her friend, Abalagda. You remaking a scene. Riza scowled too. Cut it out. You re-scaring her. She suddenly looked interested. Hey, you wanna roll with us? Rosa was totally bewildered. For real. Lori smirked. Don't worry, we don't bite, she teased, thinking about the past. But Abalagda just might. She got embarrassed and had to pretend to snap. It was one time, just one time, and you guys never let it go, Lori pointed, introducing everyone. By the way, I'm Lori. This is Riza, and that's Abalagda. She's just grumpy, 'cause she's worried about her little brother. She's a bit reserved. I'm Rosa. Is your brother on the expedition? Mine is too. Abalagda crossed her arms, scowling. That idiot followed some Moran gang leader off to fight. Rosa immediately let her guard down. Her attitude was exactly the same when she thought about Jem. My brother too. All because of some Moran gang leader, she said lightly. Abalagda is the reason we got shipped to this farm. She got so pissed at her brother that she decked the foreman. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Stunned for a moment, seriously. Abalagda rolled up her sleeves, showing off her bulging, veiny muscles. He had it coming, Riza chimed in. That's why no guy wants to get near you. You re worse than a dude. She bared her teeth in a sneer. I have boyfriends, you know, lots of them. The kid remembered all the times guys who tried to hang out got put in a headlock by Abalagda and dragged away like a sack of potatoes. They were victims, not boyfriends, her pride wounded. She clamped her huge hands over Riz's jaw. How dare you? As Rosa was wandering around, she heard Kwai call her from behind. Glad I found you. She sighed, McCurque. Don't make fun of me. He leaned against the wooden door, grinning. Just messing with you, kid. You lost. Rosa closed her eyes, enjoying a moment of peace. No, I'm just taking a walk to clear my head. Kwai seemed to see right through her. Missing Jem, huh? If you're feeling lonely, feel free to stop by my shop. I don't get many customers here, and I could use the company. Rosa peeked into the shop, which was full of wooden furniture and machinery. Everyone's gone on the expedition. He didn't try to hide it from her, or into the mines. Even so, things are about to change, Rosa asked curiously. Did you hear something? Kui suddenly looked worried. Well, I heard a messenger arrived this morning. She pressed for more. A messenger from the expedition. What did they say? He glanced away. Nobody knows. The blue crew held a council meeting and wouldn't let anyone in. A worried expression slowly crept onto Rosa's face. Do you think they were okay? What if Jem? Koi put a hand on her shoulder. Rosa, don't go looking for bad news. Unless you really want to find it. Rosa hesitated. You're right. He bowed his head slightly, putting on a calm front. Of course I am. Who wouldn't be worried? She pulled the saw, cutting a large mushroom in half, when a voice suddenly called out. Rosa. Rosa rushed over in a panic. Rosa, you need to hide. Rosa calmly asked for the reason hide. Why? The kid wiped the sweat from her forehead. There's a foreman looking for you. Huger is holding him off. But he can't stall for long. She had a strange feeling she knew who it was. Why would they? Riza, what does he look like? Riza rubbed her chin, trying to remember. The foreman. Skinny, tense, kinda handsome, weird eyebrows. Rosa knew exactly who it was and rushed off to see. Meanwhile, Huger lost his cool, throwing a flurry of punches at those. I won't let you mess with the girls. He dodged but didn't fight back, just holding up his hands to surrender. And I'm trying to tell you, the guy didn't seem to hear a single word. You guys are always trying to take them away! Those realized the situation was getting more tense. His nerves stretched to the breaking point. Just listen to me, will you? As the next punch came, he managed to catch it in his arms. The tables turned in the blink of an eye. The next second, those successfully slammed Huger to the ground. Rosa ran over in a panic. Those, stop. Don't hurt him! She reluctantly stepped in to break it up. Thanks for looking out for me. I'm sorry, but he's my friend. Rosa strode over to him. Thus, what's wrong with you? You can't just barge into the farm like this. Those looked completely worn out, struggling to speak. The expedition was ambushed and Jem. When she heard the news, it felt like her world came crashing down. With no mental shield to protect her, Rosa buried herself in Thos's arms, unwilling to face reality. At that moment, a new day began. The sky outside clear and filled with sunlight. In some abandoned house, Viggo stood pressed against the window frame, his eyes warily scanning the outside. He turned back to see Jem and Rafa were awake and teased. The lovebirds are up. The girl cut him off. Annoyed, shut up, Vigo! He walked over to the kitchen where Jem was cooking. I didn't even know you could cook. He shot back bluntly. Where I'm from, you either cook for yourself, or you starve. Rafa pretended to just be looking outside. While poking at the food, honestly, starving sounds better than eating whatever you cooked up. Snapped back. Nobody's forcing you to eat it. All their noise made the mage rub her eyes and wake up. Yo, can you two keep it down? I barely got any sleep last night on this busted-ass rug. He shot her a dirty look. You shut up, for someone talking so much now. You were snoring like a freight train. The mage jumped to her feet, glaring at VG. What did you just say to me? He shot back just as pissed. Silence is golden, kid. Learn to shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you. She wasn't scared at all, and just provoked him. You just try me. Just as things were getting heated, brought the food over. All right? You guys, chill out, breakfast is ready. The mage turned to him, annoyed. You too. Was totally confident. Go ahead and try to fry me, but you can kiss dessert goodbye. Her attitude did a complete 180, her face totally lighting up. Dessert, you for real made it. For me? Was just helpless when it came to the mage. You said you wanted something sweet, didn't you? Now go get Grasa and San. They re out in the front hall. She immediately agreed, happily skipping outside. Rafa looked at him curiously. So you remaking sweets for Ova now, huh? Mumbled, well, she asked for it. Before long, everyone was gathered around the table. Grasa was chowing down and praising him. This is actually fire, Jem asked him. But where'd you even score meat and veggies? Glanced away, thinking, then answered. I caught a few critters and found some vegetable patches with busted fences at a couple of houses. Hearing that, the old man spat out the food he just put in his mouth. Grasa was choking and coughing, and someone asked him worriedly, you good, Grasa? He was sweating, turning to look at him. Wait, you for real don't know what a farm is? Crossed his arms, annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? I've seen a mushroom farm before, VG, sitting across from him, added. Yeah, but he has no clue what a topside farm looks like. Grasa looked at him, surprised. For real. VG explained, sadly, yeah, very few elves have ever seen the world up top, and the ones who come up to hunt get taxed to hell and back. He had a look of total disbelief on his face. How do you people even stand it? I'd go insane if I couldn't see the sky. He looked at Grasa seriously. We won't be like this for much longer. Bungo's tyranny is gonna spark a riot soon. He'll try to crush it, and then a full-blown rebellion will break out. He looked doubtful, but your leader would go along with it, right? VG calmly replied, in the past, maybe. But now Jira has isolated the neighboring nations and uprisings have already kicked off. It won't be long before the goblins have to spread their forces way too thin. He turned to ask Jem, you notice how food prices have been changing? He just nodded in reply. VG continued, they were using slave labor for mining instead of farming, so the food supply is starting to dry up. Jem looked up at him, sizing him up. And you just waiting for the right moment to make your move, huh? VG lowered his head with a small smirk. I'm not gonna deny it. His eyes had a calculating glint. Chaos breeds opportunity, and I intend to seize that opportunity to become the new chief. Everyone at the table gasped in unison. What the hell? Sen turned to question VG. You re-saying that so openly. Don't you know who us mercenaries work for? We'd get a fat reward for turning you in. He just smirked. Come on, San. Your men were sacrificed. Don't pretend you don't hate his guts just as much as we do. He glanced over at Grasa. The old man nervously avoided San's gaze. He tried to deny it. I don't know what you talking about. Pulled a potch from his pocket. Of course you don't. Just know that you'd be helping the entire elven race if you keep your mouth shut about me. He confidently tossed the small bag onto the table. And we all friends here, right? San suspiciously opened the pouch. Inside were a bunch of green gemstones. He calmly sat back down, tucking the treasure into his own bag. I guess we are friends, huh? After San took his cut, he tossed the rest to Grasa. He quickly snatched it. Yeah, best friends for life. The mage, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up. So what about me? What do I get? Baji rubbed his chin, thinking, as for you, you get your freedom and the entire library of magic scrolls from the elven chief and his cronies. She immediately shot him a thumbs up. Deal. Crossed his arms, not looking concerned at all. You don't need to give me anything. I'm not part of this. He didn't seem surprised. Course, I expected as much. I just need you to not get in the way, for the good of our people. Then turned to look at Rafa and Jem. And Rafa was on board with Leo. He tapped the table, calculating. I gotta admit, I'm not sure what to offer you, Leo. I suspect your goal is the same as mine. He smiled at Vigo. I think my goal is a little higher than yours. The old man smirked slyly. You really think I'm just aiming to get my seat back as the Goblin chief? That's just the foundation for something much bigger, Jay guessed. A king. Vigo chuckled softly. An emperor. Can you even compare yourself to the executioner himself? Hank spoke up, amused, sweet. This old dude wants to be another Goma. He crossed his arms and stated bluntly, Goma had ambition but lacked vision. He brought about his own downfall, and I won't make that same mistake, and neither will you, right, Leo? He calmly refuted Vigo's words. No, there have been many great kingdoms and empires throughout history, Vigo. And there will be many more, but sooner or later they all fall. Mine will outlast them all. The old man hesitated, guessing, so you want immortality. Jay immediately denied it. No, a legacy that will last forever. The two of them stared seriously into each other's eyes, as if trying to read the other's mind. Vigo burst out laughing. All right then. I guess my offer will remain on the table. We'll see who reaches the top first, won't we? Hank broke the tension. If you two are done, can we get back to eating before my stew gets cold? The mage also urged them on impatiently. Hurry up, I want dessert. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Hold on a sec, Hank. Since everyone's gathered here, there's something important I want to discuss with all of you. Deep within countless majestic mountain ranges, an ancient, abandoned complex was overgrown with green moss. Sunlight streamed through the dust-covered dome. Stones of all sizes were thrown hard against a wall. Grayson, squatting on the ground and fiddling with something, spoke up. What's the point of us still exploring these damn ruins anyway? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jay stood with his hands on his hips, remarking, this building is special. It's different from the others. Just then, Grayson suddenly hurled a huge boulder and asked, so what? That doesn't mean we need to risk our lives to find out what's inside. If you keep asking me that, you're just wasting time. Beside him, someone else immediately replied, nobody's making you, so drop the jaw-jacking. Suddenly, the mage holding his staff asked seriously, don't you want to go back to the other Dekeeks? Grayson. Hearing this, Gray hoisted another rock onto his shoulder, saying nothing. A moment later, he pressed his cheek against it, whispering, no, you and Goza are cool, but the rest of them can die in a ditch for all I care. As soon as he finished, Jay immediately wondered, isn't there anyone special you want to go back to? Hearing that, Grayson tossed the rock up and growled, you had to remind me. I thought I'd found one. But before we left, I went back home and found her getting with some other dude. After that, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and laugh loudly. Seeing this, Jay immediately broke into a cold sweat. I guess that's a reaction from the pain. Just then, Grayson spoke again. Don't worry about it. She did me a favor. I always hated that guy and I challenged him to a one-on-one for what he did. Suddenly, the mage leaned forward, stunned, and asked, what happened? Meanwhile, Gray narrowed his eyes judgmentally. She can have him, but she won't be having any kids with him. His words made everyone there fall silent, not knowing what to say. A moment later, the mage from a distance asked calmly, you don't have parents. Hearing that, Gray lowered his head slightly, and answered casually probably, but they were out there somewhere. I was raised by a crew until I was old enough to strike out on my own. As he finished, the mage unconsciously touched his cheek, lost in thought. I thought life on the surface would be easier, but it seems like it's not much different. Just then, Sand dragged a large log over and said coldly, it depends on where you are. Some places let you have a better life, others not so much. Vigo, sitting on a high rock, turned his head in complete astonishment. It doesn't matter where you live, your life is only what you make of it. You either control your life, or someone else controls you. Grayson did what he had to do. Just like all of us, Grayson stared intently at the newcomer, and said in a low voice, you saying something smart to a Grayan. Hearing this, Vigo retorted sarcastically, the truth ain't smart, it just is. Down below, Rafe shot the other man a look and clicked his tongue. It wasn't smart to hang around outside much longer. People would notice their whole crew was gone. As a heavy door slowly creaked open, Jem, holding his shield, warned from behind, be careful. We have no idea what we're gonna find in here. At that moment, everyone's eyes went wide with shock. Race then admitted, this is definitely not what I was expecting. Vijamhem's eyes went wide in awe. Whoa, this is spectacular. For once I agree with Race. Nearby, Sam was sweating bullets, his curiosity piqued. Who could have built a place this huge? And why is it here? Is that an audience chamber? But where's the throne? Afterwards they all slowly moved deeper inside. Race looked up again and commented, this is definitely the throne spire we saw from the outside. Up ahead, a brilliant light suddenly flared. Sam leaned back to dodge it. Looks like it, and what's your plan for these bands? The sorceress furrowed her brow, deep in thought. They look like the connectors in the cave shrines. Her long ears twitched. These are probably lines etched to connect different runes to each other to perform specific functions. There should be a control rune here. As her hand brushed against a symbol on the stone, a voice suddenly spoke up beside her. Found it. Purple smoke snaked along the inscription in front of the sorceress. Seeing this, she panicked and quickly denied it. That wasn't me! I just wiped it a bit. I didn't put any mana into it. In the distance, the stone pillars started doing the exact same thing. Rafe and Jem grew more agitated. They definitely activating. Slim, what should we do? Just wait, and suddenly, a blue hologram appeared, saying, welcome. The figure spread its arms and continued, welcome to the city of Paris, one of the newest frontier cities established by the great Ez and his followers, dedicated to. Hearing this, Race's face immediately filled with confusion. Graham. The wise Graham, after hearing the figure's words. Race then asked, please tell me how I can assist you. Dedicated to. That means you are not Graham. It replied in a serious tone. I am the artificial administrator of this city, manufactured at Kramka 35. My mission is to keep this facility operational until Kram's inevitable return. The moment it finished speaking, Rafe raised his longsword and demanded, OP, what the hell is that thing? The administrator, however, was unnervingly calm as it reassured them. Do not be afraid, young ones. I mean no harm to beings of flesh and blood. I exist only to serve the city and my master. Race couldn't help but start sweating bullets. I don't think it could hurt us. Not right now anyway. Hearing this, the administrator calmly agreed. That is correct, citizen. However, I do not have your designation. Please state your name so I may enter it into my system. Race stared intently at the figure and replied, Lup. My name is Elp. The moment he spoke, the administrator responded, thank you, and yes, Citizen Elp, I will not bring harm to you or any of your companions. Nearby Vij had an arrow knocked on his bow. Are you the leader of this place? The two engaged in a brief conversation. You are Citizen Viji. If by leader you mean a chieftain or a king, then that is incorrect, Citizen Viji. I am merely the administrator of this city. Race remarked once more like a central processor. Really, the administrator immediately cut to the chase. That is a reasonable analogy. Citizen Ulp, now how may I assist you? Race answered without hesitation. We want to see your archives. The administrator immediately gestured with its hand. Very well. Another heavy door began to open. You will find my archives at the end of the corridor. Now if you will excuse me, I must return to my duties. Suddenly Race had another question. Hold on, what if we need your help again? The administrator replied as it slowly began to disappear. Since you possess the administrator's key, there is very little I can do that you cannot. Citizen Lulp, you should not require any further assistance. Have a pleasant day. After it vanished, Rafe looked at Race, completely bewildered. Administrator's key. What was that all about? V, standing nearby, chimed in, Yellow P. What did he mean by that? The administrator completely vanished. Rafe muttered curiously, administrator's key. Hearing him, Race looked away, seeming a bit evasive. What's he talking about? Man, I'm not so sure. Suddenly Grass ran up from behind, and yo, we've got trouble. There's a whole crew of masked freaks posted up outside the building. The words had barely left his mouth when Hem, in disbelief, frowned and screamed, bullshit. Did that 35-year-old dude betray us or what? He looked towards the door and added, if he did that, then the path he opened for us is a trap. We should find another way out. At this, Sam gritted his teeth, absolutely furious. Do we even have time for that? But Viju was hesitant. No, I'm not sure. Jen also broke out in a cold sweat. Well then, we don't have many options. He raised the shield in his hand and ordered, Grass ahem, Jayan, push that tower closer to the door to block it. They'll hold them off for a bit. Link up with us when you're done. Hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, Got it! Jem looked back and called to the rest, let's move. The four of them, 2 guys and 2 girls, bolted forward. After a moment, Jem pointed to a wall covered in countless lines of text. Viji, what does this mean? Viji quickly put a hand to his chin, thinking I need a minute. Meanwhile, Go walked up to Jem and asked, I'm guessing this isn't a trap, but Jem didn't want to hear any of it. Save it for when we all out of here. Suddenly, Hem ran up out of nowhere with an update. Alright, we blocked the door, but hearing this, Jem asked, feeling a bit helpless, but what? Hem immediately spoke up. You remember how Grassa said there was a group of those things? This made Jem a little curious. Yeah, Hem, remembering the massive horde, continued, it wasn't a group, it was an army, like a legit army. After hearing that, Jem quickly turned to the silver-haired man. So we need to get out of here now. Vigi immediately nodded. Alright, I think I've got it. It seems like this building is organized by floor and room number. And this is a list of those locations. Jen stared at it intently and said, so it's a directory for this building. I get it, does it list any exits? However, Vigi disagreed. No, but I think there's a room that could be really useful to us right now. As soon as he finished, Jem didn't hesitate to ask, what room is it? And Vigi replied, the city armory. Him looked over at a row of sharp spears, sweating bullets. Tell me I'm not dreaming. This is all iron, right? Elsewhere, Grass held up a metal hammer and remarked, nah, it's even better than that. Steel. At the same time, Jem waved his hand and coldly commanded, go check all the rooms and find a weapon that suits you. We're gonna need the best weapons we can get. He looked at the silver-haired man, VG, who couldn't help but ask, what is it? Jem suddenly lowered his voice. I know you probably just wanted a weapon for yourself, but thanks for pointing this place out. Hearing this, VG immediately held up a hand. Spare me the pity. Arming everyone just increases my own chances of survival. At this, Jem put his hands on his hips, his tone full of excitement. Yeah. He observed the weapon lying on the table. Jen commented bluntly, impractically extravagant. It looks like a commander's weapon. His hand reached for a longsword, but Jem suddenly pulled it back, clenching it into a fist. He furrowed his brow. However, his gaze suddenly landed on another weapon. Wait, why is there no dust on it? His eyes scanned the room. All the other weapons seemed to be covered in dust, and sweat dripped down his face, but this one was clean. Jem gripped the weapon in front of him. He looked it over, saying, "It's got some serious weight and is really well balanced. Not bad." At that moment, a notification appeared. New authorized user detected. Beginning recalibration. Instantly, a tremor shot through it, leaving Jem confused. What the? A moment later, the system provided another update. Synchronization complete. Jem lowered his gaze, completely bewildered. 6 years of data finalizing. Physical baseline established. A blinding light erupted from the weapon. Beginning user optimization. Jem cried out in pain, gritting his teeth and clenching his jaw. After a moment, Jem blinked his eyes open. The pain was gone. He held up the weapon, noticing it felt lighter now. Game heard Rafa and the mage going back and forth, saying this room was some special project workshop. I don't know if we should be going in there. Could be real dangerous. On the other side, VG chimed in. Then you can just wait outside. We're gonna go check it out. We could hear them talking from the other side of the room like they were right next to us. Just then, the system popped up with another message. This has upgraded your current form for optimal combat performance. Upgrades include enhanced senses. All of a sudden, Game looked up at its head. He asked, "Hold up, you can talk." Instantly, a line of text popped up. This unit can perform multiple advanced functions. What can I do for you, master? Game was totally thrown, Well, at that exact moment, the system software blared a red alert, alert. Enemies incoming, hostiles approaching. Up ahead, a ton of shadowy figures were rushing toward them. Hem was stunned, thinking, what the hell are these things? Meanwhile, VG picked up a sword and commented. The sign outside said this was the Armory's special project workshop. Looking at the condition and quality of these weapons, I'd say this is where they developed and stored a lot of unique gear. As soon as he said that, Hem got curious. Say what? But the mage spoke up, her voice trembling. He thinks this is where they keep the really good stuff. But this place is giving me the creeps. She closed her eyes, drifting into her subconscious. I can feel it from all of them. Someone used the mist to forge new weapons by mixing it with metal. Meanwhile, Hem was sweating bullets. You can do that. Hearing that, VG slowly explained. Look, my friend was challenged, and I have to defer to our female companion here. I'm not a mage. And I'm not a blacksmith either. The mage touched her chin, thinking the mage totems we use for magic are made from mist crystals. So it's definitely possible. But who would want to make weapons that only mages can use? We were not exactly the best fighters. Just then, VG pulled out a rack full of weapons, saying, unless they weren't made for mages, but for someone else. Hearing this, Hem got super curious. You don't mean? VG calmly turned back and explained, only one way to find out. We found some finished weapons, so they must be stored somewhere. His eyebrows furrowed just like this. At the same time, it looked like Game sensed something. Rafa noticed right away and asked, Lep, what's up? Game cut straight to the chase. Where is everyone else? The second he said that, Rafa and Sez's eyes went wide as they answered. They were just here a minute ago. What's wrong? Game immediately glanced around and ordered. We need to get out of here, now. He hadn't even finished talking when a super loud noise echoed out. The leader of the bird-masked crew pointed right at them. Seeing this, Graz raised his golden axe. Damn it. A tense San, who was nearby, asked, is there another way out? Rafa grimaced, just the windows, and they were all bared up. Game, on the other hand, was totally calm. Then I guess we'll have to fight our way out. Rafa got behind Sanny. At that same moment, one of them suddenly leaped in front of San. Without hesitating, VG slammed his axe into the guy's back. Game also quickly raised his weapon to try it out. Let's see what UV got. He stabbed another one straight through the head. Are these guys always this slow? Or is that you? The system popped up with a notification. This sword will serve you, master. Use me to strike them down, kill them. Kill them! Then, with a single slash, he took out 3 of them at once. Only their cloaks and masks were left scattered on the ground. Game looked at the blade of his weapon and muttered, not bad. His eyes then darted to the side. Game ducked to leave, growling, Grassa, on me. We need to shut those doors before more of them show up. Hearing that, Grassa immediately slammed the bird-masked guy's body to the ground. On my way, the 2 of them entered a room and quietly closed the door. Game didn't waste a second, ordering, bar the door before they get here. Why do I suddenly feel so weak? But then he realized something was off. Does that buff only work when I'm holding it? Meanwhile, Grassa kept rushing him. Hurry up, gray skin, there's a whole mob of them out there. Game could only relent. Alright, my bad. Elsewhere. Sand stopped pounding on the door. Get out of the way. Countless makeshift door wedges were knocked aside. Lying in a mess, Sam said grimly. I'm not sure how long that'll hold. And Hank still seems clueless. Damn, did we miss something? Just then Jean, standing opposite them, said looks like someone just got back from a shopping spree. Immediately, Herman picked up a gleaming weapon in admiration. So sick, we found a place with a stash of weird weapons out back. V also raised his sword. It seems to be some kind of workshop. Most of the weapons were incomplete, but it looks like these two were finished. Rafa, facing the mage, asked, you didn't get anything. The mage immediately let out a huff. I've already got my staff. Meanwhile, Jay was still examining the other weapons, which looked like they were made of steel. Herman immediately commented, it's even better than steel. Eva said it contained mist crystals. Hearing that, Jay wondered, wouldn't that make the weapons more brittle? The moment he said that, VG glanced at the weapon. These things seem to be designed to channel mana in some way, although I still don't know how. Hearing this, Jay glanced away. Sword bro, are these weapons like you? The system immediately provided information. They are the creations of a great master, but your companions are primitives, unable to unlock their potential. At this, Hank broke out in a cold sweat. What do you mean we can't get out? We just need to make an exit. Then he slowly turned away and placed a hand on the wall. Alright, let's do this. He got into position to swing his weapon, and an explosion immediately went off, as the thick white smoke cleared. An escape hole was revealed. Jay looked up. What are you talking about? The system announced once again. This means they will not be able to unlock the full potential of the weapons. That is only a fraction of what they are capable of, Jay replied. Useful info. Tell me more about them. Nice one, Herman, but the guy just kept kissing his weapon. This is my new baby, isn't she? Rafa peeked out from behind the wall. Looks great, Hank urged them on. Let's go everyone, the big baby's got his smashing toy now. After they got outside, VG commented sarcastically. We shouldn't have let him have that axe. But Jay stopped him. Don't be a buzzkill. It's making him happy. Hearing that, VG just sighed as if he couldn't take it anymore. A moment later, Jay raised his weapon and asked, any enemies nearby? The system announced, enemies have been drawn by the noise, but I can guide you. Sir, I will lead your party to safety. Hearing this, Jay quickly announced, my weapon says more enemies are coming. We'd better get moving, which left VG a bit confused. Your weapon can talk. However, Jay brushed it off, waving his hand and saying, I'll explain later. Let's go. Jay ducked behind a wall to observe the masked figures. The other three were extremely tense, speaking one after another. There are so many of them. What do we do now? Yeah, they're everywhere. The best thing to do is get the hell out of the city as soon as possible. Right, but which way do we run? Just then, the system delivered a notification. Attention, a group of losers is approaching from the south. Please proceed the nearest teleportation shrine to evacuate. After hearing this, Jay was perfectly calm. Alright. So I guess they're coming from the south. Where's the nearest shrine? Suddenly, the system interjected. Wait a moment. Searching for the city's teleportation shrine. It is north of our current position. Move quickly and get to the gate immediately, sir. The current survival odds are not in your favor. After a moment, Jay waved his hand, signaling. Let's move. Can't these people just leave us alone? How many do we have to kill before they get the message? Do they even care that they're dying? Meanwhile, the system continuously provided information. They are the failed experiments of the creator, abandoned and left to their own devices. Putting them down is an act of mercy. As for Jay, he asked while running, what about K35? Something tells me he's not just a manager. The system then recreated an illusion of manager K335, who played a key role as an assistant to a founder. He was the sole observer of the founder's final great experiment. As soon as the system finished, Jay immediately understood. I get it. And what did that great experiment entail? The system explained. To find a way to elevate the citizens without using the creator's power, the eldest son sought to empower them, to serve them, just as his father had done. At this, Jem's eyebrows furrowed. This creator with the power to elevate others. Could that be him? The system immediately replied. I have no record of his presence during the final experiment. Jem glanced from side to side. Of course not. That would have made things too easy. The system stated without hesitation, from your position, the nearest temple is visible. Suddenly, Jem ordered them to stop. This made Veggie a bit curious. What's up? As soon as he finished, Jem quickly replied, we can see a temple from here. Did anyone else spot it? But Veggie was still completely confused. Why was he looking for a temple, and how did he know it was visible from here? Hearing this, Jem looked left and right. I remember seeing one before we got to the city. If it's like the ones on the lower floors, it should be able to teleport us out of here. V agreed, convenient. If that's true, suddenly, the mage holding a staff pointed forward. It's over there, see? Sen replied, trembling slightly. It's just outside the north gate. On top of the hill is something yellow. Rafa immediately looked at Jem and asked, awesome, right, Elp? But he didn't seem very happy. Maybe not. Then, Jem ordered someone else. Ova, it's a teleportation temple, alright. How long will it take to get us out of here? The mage immediately put a hand to his chin. I can't say for sure, but it'll take some time. As soon as he finished, Jem immediately tilted his head. That's what I was afraid of, Rafa asked. Sweating bullets, what's wrong? Then Jem explained. That hill looks pretty exposed. The moment we get up there, they'll spot us, especially with Ova casting his spell. Hen furrowed his brow. Should we wait until nightfall? However, the mage shot back sarcastically, you idiot, that'd be even worse. The ritual will create a lot of light. But Viji was very calm. Maybe we need a diversion, Jem said in a serious tone. I don't think we can keep them all occupied. Some of them will run for the hill if they see something happening. As soon as he finished, Viji frowned and added, however, it could still buy us some time. Some of us will start a fire in the south to distract them, while the others secure the hill. Hearing this, Jem just thought in silence. Suddenly, Jem raised his hand and called out, alright, any volunteers? VG furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, I'm the fastest runner here, so I'll go. Hearing this, Jem immediately agreed. Okay, that's great, but you shouldn't go alone, Hem. You go with him. As soon as he finished, Hem got a little angry with him. Seeing this, Jem quickly interjected, you're the second fastest runner here, and you've got a new axe, right? Just try not to bury it in VG's back, alright? As much as he might deserve it, we need him. So Hem just sighed, fine whatever, but you better wait for me before you leave. After that, Jem said loudly, we'll start moving as soon as we see smoke. Get there immediately. Meanwhile, Hen was dragging a plank with something on it. He used his hands to push it all into a tall pile. This is all I could find from that house. Most of this stuff is flammable since it's rotted. Added to the pile, I couldn't find much either. But this should be enough to get their attention. Hem threatened angrily. You could help, VG was also busy working. I am helping. This will help us get away before the fire starts, increasing our chances of survival. Hearing this, Hem immediately squinted one eye. Yeah, I know, good thinking. A moment later, VG held up a tightened rope, feeling conflicted. Aren't you praising me? However, Hem put on an indifferent face. Yeah, whatever, don't get used to it. As soon as he finished, VG lowered his head slightly. I won't. I doubt I'll need to. Your kind always dies in battle too young, but Hem still questioned him. Yo, what's that supposed to mean? Hearing this, Vig said very calmly. Exactly what it sounds like. All emotion and no restraint. If it weren't for me, Vac, or Lep, you would have been dead a long time ago. The words had barely left his mouth when Heman chimed in, hey, I'm not the only one who keeps losing his lieutenants, although I gotta admit, Jem's got a sweet axe. Vij couldn't help but grit his teeth in fury, and Hem, spoiling for a fight, shot back, so you finally showing your true colors, huh? Alright, let's throw down. Nice act, you moron, your dumb move led them right to us. We resurrounded. Elsewhere. Jem and the system were talking in his mind. Any creatures around the shrine? Negative, the losers are all holed up in the city. He closed his eyes, pleased. Good behind him. Vetch put his hands on his hips and said, I don't think this is a good idea. Suddenly the system blared another warning. Stranger detected. At the same time, Vetch added, sorry Jem, I think this is our best shot at getting out of here. He pointed to the sharp tip of the weapon. I'm not talking about your plan. I'm talking to her. Vetch was totally confused. The sword is a she. Vetch slowly processed this. There's a girl's soul in there. But something feels wrong. You shouldn't trust her. Ignoring the system's warning, Jem thought. You were getting in the way. You are obstructing my master, Vetch kept judging. She feels distorted, broken. The system immediately shot back. Lies. This is her complete form, ready to purge the world of sin for the glory of the Empire. After that, Vetch stood in the back with his arms crossed. See what I mean? That's just crazy. There's a reason Ulp left it behind. Meanwhile, the system kept sending out alerts. Master, this is causing you to be distracted. It will be purified. All it needs is your command. Two voices echoed in Jem's ears. Destroy her. Purify him. He just sat there, frustrated and useless. A smug post. A brainless idiot. After a moment, he couldn't stand it and snapped, shut up. Nobody's getting purified or left behind, period. Suddenly, Rafa pointed ahead and called out, Hey Lep, is that the signal? Countless guards in bird masks were standing in the courtyard. One of them sitting idly and staring off into the distance. In the sky, a white bird suddenly appeared, and he immediately grabbed his bow. Preparing to shoot. The sharp arrow pointed right where the bird was perched. However, something behind the guy stopped him. A newcomer's voice called out, Yo bird boy. Then his crew on the other side just saw his body go flying through the air. Sand swung his sword down, yelling, Graza. This was supposed to be a sneak attack. It wasn't a surprise, Graza said as he clocked another guy, who looked plenty surprised himself. Jem quickly jumped in with the crew. It doesn't matter, just finish them off quick before. Seeing this, one of the bird-masked goons quickly blew a horn to sound the alarm. Jem looked annoyed, muttering, "You've got to be kidding me." He raised his spear, getting ready to throw it. It hit the guy's body dead center. A terrifying look on Jem's face. Then he touched his hair. I forgot what happens when I lose my connection with her. No wonder she was left in storage. Just then, a goon tried to sneak up on him from behind, but he got taken down by a swift kick. Rafa showed up just in time, asking, "You good?" As Lep listened, Jem immediately plunged his sharp spear into the guy's torso. "Just need a second." Rafa then gently warned him, "Let your guard down for 1 second and they all jump you, so be careful." After hearing that, Jem quickly replied, "All right. I got it." At the same time, the mage asked, "Is that all of them?" Rasa and San immediately answered, "Looks like it, but what about that horn?" Then Jem slung his weapon over his shoulder and said, "What's done is done, we just need to move fast now." He urged everyone, "Let's go." A little while later, the crew was standing in the middle of a vast green field. Grassa pointed ahead and said, "There it is." In front of them was a palace that had been abandoned for a long time. Then they all headed inside, and Jem ordered Ova, "Get us out of here. The rest of you, find a spot and stand guard." The mage placed one foot on a higher step and replied, "Got it." She looked at the giant symbol on the ground with admiration. "Whoa, this is awesome. I've never seen one this big before." Suddenly, something made the mage freeze. Seeing this, Jem quickly asked, "What's wrong?" But the mage struggled to explain. "No, it's just a little different from the others I've worked with." Just as Jem was about to ask if she needed anything, a voice cut him off. Rafa pointed down and announced, "You see them." Seeing them, Jem calmly replied, "They must have heard the horn, it's just a few of them, but it's bad enough without VG and him here." In the distance were a few figures in bird masks. Jem started making a plan. "We need to buy Ova some time. Rafa, you stay here and watch her." He lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, "San and Grass with me." Just then, Rafa gently touched her injured arm. "This damn arm. I should be out there with them." Something behind her caught her attention. Rafa looked at the girl who was shaking uncontrollably and called out, "Ova." She asked with deep concern, "Are you okay?" However, the mage seemed to have no strength left. "Ask me again when I can feel my fingers." Her words confused Rafa. "What do you mean? Is the shrine broken?" The mage immediately answered, "Know that power, that's the problem." Sweat started to bead on Rafa's face. "What are you talking about?" As soon as she finished, the mage quickly replied, "I figured out I have to place my staff into one of the holes on the dais to connect with it. But I don't know which one it is." She knelt on the ground. "When I picked the wrong one, the energy backlash nearly fried me." Hearing this, Rafa's eyes widened as she realized. But there are still 4 holes left. That means, at the same time, sweat was pouring down the mage's face. "Yeah, if I choose wrong one more time, I could die." Ova's eyes shot open, sweat pouring down like rain as overwhelming fear flooded her mind. "If I choose wrong, I could really die." Her eyes filled with pure terror as she gasped for breath. Ova covered half her face with her hand, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She cried out in fear, "I can't do it. I just can't." She clutched her staff, turning her trembling head to look at Rafa, her voice urgent. "Rafa, you have to tell up. We have to bail." Rafa looked at Ova, startled. She bit her lip, her eyes showing a look of defiance. She explained calmly, "Ova, this is their turf. If we try to run, we'll be dead in less than a day. The shrine is our only way out." Ova sobbed, her eyes filled with fear. She kept shaking her head. "But I can't do it, I can't." Rafa was silent for a long moment, putting a hand to her chin in thought. She stood up and pointed to the ancient symbols on the floor. She looked at Ova and asked, "Hey, can you read any of this writing?" Ova lifted her sleeve to wipe her tears. Her voice choked up. "Only a little. A few of my master's books were written in Adian, but I've only just started learning to read it." My master said, "Only archmages are permitted to touch them." Rafa smiled, encouraging Ova, "But you can still read a little, right? Let's try it together. Maybe we can figure out where your staff is supposed to go." Ova calmed down. She looked at Rafa, lowered her head slightly, and said reluctantly, "Okay." Meanwhile, a goblin was viciously slamming its spear into an opponent. Jem glanced in one direction. On top of the hill, countless goblins were roaring and cheering. He flinched and glanced behind him as if he'd noticed something. He cried out in surprise. Grassa and San looked at him and asked worriedly, "Jem, are you okay?" Jem pointed towards Grassa. "I'm fine. How bad is it?" He glanced at the wound on his waist and said calmly, "It's just a scratch." San took off his hat and said, "Looks like they've made their move." The 3 of them looked towards the distant hilltop. Jem said with some concern, "They were probably getting ready to come at us again." San asked curiously, "Any word from the shrine yet?" Jem shook his head. "Not yet. Ova must still be working on it." San closed his eyes and sighed softly. "My people have many songs about men waiting for women. It seems that is our lot in life." Jem took off his hat, pursing his lips with a look of pure disbelief. There are actually songs about that. Grasa frowned, his voice unhappy. Same with my people. San started gesturing dramatically with his hands. He began to chant. Perhaps if we survive this ordeal, I shall write a poem about this day. I will call it Ova's favor. I already have the first lines ready. O Ova, Oracle of the Deep, with hopeful hearts, we waited for thee, for your soul is true, and so you made us wait, yet we waited. For we knew it was you we were always waiting for. Jim broke out in a sweat after hearing that and muttered, if she gets us out of this mess, you can write all the poems you want. San closed his eyes and lifted his chin, a look of extreme arrogance on his face. Grasa was so moved he started tearing up. Such beautiful poetry. How are you so good with words? Jim looked totally bored, staring at the two clowns in front of him. San flashed a confident grin. Poetry's in my blood, man, if we get out of this. Hit me up, I'll teach you how to spit some rhymes. Jim rolled his eyes in disgust. For real? Does he actually think that's cool? Jim propped his chin on his hand, looking completely over it, thinking to himself, Ova, just hurry up already. Grasa, and totally ignoring him, started geeking out. You ever hear of the epic poem Ocean Master O.D. by Mahin? Never heard of it. Tell me about it. A clear voice echoed through the temple. Can Nat? Ova pointed to a line of text on the ground, at least. I think that's how it's pronounced. Rafa commented quietly. That's interesting. Ova looked at her, confused. What's up? Rafa explained, a little worried. Well, Can Nat in my dialect means pain or danger. So maybe the slot in this area is the dangerous one. Ova stared at Rafa, shocked. Oh my god, you were right. It means the same thing for us, too. Rafa said calmly. Alright, there are 3 areas like that, and they all have the same kind of marking. She pointed nervously in one direction. This is the spot where I put the scepter. Sunlight hit 2 spots with ancient symbols on the ground, and a voice spoke up. Then one of these 2 has to be the right one. Rafa asked curiously. Can you read the writing next to them? Ova looked at her and replied. No. Rafa glanced at the 2 spots, her voice flat. Guess we just have to pick one and pray for the best. The 3 of them stood on a high hill, looking down below. Grasa stared at the ancient city before them and said, something's wrong. They aren't taking a break at all. Jem replied. You rewrite? Jem frowned, asking inwardly with concern. Glyve, do you know what's going on? A map appeared in his mind, and a voice echoed. More Hithens have arrived to face your wrath, my lord. Jem's brow furrowed as he guessed. They must be waiting for backup. San asked in shock, how many? Countless spear-wielding monsters advanced toward the hill, and Jem's voice rang out. Looks like the whole damn army. Ova held her staff and pointed to one spot, this one. Rafa glanced at her, her voice tense. Are you sure about that? Ova replied, not entirely, but we have to try something. She suggested nervously, maybe we could tie a rope to the scepter and pull it in. Ova raised her scepter high, her expression serious as she replied, no, that's not gonna work. Back up and let me handle this. She squeezed her eyes shut, pleading anxiously, please Zom, let this be the right one. She slowly lowered the scepter toward a slot, and a hand slowly reached out, grabbing her scepter. Rafa's eyes went wide with terror. Ova looked up, completely stunned. Jem appeared in front of 2 monsters as a dark shadow dropped from the sky. He yelped in surprise, huh? Hen landed on the ground with a smirk. I told you to leave the bloodshed to me. Jem smiled casually. They're all yours, man. He flashed a wicked grin, growling, you don't mind if I. He hefted the axe resting on his shoulder and said, do you? Voffen grabbed the scepter, saying, don't do that, I'd rather not die today. He looked at the 2 slots, explaining softly. The one you were about to lower the scepter into is market power. The other is labeled control. He frowned, his voice serious. I won't pretend to know how this temple works, but I'm certain your choice was the wrong one. Ova was so happy she blushed, rushing forward to hug him, her words tumbling out. Thank you so much. Rafa asked suspiciously. Where have you been? He held up a hand to pry Ova off him as he explained. On the way, that fool and I were attacked and had to fight. Luckily, while heading here, I realized that the temple might be more complex than the others, and that perhaps I could help, she exclaimed in disbelief. And not because you wanted to use it to escape. Voffen scowled, looking annoyed, his voice sharp. You wound me. I wouldn't do that now, if we just let our Ova do her thing. Ova held the scepter and seriously closed her eyes. As a blue light flared from it, she said grimly, IV connected to the temple. It's going to take us far away. He glanced at her, ordering, there has to be a closer temple. Find it and take us there first. She opened her eyes, a blue light flashing in their wide depths. She stammered, that'll take time. Voffen raised his sword, his tone brimming with confidence. Just do it. I'll hold them off for you. San cut one down with a slash of his sword, yelling, that's the last of the high-level crew. Grasa glanced at him, his voice grim. Just in time. The rest of them are closing in fast. And they look pretty pissed off. The lead monster, holding a cleaver, charged forward. Jem raised his weapon high, roaring. Everyone get back to the temple. Jem turned around, Heading against the crowd, Heeman asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" He glanced back at him, his voice serious. "I'll be right behind you. I'm going to try and challenge their leader to a one-on-one. Maybe they'll respect a duel. I'll buy us some time." Heeman blocked Jem with his axe. He said aggressively, "Yo, the duel is my gig, not yours. Now get over there and regroup with the others." He shot back, not convinced him. "With this weapon I can." He cut him off. "My new axe can." A red-skinned hand pointed out, their voice urgent. "All right, stop arguing and move it." Heeman ran into the temple. In a skeptical tone, "So much for that nice duel, huh?" Jem snapped in frustration. "Shut up and run." Jem exclaimed in shock, "I thought you only had one axe." Hem grinned slyly, his voice casual. "Yeah, pretty slick, right?" He hugged the axe, nuzzling it against his face, saying with a doting expression, "I seriously love this thing." Jem replied nonchalantly, "Whatever." He took cover behind the temple wall, dodging a shower of incoming arrows. His expression was tense. His voice urgent. "How much longer do we need to hold them off?" Eek said with his back turned to them, "She's almost finished. Just a little more time." He stepped onto the altar, saying urgently, "Form a circle around Ova. Protect her no matter what." Everyone took a defensive stance, ready to strike the moment the monsters got close. The monster chief entered the temple, gritting his teeth, his voice resolute. "I have to stop this." Jem cried out in horror. "Wait!" The leader reached its hand into the temple. A seven-colored light burst from where Ova stood. Her eyes shot wide open as she tilted her head back and screamed. The tribespeople were hauling supplies back to the settlement. In front of them was a large crevice in the rock, with a door hidden behind it. The chief watched with a solemn expression. Bungu sat smugly on a litter carried in by the tribesmen. As a pair of feet touched down on the ground, the chief respectfully placed a hand over his heart and said, "Greetings, Lord Bunu, welcome back to our settlement." The chief stared at him in astonishment. He commanded, "Wine. Bring me wine and some fresh grub. I'm starving to death." Bob, noticing the chief's irritated look, said with some concern, "Chief." The chief raised an eyebrow at the man and said, "Bob, glad to see you made it back." The chief moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "Is it as bad as the letter made it sound?" He frowned, answering with a hint of worry, "I'm afraid so. We lost almost 2/3 of the expedition party." The chief sneered, his face filled with disdain as he spoke. Right. A few of the Grayskin tribe died. What a tragedy. Did you secure the treasure?" He frowned, looking a little stressed, but his voice remained confident. "It wasn't easy, taking losses like that, but yes, we stashed the collected treasure inside the ore freighter. The goblins won't find it there." The chief smiled, satisfied. "Good, excellent. Once the goblins are gone, I have a plan to make use of them." Bob's brow furrowed, his expression growing serious. "Rengat, there is something you need to know." Two tribe members stood in the distance watching the two of them, said, looking stunned. "That's the elven chief." Von crossed his arms, his tone contemptuous. "Yeah, don't sweat it. The guy's a total pushover. He sold his own daughters to Bungo's brother just to get that title." Em glared at the chief, her voice filled with disgust. "Pathetic. What a piece of trash." She turned her head to Vaughn, asking doubtfully, "Commander, where are you headed?" He replied, "I'm going to check on some things. Keep watch for me." A tribesman covered their face, their whole body trembling, and said in a choked voice, "I'm sorry." He didn't pull through. The tribesman across from him was an elderly man, who collapsed to the ground in grief, trembling as he whispered, No. He walked around, seeing some tribe members grieving and crying, while others were cheerfully slinging their arms over each other's shoulders. He passed another group, who were sitting on the ground looking exhausted. Gunn called out in surprise, "Rune, did you ask them how it went?" He said dejectedly, "You can see for yourself." Vaughn was pushing a cart, a sad look on his face. He looked at her, his tone sharp. "What do you want?" She looked at him, her voice resentful. "Vaughn, I told you she would have been safer if she went with you," he said firmly. "I couldn't bring her along." A seriously wounded and unconscious girl was lying on the cart. His voice continued, "If Bungu finds out she's still alive, she won't last the night." He gritted his teeth, his face filled with pain as he stammered. "But she's just getting worse." She gently patted his shoulder and suggested, "You guys have healers, don't you? Get one of them to help her." A voice called out Vaughn. He turned his head to see the two people behind him. "Gun, Jem," Gun said. "Vaughn, you need to talk with them." He quickly replied, "Yeah, I'm coming." He looked at her doubtfully and called out, "Run." Vaughn calmed down, his voice grateful. "Thanks for helping me. Without you, we couldn't have gotten her back here." Run waved her hand, smiling slightly. "Don't mention it. When I lost Rafa, she helped me a lot. So I owe her one. That's all," he said shyly, "but, may the gods bless you." She raised her hand and said to the two behind her, "You too, right? Both of you Grayskins." Vaughn touched the back of his neck, looking tense. "Gun, what should I say now?" Gun was stunned when he heard that, looking at him a bit bewildered. "I don't know, just do what Lep said." He lowered his head, a sense of weakness emanating from him, his voice trembling. But I'm not Lep. I can't talk like him. Maybe I should ask Chem to do it. Gun frowned, comforting him. Vaughn, you re the leader now. You brought us all together. You can do this. Vaughn shot up straight, his face determined. Right, I can do this, he said, his voice shaking. So, we did everything and made it back. Thanks everyone. It's a damn shame that not everyone could make it back with us. Or got eaten, which is even worse. But I'm proud of you all. He frowned tensely, trying to shout, but was cut off by someone's voice. The man said, Hey Vaughn, when are we getting paid? Vaughn's face went blank as he asked doubtfully, Paid. Gunn, standing beside him, widened his eyes, looking at him tensely. The man frowned, his voice impatient and annoyed. Yeah, we don't care about all that other stuff. When do we get our cut for the expedition? He said calmly. I'll pay everyone as soon as I get the money from the greenskins. Gunn bit his lip, glancing at him nervously. The men in front of them immediately cheered, despite his worried expression. All right, boys, let's go get a real meal. He let out a relieved sigh, saying that went smoothly. Gunn replied, yeah. Run looked doubtfully in one direction. She was shocked and grabbed Am's hand, pulling her back. What's wrong? Why are you running? Am cried out in a panic. I'm here to get you. We were going back to the surface. Is calling for war. Her eyes widened in horror. War. War against who? Bobbit frowned, saying worriedly, we were all set for the expedition in 3 weeks. Bunu has declared war on the hobgoblins. He plans to wipe them out. An angry man slammed his fist on the table, his voice furious. That's just stupid. We don't have enough manpower. Are they planning to send the whole goblin army? The chief frowned, his voice annoyed. No extra goblins or mercenaries. He wants us to handle it. Another man sitting at the table cried out in alarm. That's insane. There will be a riot. Chief, you have to talk some sense into him. Bobbit was sweating bullets, his voice anxious. That's right, talk to him. The chief crossed his arms with a wary look. It's no use. Bunu has bet everything on this expedition. And if he goes home now without the treasure he promised, his father will have his head. He's desperate. The man cried out fearfully. But we can't, the chief stated firmly. We have to. Bobbit cleared his throat. The chief asked softly, do you have an idea, Bobbit? He frowned, the worry clear on his face. Calling it an idea is a bit of a stretch, but yes, I've been thinking about a few things. He raised his hand and began to explain. What we need is time. I propose we start a full mobilization plan. At the same time, I'll work on persuading Bunu's advisors to change his mind, which will be quite costly. But I'm afraid we have no other choice. What do you think, Chief? The chief stroked his chin, silent for a long moment. A badly injured girl was lying in a sickbed. A man took a long drink from a cup. The person opposite him said, mushroom food. He finished drinking and wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth, saying, can't you do anything to help her? Jock the healer, Vaughn was worried, his voice dejected. I'm not a healer. You need to find someone who can use more than just herbs and moss. He turned his head away, waving his hand dismissively, his tone casual. But most of them already died on the expedition. Like I said, she's mushroom food. Jock looked at him, then introduced himself. Thanks for the beer. The name's Jock, Vaughn, he replied. He then whispered, his voice determined. No, I'm not giving up. We just need to find a healer, right? He frowned and stated the obvious, right? But like you said, most of them are already dead. He shot back, pissed off, and the rest of the survivors were totally wiped. He balled up his fist and walked away, feeling helpless. Jack watched him go, his face grim with worry. The unconscious girl was laid out on the bed. Jack looked stressed, muttering to himself. No way. Vaughn completely lost it and started screaming. But you guys have healers up on the surface, right? He hesitated, his brow furrowed. Yeah, kid, we do. But Ban jumped in. He means you. We're already in deep with the goblins, Goak said. If they find out we were trying to sneak your girl Vera up to the camp, who knows what kind of hell will break loose. He kept pushing. You can't just ditch her, Ban. We fought side by side. What if I can scrape together enough crystals? You'll do it, right? You guys are mercs for hire, aren't you? The two of them hesitated for a hot minute. Well, Ban said, looking beat. Sorry, Vaughn. But Goak jumped in. Hold on. We'll do it. Vaughn's face lit up. Seriously. Ban stared at him in shock. Goak. He just frowned, looking dead serious. We'll do it, but it ain't gonna be cheap. Vac looked over at Vaughn, surprised. He spoke up. Vac, can I talk to you for a sec? He waved for the others to leave. Yeah, shoot, he asked anxiously. Is there any hope? Vac, he pleaded desperately. I need your help. The DK crew agreed to take Vera topside when they bounce, but they want to be paid in smoke crystals. He hung his head, looking defeated. And you re-broke, right? Vaughn replied. We re-getting our cut soon. I'll give you whatever you want. Vac's brow furrowed, and he growled in a low, serious voice, anything I want. Vaughn, do you have any idea what you re-saying? It doesn't matter, he yelled. Vac frowned, a worried look on his face. Vaughn, man, I want to help you, but it's not that easy. Vaughn stared at him, stunned. Why not? I thought you wanted to help her. Vac explained in a low tone. I do, but unlike you, I've got responsibilities. That payout we were getting isn't just ours. It belongs to everyone who made it back, and to the families of those who didn't. He was stunned, stammering families. Vac shot him a look of pure disappointment. This is exactly why everyone gives you so much crap, Vaughn. You know we have to give a share to the families of the guys who didn't make it back from the expedition. Right? Vaughn's face fell, and he hung his head with a groan. Oh. He shot him a stern look. Yeah, that's what I thought. After we pay everyone their share, you were not gonna have much left, unless you managed to pocket some extra crystals, did you? He just shook his head hard, lips sealed tight. Ugh, I was too busy. Vac looked at him, frustrated, his voice flat. This is what happens when you don't think things through. Look, Vaughn, I really do want to help, but I've got my own debts to pay off. He put a hand on Vaughn's shoulder, his voice softening to comfort him. Just stay with her. Spend what little time you have left together. An image of the girl lying on the cot flashed in their minds. He added, she'd want someone to be there with her at the end. Vaughn sat by her bed, head hanging low in despair. A voice called out from behind him. Vaughn. He answered, what's up? Gun scratched his head, quickly saying, it's nothing. He waved his hand, looking a little worried but trying to play it cool for Vaughn. It's not a big deal. I will just tell Jem instead. Vaughn replied calmly, no, just tell me. Gun raised an eyebrow and rubbed his head, sounding unsure. Well, a message just came in for Jack. They need an escort for the tribute they're resending up to Bungu, Vaughn said calmly. Yeah, just let Jem know. Whoever wants the job can take it. He pushed the flap aside and stepped out, his expression tight. Okay, no problem. Sorry for bugging you. Vaughn let out an irritated grunt, then turned and yelled, Gun, hold up. Morning came in a huge forest. The Grayskin tribe was escorting a cart down a path. Vaughn looked up at the sky, totally stoked. Gun, you see that? Was that a bird? Gun yelled in amazement. Dude, look at the sky. It's massive. He grinned at Vaughn, first time topside. Vaughn just said, yeah. He answered cheerfully, me too, this is sick. Thanks for bringing me along. Vaughn's face turned serious, his brow furrowed with worry. Don't mention it, but stay sharp, anything could be out here. Sky demons, direwolves, or even a moose. Gun's face went pale as he nervously scanned the area. Seriously, a moose? Are those things even real? An image of a massive, ferocious moose flashed through Vaughn's mind. His voice trembled. My old man said they are. He said they were gigantic, with antlers as big as an ogre's. Gun cowered in fear. He whispered, oh man, I really don't think this is a good idea. We should just turn back. Vaughn calmly reassured his partner. It's gonna be fine. Their Gun is leading our way. He's the arena champion from the West Tunnels. Gun glanced over at him, curious. So, what do you think is inside? Vaughn shook his head, looking like he couldn't care less. I don't give a damn. I just care about how many crystals they're repaying us. Gun gently lifted the curtain, his voice full of doubt. Yeah, but aren't you even a little curious? The curtain parted just a crack, and a single yellow eye stared back at him. Gun yelped, huh. He let out a terrified scream. A voice called out, hey, you two. The owner of the eye spoke, trying to calm them. Could you please keep it down? It's already bad enough in here. Vaughn quickly clamped a hand over Gun's mouth. He apologized sheepishly. Sorry to bother you. I will keep him in line. She asked doubtfully, are we almost there yet? Vaughn replied calmly, sorry. I've never been outside. I don't know who you are. She looked at the two of them, her eyes gentle. I'm Lena. She moved aside to reveal the other girls inside, her voice sad. We were being sent to serve Hunchback Bun. Gun's eyes went wide, and he gasped in shock. You slaves. A man with a purple cloth wrapped around his head, sitting at the front of the carriage, turned and yelled, hey, you punks! His face was furious as he growled, get away from the carriage. Vaughn's face went pale, and he quickly forced a friendly smile. Sorry. We didn't mean any harm. Gun frowned, looking pissed. They were sending women to Hunchback Bun's place. Vaughn broke out in a cold sweat and whispered back, Gun, that's not our problem. For all we know, they were going willingly. Both of them looked uneasy, whispering, but how many of our friends have died because of those green skins? They remembered the sight of the little buried under a pile of boulders, cursing under their breath. Just forget it. Vera got hurt because of them. They all deserve to rot for all I care. Gun was about to say something else, but Vaughn cut him off. Come on, focus on the job. The group was about to enter the main gate. Once inside, Gun looked around. A guard led Vaughn's crew into a room and ordered, drop your weapons and wait here. We'll bring you guys some water and food. Goblins were crawling all over the fortress walls, whispering among themselves. You see how massive this fortress is. There must be at least 100 goblins here. And check out the armor they're wearing! You think we'll all actually get to eat some real meat? Vaughn looked at Gun suspiciously. You've been real quiet this whole time. What's up? Gun's face was pale as he asked nervously, do you think they were gonna eat us? He quickly shook his head. I'm pretty sure goblins don't do that. Do they? Roan waved at them from behind a wall. Seeing her, Vaughn said, I gotta take a piss. Gun was still shaking in fear and didn't even notice Roan. He insisted on going too. Me too, Roan asked frantically. What the hell are you doing here? Vaughn looked at her, confused. We were escorting a tribute for Hunchback Bun. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Tell your handler to get everyone out of here right now, Vaughn asked, shocked. Why, Roan, what's going on? Yeah, she frowned, her voice serious. Something really weird is happening. Her eyes widened in terror as she screamed. An assassin, an elven assassin just murdered Hunchback Bun. Gunn and Vaughn jumped. Their faces went white as they looked at each other and yelled in unison. Holy crap. The scene shifts elsewhere, where Ova sat down tiredly, looking up at him and asking, so what's the plan now? He replied, we were going to follow the tracks they left behind. It's the fastest route through this level and will lead us to the next ones. Countless footprints stretched across the dark dirt path as Jem's voice explained. It's gonna be a long way home, but at least it's faster than just wandering around exploring this place. Lop frowned, his face serious. Before we move out. There's something I need to discuss with you privately. Heman suddenly appeared, stepping in front of him with a dangerous look. What do you want with him? The man's eyes were filled with contempt. Someone like you wouldn't get it. Him gave him a clueless look, which made the man's face darken. Oh. Is that right? Try me? His hand drifted to the sword at his hip. He threatened in a low voice. You don't want to piss me off, kid. But if you have to know, I need to make sure that Lulp and his crew aren't going to stab me in the back the second we meet up with the main force. Jem grabbed Hem's arm to calm him down. Hem, it's okay, he's smart enough not to kill me, at that moment. The man gestured with an open hand, so, can we go talk somewhere else now? The two of them walked to another dark area, and the old man turned back, saying, I think this spot will do. Jem eyed him suspiciously. This isn't just about the future or factions, is it? The old man smirked slightly. You still sharp as ever, huh? Jem let out a sigh. He mustered his courage and said, you want to know about my spear and the key that K-35 mentioned? Vavan looked him over, starting his analysis close, however. To be blunt, what I'm interested in isn't the key, but its true owner. What are you, Lep? I know your past, the one who once went by the name Jem. Jem frowned at him, a worried look on his face, as the old man's voice continued. So how could a weak, useless punk like you suddenly change so drastically? His eyes were sharp, his voice arrogant. You changed your name, rallied a crew, and became a stone-cold killer. I'm not a fool. The old man pointed at Jem, stating firmly, there's only one possible explanation. You are one of the chosen. Jem looked exasperated, pointed at his own head and said, are you crazy or something? Vaffin's brow furrowed in annoyance. He pressed on with his analysis. I'm not crazy. Listen, kid, you turned a bunch of worthless, cowardly miners into a disciplined fighting force. Vaffin remembered that formidable squad, his voice filled with awe. And you used that ragtag bunch to snatch victory right from under one of my most terrifying lieutenants. He recalled Jem dealing with Jack and Gozak. A bond had formed between them that he never would have imagined, he said. And that's not even mentioning your slick political maneuvering. Your power games are beyond anyone in my tribe. Vaffin's brow furrowed with suspicion. However, there's one thing I still don't get. Jem narrowed his eyes and asked, and what's that? Vaffin eyed him with suspicion. Even with all the dangers you've faced, you've never used your unique skill. Not even when you were at death's door. Jem held up his hands nonchalantly. Who knows? Guess I'm just not the chosen one. Vaffin stroked his chin, a playful tone in his voice. That's true, maybe you were just a lost soul after all. Jem raised an eyebrow in disbelief. A lost soul? For real? After all that hype about me, you recalling me a lost soul? He smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. I mean, not to brag, but you should know the gods wouldn't let a talent like me just roam free. They would scoop me up instantly. Vaffin's face twisted in anger, his eyes burning with hatred as he spoke. You give our gods too much credit. They were nothing but a bunch of blind, petty fools. This world is drowning in blood and chaos, and still, they just stand there and do nothing. Jem set his shield down, his tone casual. You sure you want to be talking like that? Aren't you worried about getting struck by lightning or something? The old man snorted and then burst into a crazed laugh. Vaffin spat on the ground. His faith was completely shattered. He said defiantly, let them try and do something to me. In all my years, I've come to believe in only two possibilities. Either they don't give a damn, or they don't exist at all. Vaffin thought back to all the rituals he'd seen, saying, I lean towards the latter. That the gods are just some fairy tale people made up to explain things they couldn't understand. An image of powerful figures standing atop a mountain of corpses flashed through his mind. He continued, or maybe the so-called chosen ones invented the gods, just to put themselves above the rest of us. Jem shot back with a confident smirk. You were really all in on this, huh? Vaffin's eyes bulged as he screamed maniacally. What's the worst they can do? Hurt me, kill me, curse me. So what if I say it? I live by my own truth, not theirs. Facing Vavan's shadow-filled eyes, Jem spoke calmly. Don't get me wrong, I actually agree with you. But what if your truth leads you down the road to ruin? What if your own desires and feelings make you do something you'll regret later on? How can you be so certain about your truth? Vavan wasn't having it. He shot back. I'd rather hold on to a truth I made for myself than accept one that's been passed down by 1,000 others. I'll walk my own path. And if everything I believe is wrong, then that's on me for not being smart enough. Jem held up his hands, looking calm. I've said my piece. Vavan frowned. That's it. Jem tilted his head, his voice laced with mock surprise. You really think I was gonna lay out my whole plan for you? He smiled and replied, I suppose so, but there are still 2 things I want to know. Jem cut in. Look, for the record, I'm not some lost soul or the chosen one. The old man laughed loudly, his voice full of contempt. There it is. The same kind of deception I've come to expect from you. It was a total lie, but it pointed to the fact that he actually had memories from a past life. In that life, did you also fail to reach your goal? Did you also lose hope and give up? Jem's lips twisted into a bitter smirk as his expression soared. He closed his eyes and snapped back irritably. I didn't, and I never will. The old man continued to ask. Good answer, and that brings me to my second point. What's the deal with that key, and how did you get it? Jem snapped. It's a long story, and I don't want to talk about it. The old man pleaded. Just consider it the price for my cooperation from now on. Jem was silent for a long moment, his expression pained as if he was recalling some horrible memory. He sighed and replied, fine. Jem started to tell him about the monster that once wielded the very blade he now held in his hand. The key was a relic from the dead city, a place that served as a graveyard for failed experiments and worn-out magical creations. He said casually, how I got my hands on it doesn't matter. Jem turned and started to walk away, adding over his shoulder. Take this weapon, for example. It's bound to me and only I can use it. For anyone else, it's totally useless. Jem slung the blade over his shoulder and kept talking. You could say I'm the one who lopped off the giant bug's head. He said calmly, I am the key. Jem rested the blade on his shoulder, his voice menacing. So if you want access to the city and the treasure in there, you'd better make damn sure nothing happens to me. He narrowed his eyes and growled, are we clear? The old man frowned thoughtfully. Then he smiled and lowered his head. It seems I was wrong about you. Jem stared at him, surprised. He smirked mockingly. Maybe the god of trickery is real after all, huh? The old man held up a hand, declaring decisively, then let's call a truce, a real one. Threats will only make things worse. We need to cooperate to control the coming chaos. Jem reached out and took his hand, replying, you got that right. Sunlight hit a rock mountain shaped like an open palm floating in the sky, and a straight wooden fence appeared in front of the forest. 2 soldiers rushed over, planting their swords firmly into the ground. The soldier's face was pale with fear as he reported, Sir, the goblins are on the move. A man with an axe slung over his shoulder glanced in a certain direction and jutted his chin. You hear that? Vaughn turned his head and replied, yeah, Vax, I hear it. Vax scowled and shouted, everyone get ready! Let's show those goblins what we elves are made of. A voice rang out, we were lost, you maggots. Heman gritted his teeth, his face twisted in frustration. What the hell is this place? Grassa answered nervously, I don't know either. He looked at the corpses, his voice laced with irritation. There are dozens of bodies scattered all over the place. At the far end lay the carcass of a giant insect, riddled with spears. Ova covered her mouth in horror, her voice trembling. What on earth happened here? Do you think the high elves attacked this place? Jem looked around, a worried expression on his face. It's possible, but that wouldn't explain why most of the dead are commoners. The old man examined a nearby corpse, agreeing, I'm with you on that. The nobles would never send their private guards down to the 2nd tier for people like this. He glanced back at them and said in a low voice, how interesting, this woman was killed by a spear, not by a bite. Heman gritted his teeth and snapped, a spear, what the hell? Ova's eyes went wide with disbelief. Hold on, does that mean she was killed by one of the guards? But why would they do something like that? The old man got to his feet, a grim look on his face. I have no idea, let's go check the other bodies. A voice called out, everybody, get over here and look at this. Ova rushed over with her staff and knelt down, when suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind her. A spear-wielding figure lunged forward, and she watched in terror. Ova screamed and swung her staff around. The staff connected with the guy's head. Still scared, she landed another blow right between his legs. She licked her lips, a wicked look on her face as she raised her staff high, about to bring it down again when Heman lunged forward, shouting, wait! Gun grabbed his crotch with both hands, shaking uncontrollably as sweat poured off him. A voice called out, Gun, is that you? He struggled to sit up, and when he saw Jem, he exclaimed respectfully, you real alive! I can't believe it. It's a miracle. Meanwhile, Heeman was desperately trying to hold back the furious mage. Whoa, take it easy. Jen frowned, his voice full of doubt. Gun, what the hell is going on? Why did you attack Eva? An old voice spoke up. He was trying to protect us. Jen stared at him in shock. The head medic. Bloodstains covered his cloak and beard, and the people behind him looked just as ragged. He explained. The kid thought you were one of their crew, or worse, a goblin. Jen frowned. Goblins. What would goblins be doing here? What the hell is happening? Gun's eyes went wide, and he screamed in terror. We at war. Sir Bungo was killed, and now the goblins are attacking the settlement. Vij's voice cut in. That doesn't explain the guards or the insectoids. Gun stared at him, stunned. Mavidi, he frowned, anger flaring in his eyes. Start talking. Kid. Gun recalled the frantic evacuation. Well, after the goblins declared war, the nobles started drafting everyone to fight, even the women and kids. Vac and Vavin knew about a spot on the second level where everyone could hide, so they sent us down to dodge the draft. He cut Gun off. That still doesn't explain what went down here. Vac shot him an angry look. Yo, let the kid finish talking! The image of the clash between the insectoids and the civilians flashed in his mind. Gun said grimly. The nobles found the spot and sent guards down to grab us, so we tried to make a run for it. Then the insectoids appeared. I figured they were just on a scouting route. Jen frowned, his expression grim, and asked in a low voice, did the insectoids make it to this settlement? No, sir, they hung around for a while, but then they turned back and took off. Him looked up, thinking, we didn't see any insectoids at all. Eva stroked her chin, guessing they must be taken another route. Jen turned to look at them and said calmly, I see. He then turned back to Gun and asked, what about my sister? Wasn't she with you? Gun stammered, his face went pale and his voice trembled. Sir. Jen's eyes widened, his expression hardening. Gun, tell me. Gun turned his head, glancing at Jen. With a defeated look, he confessed in a quiet voice, no sir, she wasn't with us. We tried to get her to come, but she wouldn't leave Thomas. She stayed behind at the settlement. Him asked, shocked Thomas, that foreman. Jen let out a sigh of relief, his anxiety fading. He replied calmly, he must have come clean to her. Hem's voice piped up, is your sister mixed up with that foreman guy? Jen threw up his hands, sounding exasperated. Young love, what are you gonna do? He looked at them and announced, all right, we need to get to the settlement and figure out what's happening. A voice cut in. Well, San said, sorry kid, but this is where we get off. Raza looked at him and agreed. He's right, this isn't our fight. If we keep going, we'll be dragged into your war. Rafa looked down at her injured arm, her voice somber. Besides, I'm not much use with this arm like this, so I'm gonna stay here and search for other survivors. Eva took Rafa's arm, adding, I'll stay with her, just in case those insectoids return. Jen looked at the two of them and said reluctantly, okay, we'll send someone down to let you know when it's all over. Jen glanced at the two behind him. Viraga, Hem, you ready to roll? Hem raised his axe high, shouting enthusiastically, ready! Viraga said coolly, I've got a lot of questions that need answering. Hem waved to the others on the hill, while Jen's eyes filled with resolve as he said, all right then, let's move out. Bob demanded with an angry look, what are you doing? Riker, the chief, was directing his men. He raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with contempt. What does it look like I'm doing? He eyed him suspiciously. It looks like you preparing to bail. Riker smirked, glancing at him with a wary tone. Of course I'm preparing to leave. You should be doing the same. Bob yelled in frustration, but chief, the fight's just getting started. Riker smirked, his voice sly. This fight is just a diversion to buy some time. The goblins will steamroll our forces when they show up in full strength. I have no intention of sticking around for that. Bob confronted him angrily. Sir, you re the one who led the council to call for a total mobilization instead of sacrificing our kids. As chief, this whole settlement is counting on your leadership, and now you just gonna walk out on us. He recalled the fervent eyes of the other nobles. He said casually, the Ambrake clan and the other nobles are dead set on fighting. He crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and gave a smug grin. There's no stopping them now. I just gave them the green light. Suddenly, he noticed something and roared furiously. Don't you drop that, you idiot! Bob frowned, saying tensely, I know exactly what you were trying to do. The chief's expression turned serious again, his gaze on Bob filled with emotion. He lowered his voice, advising him, if you re-smart, you'll follow my lead, Bob, mark my words. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, this whole area is doomed. Bob stepped out and closed the door. A voice made him jump. Is the chief in there? A noble stood before him, and Bob asked gently, Gwyn, are you here to report? Gwyn gave a military salute, looking at him seriously. Yes, sir, the council sent me to deliver the latest update. His expression was troubled as he replied in a low voice, I'm afraid our chief is unavailable at the moment. He added, but if you don't mind, you can tell me, and I'll pass the message along. Gwyn scratched his head, looking resigned. I understand. I guess that'll have to do. Gwyn recalled the tattered figures standing in the army's ranks, his expression turning grim. We've completed the general mobilization, organizing all able-bodied slaves into settlement defense units. Gwyn briefly described the detailed defensive layout they had established for him. The smaller entrances have been blockaded. Defensive posts have been set up at the main passages. Bogot and his overseers are guarding the west gate, while forces from the two towns hold the east gate. V and Vaughn, along with countless other soldiers, are on the front lines, Gwyn said. Jack's troops at the main gate have dug trenches and erected fortifications before Jira's main army arrives. Right now, they were facing the enemy. Bob asked tensely, really? What's the situation? Gwyn's lips curled into a smirk, looking quite pleased with the outcome. The goblins have launched several attacks, but Jack's forces have repelled them every time. He frowned and continued to ask, good. What about our envoy to the mercenary camp in the far valley? Have they returned yet? Gwyn recalled Gozak waving his hand dismissively when his men approached. They re-back, sir. The mercenaries have declared their neutrality. They say they won't fight against us unless the goblins pay them up front for this campaign. Bob looked visibly pleased and said calmly, with Bungu dead, they'll be waiting a long, long time. Gwyn looked at him, his voice tinged with worry. That's true, sir. But they also said they're still bound by their old contract, so they won't help us either. He frowned, his expression turning serious again. That's good enough. We can't ask for more. We have to be ready to defend ourselves. Are the reserves ready? Gwyn thought of the weak women and children, speaking for a moment before pausing. Yes, we're retraining them, but Bob's voice cut in. But what? Gwyn remembered the people who had fled not long ago. A lot of working class and lower class families disappeared after the general mobilization order was issued. We think they've fled to the lower caves or other hideouts. He frowned, annoyed. I see. Have you sent anyone to find them? Gwyn thought of the guards who had gone down into the deeper levels to search. The overseers are all busy with training and defense. So we sent some of the guards to look for the deserters. His eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily, what a waste of manpower. If the goblins break into the caves, a few kids and old folks won't change a damn thing. Gwyn grew a bit tense and quickly explained, I know, sir, but the council still wants to find them. He looked at Gwyn seriously and said, all right. Tell your father, Lord Ambrake, that the chief will be informed of this matter. Please extend our commendations to him for his efforts in coordinating the war. Gwyn replied respectfully, I will do so, sir. Bob turned to leave, saying as he walked away, now if you'll excuse me. I need to go to the Temple of Jaja. Gwyn asked doubtfully, the Temple of Jaja. Are you going to pray for our victory? He thought about their war with the goblins and replied with a sense of dread. No, I'm praying for our survival. Out on the front lines, their forces and the goblins were facing off. The goblins stood outside the barricade, clutching shields and sharp blades. A goblin ran up, shouting, over here, quick! We broke through! They charged toward a destroyed section of the barricade, screeching wildly. Die, you scumbags! A goblin cackled as he sliced down a soldier in the trench. Look what I got for why all. The soldiers scattered in a frenzy as the goblin leader raised his blood-soaked blade. He let out a roar, spread out and smoke anyone you find. A goblin's eyes went wide, staring at something in pure shock. Jack's sharp axe came crashing down, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. My thoughts exactly. He turned back to his soldiers, his voice grim. Only one of us is walking off this field alive, and it sure as hell ain't gonna be them. Jack roared and charged at the goblins. By now, they were dangerously close. Just a few more steps through the thick brush, and they'd be right on top of each other. The goblins showed no intention of retreating, stubbornly lurking in the shadows like predators waiting for an opening. Meanwhile, Jack and Vaughn's crew were busy, quietly hashing out a plan. Vaughn turned, his voice laced with concern. Jack. Looks like they still haven't pulled back. Jack nodded. I know, they were just pulling a feint. A few of them tried to sneak into the far trench, but I shut that down. Vaughn felt a bit relieved but still had to ask. Thanks, how many are wounded? Jack answered bluntly, 3. I've already had them replaced. Anyway, they're hurting way worse than we are. He added, we need to beef up the line a few more layers in case they circle back. Hearing this, Vaughn got worried, realizing just how tight of a spot they were in. If only they had more men, things would be a lot easier. Jack, don't be so hard-headed. Those are Lep's people, not mine. You brought over 20 guys, and with my crew, we've got over 60. That's enough. We don't need Jem's posse. But Vaughn wasn't ready to give up. But I can still get them to stay. Lep is the one who can actually make them listen. Jack let out a soft sigh and said slowly, Lep isn't here. You're the one calling the shots. I'm just glad you've got my back. Before he could say more, a soldier rushed over, panting with a report. Jack. The goblins just got back up. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. But the worry was clear in their eyes. They knew if this dragged on, their defensive line was toast. At the same time, deep in a dark bunker, Bob was making his way down a narrow, chilly corridor. At the end, a cloaked figure gestured for him to proceed. Kathaga greeted him. Welcome, Bob, it's been a while. Bob cut right to the chase, his voice raspy. Kathaga, I came to talk. She nodded. I know it's about Rengard, isn't it? He gave a slight nod. You really do have eyes and ears everywhere, Kathaga said. I just had a vision. Care to hear it? Bob was a bit taken aback. A vision meant seeing an omen, and he hoped it was good news. Kathaga gently closed her eyes, her voice dropping low. I have seen a future for our tribe, one where we all live under the sun, walking in the light blessed by the Father. Do not worry, my friend. But hearing that only made Bob's heart heavier. Actually, that's exactly why I'm worried. Kathaga looked up. Why? He replied, because as long as Rengard is in charge, we're still gonna be in chains. He doesn't have the vision or the guts to lead our tribe anywhere better. Kathaga was silent for a moment before she spoke. Then let me offer a suggestion. When a father becomes unreasonable, maybe it's time to talk to the son. Bob furrowed his brow slightly. His son died last year. Kathaga shook her head gently. Not that one, the other one. Outside, the goblins were readying their weapons, knocking arrows to their bows and creeping stealthily between the trees. From a distance, Jack and Vaughn watched, exchanging hushed words. Vaughn said, What the hell is that? Jack answered, Looks like some kind of bow, maybe a magical one. Hearing them, Rosa stepped forward eagerly. Let me check it out. Vaughn jumped. Hey, what do you think you're redoing? Rosa just laughed. I just want to get a better look. Don't worry, they can't possibly hit us from this distance. Jack moved to stop her, but Rosa wasn't listening and took a few more steps forward. A split second later, a whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow, fast as lightning, shot out and pierced right through Rosa. Vaughn screamed, no, and lunged forward to catch his falling body. Jack roared, everybody get down. Arrows whizzed by, slamming into the ground and kicking up dirt. Vaughn clutched Rosa and screamed, We gotta get him to a medic, now. Jack gritted his teeth, trying to command, hold the line. Stay in cover. Vaughn looked out into the distance, his face filled with confusion. They were just standing there. Why aren't they pushing their attack? Jack replied, I don't get it either. Maybe they were waiting for something. Vaughn said helplessly, if they were gonna make a move, they would be done it by now. Holding this position just makes their arrows useless. Jack sighed. This is pointless, they were not pushing forward and we can't move. Suddenly Vaughn squinted toward the goblins, his voice urgent, hold up. I see something. Jack immediately asked where. Vaughn pointed. They were holding some small flasks, pouring out something weird. Vaughn urgently pointed to where the goblins were acting strange in the distance. Over there near those rocks, and over there too. He squinted for a better look, seeing them crawling low to the ground and wondering why they were moving like that. The longer he watched, the worse Vaughn's gut feeling got. Maybe there was another squad with them, but Jack couldn't see anyone. Seeing the goblins inching closer, he immediately got defensive, his voice low and firm. What kind of game are they playing? If they dare creep any closer, my catapult crew will send them to Kingdom Come. Suddenly Vaughn screamed, no! No! The shout ripped through the air, making everyone jump. He trembled, biting his hand, his eyes wide with panic. What do I do now? Turning, Jack saw his terrified look and was confused. Vaughn, what is it? What's wrong with you? He remembered the horrifying scene of the goblins getting ready to toss oil bombs into the trench. It's not just that, they have another plan. If we get in their way, they'll use crossbows to pick us all off. They want to burn it all down, turn the trench into an inferno. Hearing that, Jack's face went pale as he gritted his teeth. Not happening. Vaughn didn't waste a second, urging him on. We have to fall back to the rear trench and fortify the line. Go warn everyone now. But Jack yelled, there's no time. Vaughn was about to keep rushing, but Jack's reaction just confused him more. Warn everyone, what are you doing? He stood up and said decisively, doing what I do best. Before Vaughn could react, Jack leaped away, leaving him to only shout, Jack. He charged forward, ducking behind a boulder to watch. Rosa ran over, saw what was happening, and asked anxiously, what is he doing? Vaughn could only shake his head. I have no idea. Meanwhile, Jack's eyes were locked on the enemy, studying their every move like a beast stalking its prey. Suddenly, he yelled, gotcha! Like a hunter on the prowl, Jack shot out from his hiding spot. Arrows flew at him but were all deflected by his shield. He poured all his energy into a straight-on charge. Seeing that, Vaughn yelled out in worry, he's a dead man. But the words had barely left his mouth when Jack roared, channeling all his strength into his attack. Once he locked onto his target, he leaped high like a beast, leaving the goblin no time to react. Without a word, Jack swooped down, finishing his prey with one decisive slash. The others who saw it screamed in terror and scattered. But Jack wasn't letting them go, chasing them down like a bolt of lightning. Another goblin shrieked, get him, you scumbags, take him out now. The rest of them trembled, pointing at Jack, who was charging like a hurricane, radiating pure killer intent. They tried to flee, but didn't get far before arrows found their mark. Jack grabbed one of them, hoisted him up, and tossed him high into the air. Then he spun and launched his heavy shield forward with all his might. The shield shot out like a thunderbolt, hitting another goblin square in the chest and making it shriek in agony. The others panicked, screaming, "Fall back! Fall back now!" Seeing this, their leader couldn't accept defeat, grabbing one of his own men by the collar and roaring in desperation. Meanwhile, Vaughn cheered loudly. He did it, they were falling back. He ran up to him, his voice buzzing with excitement. "Jack, that was insane." Jack could hardly believe it himself, letting out a proud laugh. "Yeah, I'm definitely telling my grandkids about this one." He paused for a second before getting up, his tone serious. "Don't thank me yet. We were not in the clear. Look over there. Their leader isn't accepting defeat." His eyes flashed with pure hatred, but then a sly grin spread across his face, like he just came up with a new plan. He subtly waved his hand, signaling someone. And instantly another troop appeared from the rear, their presence and vibe completely different. Vaughn stumbled back, trembling. "It can't be." Seeing them, Jack spoke urgently. "You, get back to the cave and tell them we need every last person who can fight, now." He gave Vaughn his orders. "Get the troops together. We have to hold these guys off for as long as possible." Vaughn asked anxiously. "But Jack, how are we supposed to fight that? There's too many of them. We can't win." He cut in, his voice disappointed but firm. "Vaughn, is that what I taught you? To give up before the fight even starts?" Those words made Vaughn freeze. He then saw someone returning and couldn't believe his eyes. "Sir, you re-alive!" Vaughn was so relieved he was on the verge of tears. "Sir, I'm okay." Jem walked over and put a hand on his shoulder, his voice low and warm. "Vaughn, it's great to see you too. But we can catch up later." He gestured behind them. "I found some warriors among the newcomers who can help us." Jem and V sized each other up, their gazes probing, each with their own agenda. But then Vaughn smiled, extended his hand, and thanked him for coming back. Jem grabbed it and clapped him on the shoulder. "I heard I'd split from you guys, but we'll deal with that later. What's the situation now?" He took out a small object and gave it to Vaughn. "I brought this for you. Maybe it'll bring you some luck." Vaughn took it and put it on immediately. "Yes, sir." Right after, Jem's tone turned serious. "Fill me in on everything. We have to win this fight." Vaughn quickly showed Jem the map. "This is the battle map, sir." Noticing he was acting a bit strange, he asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Jem thought for a moment, then said, "Thanks, Vaughn. I'm drawing up a battle plan." After he finished thinking, stood up and announced his plan. "All right, everyone listen up. Here's what we gonna do." Without hesitating, he gave the order, "Mun, take a team, gather all the kerosene, and start fires here and here. That'll help us consolidate our defensive line. And the smoke will block the archer's line of sight." Mun acknowledged the order. "Got it." With that task assigned, he moved on to the others. "We'll split into 3 assault groups. Each of you will command a wing. It won't be easy, but I need you to hold the line for as long as possible." Everyone there understood the plan and replied, "Yes, sir, understood." However, Jack had a question. "So while we refighting, what will you two be doing?" The two of them just smirked deviously, making Vaughn, sitting between them, gulp nervously, a move designed to mess with the enemy's head. Then they charged forward, unleashing every special move they had. The battle scene was pure chaos between the two sides. Champion stood watching and asked, "These are the guys who were holding you up?" The other guy cut in and said, "Don't underestimate them. Champion, they were well trained and disciplined." Hearing this, he found it a bit interesting and asked, "Is that what you going to report to General Barra, when you have to explain why you needed reinforcements to beat this ragtag crew?" The other guy didn't want to hear it and waved him off. "We shouldn't have even needed reinforcements. If the mercs had just done their job." Champion, not wanting to argue, said warily, Yeah, just blame the mercenaries. You switched the contract and refused to pay them. What did you expect them to do?" The guy still insisted he was right. "I just said I'd pay them after they took care of the rebels. I even promised a bonus." Hearing that, he corrected him. "The Elven rebellion they've been fighting alongside for months on that expedition. You're a real piece of work, a complete idiot." Being called a rotten fool made him angry, and he shot back, "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you have any idea who my father is?" But Champion wasn't one to be messed with and moved in closer, threateningly. "I'm here on the general's orders to clean up your mess. So watch your mouth, unless you want to end up as a smear on that battlefield out there." "Got it." The guy was shut down and didn't dare talk back, just complying, "Yes." Meanwhile, Vaughn was still commanding his soldiers to aim for their heads. Seeing this, the enemy raised their shields, making the soldiers say worriedly, "It's not doing anything." He remained steadfast and replied, "I know, but we need to keep using our spears when they get in close." But they were still doubtful and asked, "Sir, can we really do this?" The question left him unsure how to answer properly. He remembered asking Jem once, "How can you always stay so calm before every battle?" Every time I see those insectoids, my whole body just freezes up. He had calmly replied, you have to Vaughn. If the commander shows fear, how can the soldiers trust him? Jem had also explained this principle. Victory or defeat is decided before the battle even begins, and morale is the most powerful weapon we have. And he also had some words of advice for him. A commander has two jobs. The first is to inspire hope, to make the soldiers believe in victory. After remembering this, Vaughn took a deep breath to steel himself before speaking. He smiled and said to everyone, of course we can do this. We've defeated insectoid warriors before. Everyone was a little stunned at first, then they responded. Yeah, that's right! Vaughn didn't stop there and asked again, are these guys as big as those bugs? Are they as tough as those beetles? The soldiers, regaining their spirit, shouted back, no, they were tiny! After that, everyone felt a surge of power and said confidently, exactly, we were gonna crush them! Mon, let him come, charge! Vaughn was still on edge, but seeing things were settled, he muttered, thanks, boss. A soldier rushed over, yelling in a panic, they were coming. Both sides clashed again. Throwing down one more time, the enemy champion watched the scene and commented, they were pretty good fighters. The leader got all cocky from the praise and said, see, told ya, they were not just some ragtag crew of miners. This whole expedition has turned them into real soldiers. But then the champion unexpectedly said, still, they were gonna lose. My troops will see to that. The leader couldn't believe it and asked, if it's so easy, why don't you get out there on the front lines with your boys? The champion got pissed, stepping up to him and asking, you think I'm a coward? Just as he was about to make a move, something went down. The scene cuts to soldiers all around, on high alert for something. This brings back a memory of Vaughn asking Jem, sir, you said a leader has two jobs. So what's the second one? He charged forward with all his might, Jem's words ringing in his head. Right, the second job is to turn that trust into a win. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a subordinate was reporting to his boss, Chief Barra, you sent for me. Barra sat there and ordered, champion, take your men to Sinner's Gorge and help put down that goblin uprising. The champion's face fell a bit as he quickly reported back. Chief, my men just got back from a border raid against the Kur tribe. They need some downtime. Barra didn't seem to give a damn and just kept talking. My goblin brother was taken out by that trash, and his advisors just sat there crying like a bunch of useless babies. Barra pointed at the kneeling man. You earned your title, champion, because of your skills in battle. Now I'm calling on you to serve the tribe one more time. The champion had no choice but to agree. Understood, sir. We'll move out tonight and crush them, leaving no one left standing. The next day, at the enemy camp, Enhem just casually strolled right in. Jem looked over at his partner and had to ask, do you even know what the word stealth means? Him just pouted. He jumped me. Okay. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed at them and yelled, who the hell are you? State your business. The champion stepped in front of his soldier, saying, can't you tell? They re here for me, you moron. Jem then spoke up, we re here to challenge your best fighters. The champion dropped his guard and just started laughing, you want to take me on? He got right in Jem's face. If you got the balls, I'm game. Hem looked hyped and started to move forward. Hell yeah, let's do this! But Jem stopped him, hold up. Hem looked a little let down, but Jem kept his eyes locked on their opponent. This isn't just a simple duel. Besides, I've got my dagger. I'll be fine. Him sounded a little hurt. I don't like this. Jem turned to him reassuringly. Just watch my six. Then he stepped forward. I'll take him. The grin on the champion's face got even bigger, his eyes sizing Jem up like a piece of meat. Both of you. Your heads will be on spikes before sundown. Jem quickly backed up a few steps and got into his stance. I've only got one condition. Nobody jumps in. Got it. The champion didn't seem to give a crap. He whipped out a small dagger, getting ready to launch it. I don't need any help. Then the blade went spinning through the air, flying right at Jem. Blade suddenly warned him, Master, he's made the first move, preparing to counterattack. Jem's gaze turned razor sharp. Stand down. I'll handle this personally. The blade replied, as you wish, Master. Then Jem used his own immense power to bat the dagger away. The champion then shot towards Jem like a bullet. His powerful strides ate up the distance between them in an instant. Looking like a demon, he leaped into the air with his massive blade and came crashing down on him. Jem quickly jumped back, easily dodging the blow. Then they clashed again like two titans. But Jem was overpowered and took a hard kick to the gut. He was sent flying dozens of feet back. He rolled a few times before pushing himself back up. A murderous aura flared in Jem's eyes as the champion brought his blade crashing down again, forcing Jem to backpedal. One of the enemy soldiers suddenly yelled out, Sir. Him just stood there, completely stunned by what he was seeing. Up ahead, two figures were locked in combat, and Jem was clearly on the ropes. He was clutching his blade, backing up constantly, looking like he was gritting his teeth through the pain. Hamo yelled out to rally them. He's fighting for us. Don't let him down. And with that, The soldiers started rushing the enemy again. He's right, everyone. The Liberator is on our side. Heimo was a little worried for Jem. You can do this, sir. I believe in you. Meanwhile, Champion was trying to mess with his opponent's head. Just surrender, and I'll make it quick. Jem suddenly cracked a twisted smile. That's enough of that. A flash of light erupted from his blade, forcing his opponent to stumble back. He then hit the ground hard, his face a mask of pure shock. Jem's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared down his rival. He closed in and started hacking down with his blade. Sorry about that. I was just putting on a little show to boost my soldiers' morale. His voice was dripping with confidence, and now it was time for the grand finale. Champion was getting sliced up relentlessly, completely caught off guard. How was he doing this? He staggered back a few steps, clutching his wounds. The enemy soldiers started to panic, and one quickly ordered his subordinate, "You go tell the others. If the champion falls, attack immediately." That guy hesitated for a second, pointing over. What a terrible commander. Just then, he turned and met Jem's murderous gaze, making him jump back in fear. That soldier quickly ducked and hid behind his subordinate. Meanwhile, Jem's blade began to glow with a faint aura. He pointed his weapon at his opponent and said, "Surrender." A massive fire lit up the night sky. Jem's gaze was unwavering, but a strange noise suddenly made him turn his head. A group of people was approaching from the distance. Seeing his allies, Jem called out a welcome back. He quickly asked Jack, "What about the goblins?" He put his hands on his hips and said, "The ones that are still breathing won't be coming back anytime soon." Jem let out a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear, thanks." Jack quickly looked around, asking about the situation over here. Jem replied, "After we wiped out the main group, the goblins harassing the other entrances scattered too. I sent people to hunt them down, but they were not a threat anymore." Jack bowed his head, looking relieved. "So it's finally over." "You mean the siege?" "Yeah, I interrogated the goblin commander. We wiped out the only reinforcement squad they could send. The next army won't be here for a few weeks, so we'll have time to prepare." Jack chimed in. "Well, the blue coats are probably going to be thrilled about that." Jem's expression was nonchalant. "We'll see about that. I've got a meeting with the council coming up," Jack asked, a bit puzzled. "They summoned you." "That was to be expected," Jem suddenly said. "I requested the meeting myself." Jack sounded surprised. "Are you kidding me?" Jem said it like it was obvious. "I hate wasting time. If I should get going now, I know you retired, but can you watch the pyre?" Jack glanced at the huge fire nearby. "A pyre? I thought this was a signal fire so we could find our way back." Jem said matter-of-factly, "It is. But we have to burn the bodies anyway, so I figured we could kill two birds with one stone." Jack asked, a little confused, "Dude, you know the goblins see burning bodies as a desecration of their gods, right?" Jem turned his head, waved him off, and said, "Pissing off gods is my specialty." Jem then led the group toward a large gate. Vaughn seemed a bit on edge. "Sir, are you sure this is a good idea? We should have brought more men." Zem, who was beside them, also advised against it. "The kid's right." Jem didn't seem to care. "It'll be fine." Zem continued, "That's Gwyn Unbreak Kid, a mage. His father is one of the council elders." Jem quickly cut him off. "Thanks, Ren." Across from them, a man suddenly stepped forward and asked, "You, Rel P, the Liberator, right?" Jem stood there, and though slightly surprised, he answered in a serious tone, "That's me. Is the council ready to see me?" The man replied, "Yes." He then suddenly looked at the person next to Jem. "Hey you, are you the one who brought my sister back?" Vaughn didn't hesitate to report, "Yes, sir." "How is she?" The man said cheerfully, "She's doing fine, thanks to you. I'm glad to see you. Still in one piece." Jem suddenly leaned in close to his ear and asked, "Anything you want to explain?" Vaughn, looking a bit embarrassed, replied, "I'll tell you later, sir." Then the man announced clearly, "If you will follow me, LP, however, your men and your weapons must remain outside." The other two immediately yelled out in protest. "You can't do that." Jem wasn't fazed, handing the weapon back to Vaughn and saying, "It's all good here. Take care of her for me." "Will ya?" Vaughn stood there stunned, muttering her. Jem was getting tired, so he sat down with the guy next to him to wait for Leo inside. "Guess we'll just wait." Vaughn jabbed, "So now you willing to wait for him, huh?" Jem cleared his throat. "Someone's being a little dramatic. We all thought the guy was dead." Vaughn, completely pissed off now, shot back, "You guys didn't even give him a chance to come back." Jem, sitting beside him, explained, "That's what people call a miracle, kid. Getting snatched by the hiplings and making it back alive is a long shot. Usually, they don't even find your bones. And before you start spouting some corny lines about loyalty or faith, let me remind you, that stuff doesn't put food on my table. It sure as hell didn't keep my family alive all this time." Vaughn looked surprised. "You have a family?" Jem pointed right at him. "See? That's why I bounced. What do you even know about your own crew?" "Vaughn, you're Relia's second in command, for crying out loud. And you don't even know the first thing about the guys you're leading." Vaughn pouted. "I know their names," Jem went on. "If you, We're gonna lead a crew into battle. You gotta know more than just their names. You have to know who they are, and what makes them tick. Look, I know the big boss sees us as cannon fodder for his schemes, and I'm cool with that. But a lieutenant has to manage his own guys, Vaughn snapped, yelling. Leo doesn't see us like that. His voice got softer. Chill out, kid. I'm not dissing your hero. He is who he is, and we both know it. Vaughn asked, a little confused. If that's what you think, then why did you come back? Jim continued. I've served under Dagger, and I've served under Jack. They were both solid leaders, but neither of them can hold a candle to Leo. That dude's got something special. I can't put my finger on it. But he's got the luck of the gods backing him up. He's the type who always makes it out alive, and he's headed for the big leagues. I know that if I follow him, I'll get there too, and that's why I should be his right-hand man. He needs someone with real command experience to have his back. Vaughn shot back. And you think that person should be you? Jem nodded confidently. Who else? There's no shame in admitting someone's better suited for the job. Step aside and learn. Kid, maybe one day you'll be ready. Vaughn was resolute. I'm not backing down. Leo is counting on me. Jem said, wiping his dagger. Suit yourself. You'll figure it out eventually. And when you do, I'll be ready to step up. Then the two of them sat in silence for a bit. Vaughn nervously snuck a glance at the door. On the other side, Leo was facing the people who were about to give him a hell of a time. Leo the Liberator, you have been summoned here today for an audience. Leo replied, a bit irritated. You've got it backward, Chief. I'm the one who summoned you. The man across from him exploded with rage, pointing a finger in his face. You insolent brat. The man beside him spoke up. Easy there, Lord Ambrake. He said impatiently, but Bob, how dare this little punk act this way toward us? Bob spoke in a calming voice. Lord Ambrake, let's just hear what he has to say. It can't hurt. Then he turned to another man. Isn't that right, Chief? The chief crossed his arms and said, let the boy talk. The floor is yours. Leo replied confidently, thank you, Chief. First, let me be clear. I have no intention of overthrowing you. Ambrake, losing his patience, slammed his fist on the table. You think a grayskin like you could ever overthrow us? Leo explained, you were the ones who sent your most elite death squads into the catacombs, just to get them all wiped out while chasing some runaway grunts. He clenched his fist, his voice firm. If it wasn't for your orders, those people would have fought back, but me. I have the backing of a whole army, from regular folks all the way up to the gods in the sky. So are you still feeling so confident? Ambrake had finally lost it. He screamed, guards. Win, take him out. A squad of soldiers began to charge at him. Win's eyes glinted with killing intent. Sorry, kid, I can't disobey a direct order. Leo seemed to understand. I get it. At that moment, the chief's voice cut in. Hold. Ambrake was clearly confused by this move, Chief. But this brat, Bob also chimed in. This is the kid who defeated an entire Goblin Legion. You really think you could pull that off, Ambrake? He was speechless after hearing that. Ambrake just gritted his teeth, totally pissed. Then he slumped into his chair and waved a hand. Gwyn, just fall back for now. The chief then cleared his throat. You Liberator, if you were not planning on overthrowing us, then what do you want? Then started to lay it out. In another time, when the Empire was on the brink, they gave absolute power to the Grand Emperor, a government ruled by divine right. Back then, that person could use every resource to drive out the enemy. His eyes held a deep, calculating look. People knew that only the strongest leader could bring victory to the whole kingdom. Then, Jen made his offer. I want the council to make me commander-in-chief, and with that power, I will protect this place. Instead of getting in each other's way, we all work together. The chief was a little surprised. That's it. Jen kept going. I want the authority to do things my way, the power to recruit citizens, and to use every available resource to hit our target. The chief got a little heated. You think we just your puppets? Jin just shrugged, acting like he couldn't care less. Outside of the war effort, you guys still hold all the power. This is the best option we got. The chief seemed to agree after hearing that explanation. That makes sense, but we could just pick Jack or VG, like you. VG just came back from the dead, and he's got a whole crew backing him up. Jen cracked a sarcastic smile. Jack works for me, and as for VG, are you really gonna give military command to the guy who offed his own parents? You sure about that? The three men across from him looked uneasy at his words. That killer look was back in Jen's eyes. Alright, smart move, he said confidently. So what's it gonna be? Outside, Vaughn was asking questions. You got any kids? The man answered. Yeah, he asked again. How many? Dem seemed to be losing his patience. What's it to you? Vaughn pressed on. It matters. Why do you throw yourself into battle like that? Don't you care about your kids? He shot a sharp look over at him. He asked Vaughn, your family makes pottery, right? Vaughn, a little flustered, answered, yeah, that's right. Dem got right in his face. Let me give you a life lesson, kid. Never ask another man that question, especially a man with a family. Guys like us aren't lucky enough to have a peaceful job like you. Vaughn got a little freaked out. Sorry, I totally didn't mean it like that. Dem didn't hold it against him and just turned away. It's cool. I'm just telling you. But if you keep running your mouth like that, you gonna make enemies everywhere. You a good kid. I don't want to come down on you for no reason. Don't ever think that I or the other guys don't want to survive and provide for our families. Those words made Vaughn shut his trap, not daring to say another word. Then he waved his hands frantically. No, that's not what I meant at all. Dem suddenly cut in. All right, the commander's been in there for a minute. Vaughn turned to look at the door. You think something happened to him? A glint flashed in Dem's eyes. You two go grab a few more guys. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Sir, Vaughn's voice called out as he saw him step through the door. He asked urgently, how'd it go? Right beside him also asked, everything go smoothly. Commander. Jen started walking quickly. It's all good, the council accepted me as their commander-in-chief, so now it's my job to protect this place. Vaughn was surprised and a little relieved. That's awesome. Dem was skeptical, they caved that fast. Jen turned to him and said, they were hoping I'd get taken out on the battlefield fighting those goblins. But now they realize I'm their best bet. Dem's eyes grew wary again. We'll protect you from any assassins. They're not just gonna let this slide, he said, his voice full of resolve. I'm sure they'll try, but they'll have a hard time pulling it off. Besides, I told them I know where a treasure is buried, and their greed is way bigger than their desire to see me dead. Speaking of that treasure, I'm gonna need your help. He pointed to himself, confused. Sir, I don't know anything about any treasure, Jen explained. I need to meet the person who's been making our crossbows. You mentioned him once, right? The mysterious craftsman who stays anonymous. It looked like Vaughn remembered who he was talking about. Jen continued, it's time for him to show himself. I have a plan that requires his help. Just then, someone burst in from outside, yelling Bolo. It's Dad! Dad's back. Right then, at the head table, VG was greeting his son. Luke was totally hyped to see his old man back. Dad, the word on the street is. G cut in. Yeah, looks like I was spotted on the way back. Luke was a bit curious. Father, how did you survive? Where have you been all this time? G seemed hesitant to speak. That's a long story for another time, but Bo has filled me in on everything that went down while I was gone. This startled Luke. He stammered. Haman's crew VG. His eyes were fixed on the two in front of him, saying nothing. He got up from his chair. That was my fault, not yours. I should have prepared you boys better before I left, especially before heading off to war. You two did your best, and I can't blame you for that. But one thing is crystal clear, Simon has to answer for a lot of things. Meanwhile, at the east gate, one of the entrances to the boggy settlement, Simon walked up to the other two and asked, what's the word? Dem answered confidently, the rumors are true, VG is back. He wiped out the Jira army at the main gate and is reporting to the council now. Simon looked stunned. What? How the hell did that happen? Roman continued. I don't know, Commander, that's just the report from our men. Simon was furious now, unable to believe that someone who was a prisoner of the swarm could actually make it back alive. Jem said it like it was obvious. He's blessed by the gods, so anything's possible. Besides, shouldn't we be happy about this? The goblins surrounding the gate will probably pull back soon, and no blood will have to be shed. Simon reconsidered, his voice a bit softer now. Yeah, that makes sense. Suddenly, someone ran up to report, sir, a messenger has arrived. Jen stood there watching them whisper to each other, a little puzzled. What's going on? Vaffin's eyes looked completely lifeless. Father is back too. Jen was a bit startled. Vidji is still alive. He turned to the person next to him. Simon, what happened with Oscar wasn't your fault. Go see him, ask for forgiveness. Simon was confused. Forgiveness. He was terrified. Vega, I'm the one who did it. I took out the son he loved the most. You think he's just gonna let us slide? Roman was a bit confused. Us. Simon's eyes were now filled with despair. Yes, us. You, me, and everyone who sided with me after Oscar's death. He's gonna come back and take everything from us, including our lives. Jen was completely bewildered by his words. You don't know that for sure. Simon quickly recoiled. Vega, he's the Rat King. You really think we won't share the same fate as Gamma and his crew? Jen was even more panicked now. By the grace of Maga, what are we supposed to do? Simon was desperately trying to find a way out of this mess. Just then Vij arrived leading a massive, intimidating crew. They got closer and closer, and their numbers kept growing. They marched straight inside, and no one dared to get in his way. Looked a little smug now. Everyone's here, Commander. When they heard your father was back, they came at once. The person next to him chimed in. Yeah, but Simon must have guessed we were coming. VG suddenly spoke up. He's known for a long time. He ordered the man behind him to look around. Well, Ban, don't you see it? He was a little confused. What do you mean, Commander? There was something off about the eyes of the people around them. Their gazes were clearly on guard. He said, Simon was my star pupil. He knew I'd land at the East Gate and has already rallied the locals to deal with us. He's definitely convinced them that I'm going to slaughter everyone after the battle. Luke was a bit flustered. So what do we do now? The man next to his father asked. You think he set up an ambush for us? V continued. Can't rule that out. Tell the troops to stay on high alert. But I doubt they were pissed off enough or paid well enough to risk their lives in a direct confrontation. They're probably just blocking our escape route, a contingency in case he fails. It's what I would do in his position. Luke asked again. Father, shouldn't we wait for a reply from the messengers sent to Rocco and Leo before we make a move? If they were here, Simon would definitely back down. G immediately shot that idea down. No, the more we hesitate, the harder it'll be to turn things around. We've lost the element of surprise. So we have to move fast. Besides, I don't want to keep my son waiting any longer. Up ahead was Simon, standing there with a massive army. VG said with a touch of irony. I'm sure he's prepared a warm welcome for us. The two imposing forces faced off, looking like a huge battle was about to break out. On the other side, Simon watched his father with extreme caution. VG over here was a little pissed, unable to believe Hamo would do something like that. The person behind him suddenly whispered. They see the boss is back. What are those 50 guys doing? Lus said, biting his lip. Hamo probably told them that if they didn't follow him, Dad would punish them. V then chimed in, and he probably promised them a fat bonus if they fought for him. The person behind him was a bit puzzled. But he doesn't have that kind of cash, right? V stepped forward, his tone clear. Dead men don't need to get paid. Then, Hamo and V faced off right in the middle of the arena. Hamo's voice was laced with sarcasm. Welcome back, father. I see even the wraiths couldn't stand you. VG spoke softly. Hamo, end this foolishness. I have 3 times your numbers, and you at a disadvantage. Hamo then let out a slight smirk. Is that so? Then he raised a bag, and a horn suddenly blared, echoing throughout the cavern. Over here, Luz was a bit confused. What the hell is he talking about? The person next to him quickly shouted. Hey, look at the gate! On the other side, the large gate suddenly swung open. VG's eyes were now filled with killing intent. What have you done? Hamo said with a confident tone. The bogey have no future, father. Even though won, the Jira will come and crush us. So, I did what was necessary to secure a future for our people. They will help me wipe out the rot in our settlement. A formation of armed soldiers marched in from the gate. He continued, and in exchange, the bogey will once again walk under the sun. VG gritted his teeth and said, as slaves. Hamo yelled back, as free people under the sky. He pointed a finger straight at his father and growled, something you promised. But all you ever did was talk. VG looked a little guilty and turned his head away. Hamo then pointed behind him, where the entire army stood. But I will fulfill my promise. I will free our people from the greenskins. And from you too. I will do what is necessary to become the true leader our people need. VG's expression grew darker and darker. Hamo spoke with an excited look on his face. So now I will accept your surrender. Don't worry, unlike you, I will be merciful. I won't make you suffer the way Gma did. His eyes burned with an ambition that was consuming him. What do you say, father? Had nothing more to say to Hamo. He turned away decisively and disappointed. Over here, his son was furious. That bastard. I can't believe he allied with the goblins. Hamo's subordinate seemed a bit restless at this point. Sir, I thought we were keeping the goblins as a last resort. Now that they're in the mix, who knows what'll happen. Hamo was quite pleased with his choice. Don't worry, the goblins need us. Lep defeated their main force, and this bunch can't go back empty-handed. Besides, my father is no fool. He looked at his father's back. He knows what he's up against, and when he's beaten, we just have to wait for him to accept his loss and swallow his pride. That subordinate was a little worried. Well, you know him better than I do. Hamo quickly pointed in that direction, saying confidently, look at his men. They were ready to bolt at any moment. With those grim faces, all it takes is one man to fall, and the whole lot will scatter like scavengers, and he can't do a thing to stop it. Over here, Bolo seemed confused about what his father would do next. Dad, what should we do? VG was then seen raising his bow high. Then he shouted with powerful vigor, everyone listen to me! We came here today for justice, but now we stand here to fight for our very survival. Hamo has brought the Jira to our doorstep, and we are the only ones standing between them and our loved ones. You didn't think you'd be defending our people today, but the gods have called upon you to protect your friends, your families, and your homes from these invaders. Think of them as you fight today, and know that if we fall to the Jira, there will be nowhere left to run. If we stand together, we can win, but it will take all of us standing as one. Was now incredibly hyped. Tell him, Dad. VG's voice boomed even louder. Who will stand with me today? Will you fight by my side? At that moment, everyone seemed to awaken. Everyone roared in unison. We're gonna ram! Let's go! We got your back, boss! Meanwhile, Hamo and his crew were keeping a close eye on the enemy. And just like that, VG was leading the charge. And everyone started rushing forward to attack. The brawl was getting brutal, with no holds barred. The two sides went at it relentlessly. Every move was a kill shot aimed to take the other guy out instantly. VG powerfully drew his bow and landed a shot right between an enemy's eyes. He quickly whipped his head around, on guard. Just as someone behind him raised a crossbow, ready to take him out. Just then, a volley of arrows flew towards VG. A dark figure leaped in from a distance. As Bolo blocked the incoming shafts with his shield and yelled, "Found you, Dad!" While still fighting, VG calmly asked, "How's the fight on the rear line?" Bolo reported, "The goblins have better gear, but we've got more guys, so we re-holding them off." As he drew his bow again, VE asked, "What about Loser?" Bolo quickly replied, "He's hunting down Hamo right now." At that moment, on another front, a tall man said, "My little brother is on his way here too." As another fierce battle kicked off, Hamo spoke tensely, "This fight is too evenly matched. We need to end this before their backup arrives." He reached into the pouch on his hip, pulled out a vial, and told the man, "Take him out with this." The man gritted his teeth, took the vial, and said, "You better keep your promise about my reward." Then he downed the entire potion. Meanwhile, Loser was tearing through enemies everywhere with his spear. But then a guy rushed him like a phantom, and slammed a fist right into him. But the punch was so powerful it sent him flying right into a wall, caving in his chest. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted in the middle of the battle, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. No one could see what was happening, making everyone freak out and yell, "What the hell?" The guy who drank the potion began to glow with a green light, screaming like a maniac. Then he started attacking with a power that no one could block. William screamed the order, "Get him! Protect Loser." Everyone immediately surrounded the guy to attack. William rushed to his side, kneeling down to ask, "Loser, snap out of it. You still alive?" But Loser only managed a weak groan, as William turned to watch the chaos. The juiced-up guy had already tossed aside everyone surrounding him. William steeled himself, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Good thing I got to kiss my wife goodbye this morning." They both charged at each other, and the enemy swung his blade down. William quickly raised his weapon to parry, screaming, "Die, you pathetic scum." The guy managed to grab William's shoulder, and you could hear the bones crack. Just as the blade was at his neck, the enemy grinned, ready to finish him, but suddenly his eyes rolled back into his head. He lost focus and screamed in agony as Loser's spear pierced through his heart. The enemy collapsed, and Loser, panting heavily, said, fighting back, "Man, what a drag." He turned to William and asked, "You good?" William just waved a hand. "Just let me lie here and catch my breath for a sec," Loser replied. "Wish I had that luxury." "What the hell is going on over there?" Hamo complained. "Your troops are a massive disappointment. We have to end this now." The guy beside him just smirked. "Don't worry. My main force is here." The main gate swung open, and an army began to march in. Bolo and V froze, while William and Loser watched in silence. Hamo yelled triumphantly, "This is the end of the line. From this day on, a new order will rise." A voice rang out, "Why is the gate open? And why the hell are there so many goblins here?" Heman said as he entered. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Heman." He replied coldly, "Good thing Rax told me to come give you guys a hand." V let out a sigh of relief. Heman, of course. Everyone else was stoked to see these reinforcements show up. The enemy leader was confused. "What is this? Where the hell are my men? Hamo snapped, they all got wiped out, you idiot!" He then screamed, "Tell your men to focus everything on my father. Take him out, and the rest will crumble." The leader looked at Hamo and then commanded, "Right? All units forget the small fry. Eliminate that archer." Bolo glanced back at Aviv and said, "Not exactly popular, are you, Dad?" As they ducked into an empty room, Bolo cried out in pain and collapsed, an arrow now sticking out of his leg. Vigi rushed to his side. "Bolo, I'm sorry." He struggled to answer. "It's nothing, Dad. I'm good," Vigi said. "I'm out of arrows. We need to take a breather." With that, he set down his bow, drew his sword, and unleashed a devastating attack that took out a whole squad of enemies nearby. Heman was also tearing it up, cutting down foes with ease. The brawl was brutal, with bodies dropping all over the place. Mo screamed for them to stop. "Hold up, stop." The dude next to him started yelling, "You useless punks. Your crew bailed." He told Mo, "Our deal is done here. Unless you can make up for this whole mess." Mo stammered back, I can do it." He clutched the red vial in his hand, shakily insisting, "I'll get it done." He glanced around nervously, then a loud scream echoed, "Mo, you bastard." He whipped his head in the direction of the scream. Just then, Hem and Luther were charging right at him. He quickly chugged the vial. His eyes glazed over as Mo screamed in agony. Right as Hem and Luther were about to land a finishing blow, he ripped off his cap. 2 beams of red energy shot out from his pupils. The power inside his body erupted, blasting both Hem and Luther away. Just then, V lunged toward them. Mo laughed maniacally, "Father's here." A blast of energy shot from his hands straight at the old man. V quick raised his sword to block it. He was shocked to realize the blade was absorbing the energy Mo was putting out. Mo gasped in disbelief. What the? Ah's voice was stern. Stop this now. While he thought to himself, the sword absorbed a piece of the power. Interesting. Mo screamed, I can't stop, father. You were the one who taught me to live my truth to the very end. Finally, he roared with all his strength, and I will never let you down. Vigi charged at him too. I never taught you to betray your family, Mo shot back. Oh really? Then why'd you let Gomez die? Why'd you team up with the guy who killed him? Vag gritted his teeth, blocking the attack, and answered, he betrayed us, so I punished him. Mo put everything he had into his next attack, screaming back, Father, you sent him to his death, you let that bastard take him out, and did nothing. Dodged the blow and replied, I did what was best for everyone. Mo was enraged by his words, but kept attacking for everyone, or just for yourself. We worshipped you, we called you father. And all this time you just saw us as pawns. Vigi raised his sword, struggling to block Mo's relentless, vicious attacks. Mo poured out all his feelings in a torrent of accusations. You never loved us, you never loved me. The only person you've ever loved is yourself. Vigi struggled to reply, that's not true. I always wanted what was best for you kids. I wanted you to survive this cruel world and stand beside me. Mo gave a sinister laugh. Well then, father, your wish came true. There will be one survivor too. But before he could finish, he noticed strange cracks starting to appear on his body. He screamed in terror, what is this? He clutched his head, screaming in agony. Vigi called out, a hint of worry in his voice. Mo. A goblin yelled from a distance, he's gonna blow. The wild power will fry us all. V gritted his teeth, then leaped into the air, plunging his sword deep into Mo's chest and said goodbye, my son. Mo just managed to call out father, then struggled with his last words. I'm sorry, I didn't. He held him close, his voice soft. I know, rest now, son. In front of a log cabin, 2 guards stood at attention with spears, keeping the peace and making sure everyone was safe. Everyone in the village was talking and laughing together. The vibe was cheerful and warm. Abby was looking around for someone, a small bag in her hand. She stopped by a cot. Turns out she was there to wake up No. Hey No, get up. We got food. She yelled so loud it made No's ears ring. Sitting up, No asked Abby, I thought you were with Elle. She held out the bag and answered, I was. She sent me back with some supplies before she went to check something out. Abby chuckled at his question. No just smirked and looked away. That little thief. Abby sat down next to No. She started opening the bag while talking. That little thief is the reason we re-eating at all. Jack's crew is keeping us safe, but food's getting scarce with the blues and the greens hoarding it all. If it wasn't for her skills, we'd all be starving to death by now. Inside the bag were just 3 things, and not much of them, some bread, cheese, and rice. Hearing that, Noah silently agreed with a small nod. The other kids were crying their eyes out for their moms. Seeing their faces, Noah suddenly asked, shouldn't we be sharing this? Abby quickly said, don't worry. I already brought food for everyone else. This is just our share. Everyone was happy because they all got a piece. With a long sigh, Goza realized she'd been worried for nothing. Thank goodness. Changing the subject, Goza suddenly asked, where's Rosa? She could eat with us. Suddenly, she appeared right behind them, saying, right here. Rosa's sudden appearance made Goza jump out of her skin. Rosa quickly grabbed a piece of food and popped it in her mouth, enjoying it as she said, I just had to deal with a couple of these punks. That cheese looks good, but is the food a little dry? Abelda, holding a piece of cheese, replied, if you don't want it, then give your share to me. I didn't bring back food for complainers. Rosa refused. Nah. It's fine. Noticing Goza was quieter than usual, Rosa and Abelda both looked over at her. Abelda took the initiative and asked, what's wrong, Goza? As if she'd hit a nerve, Goza jumped and looked away flustered. Sorry, it's nothing. It seemed Abelda had already guessed she was thinking about her brother again. Rosa gave her a light nudge on the back. Of course she's thinking about him. Can you give her some space? Holding a small piece of food, Goza confessed sadly, I'm sorry, it's just, when I heard about Vanka's recent fight, it made me think of Jem. Rosa crossed her arms and agreed, Goza, it's okay, we get it. We've all lost someone. I lost my cousin, and Abelda lost her husband. Hearing this from Rosa, Goza was shocked and immediately turned to Abelda in surprise. You were married. Startled, Abelda nodded. Yeah, she just shrugged and explained. He went out on a scouting run before this and just never came back. Feeling the story was too simplistic, Goza frowned. I'm so sorry, I had no idea. Abelda just brushed it off. It's old news, we all gotta move on, right? Rosa leaned in with a smile. But more importantly, we all get how you feel. You don't have to go through it alone. Touched by the encouragement, Goza threw her arms around both of them. You guys are the best. Abelda yelled, hey, watch it! You were getting food all over me. Suddenly, a voice called out. Goza here. Goza raised her hand and called back, over here. Thost. Arza snickered teasingly. Well, look who it is, Loverboy's here. Goza grumbled in annoyance. Shut up! Ghost ran frantically over to Goza. He looked like he was in a huge rush. Goza, have you got news? It's Jim, he's back. A mix of shock and disbelief, Goza shot to her feet and asked again. What, for real? Ghost said excitedly. Yeah, come on, I'll take you to him. And with that, the two of them took off. Abelda and Arza waved. You two have fun now. Yeah, do what I would do. Abelda then reminded her. You and Laura owe me a beer, and a real one. Not that mushroom moonshine like last time. Rosa looked annoyed and whined. Oh, come on, that was just a joke. Who would actually bet on whether their friend's brother was dead or not? This time, Abelda's voice was low and threatening. A deal's a deal, pay up, or I will tell everyone what you and Lar did with Kogan in the back room of the mushroom farm. Rosa muttered, you know what? You've got a real nasty mouth and a gambling addiction. It's gonna come back to bite you one of these days. Unbothered by Rosa's comment, Abelda laughed. Want to bet on how long until that happens? Rosa replied dismissively, no way, I'm never making a bet with you again. That was enough to tick Abelda off a bit. Meanwhile, Jem was heading toward the village with his crew, pointing the way, when he suddenly noticed Goza was already standing there. Her eyes widened in surprise. He just smiled happily at his sister. Goza ran straight into Jem's open arms, which were waiting to welcome her. The two siblings embraced in a happy reunion. Goza looked at her brother, her eyes filled with tears. But the touching moment didn't last long, as she suddenly clamped her hand over Jem's mouth. Leaning close to Jem's face, Goza glared and growled menacingly. Why the hell didn't you tell me you were coming back? She didn't stop there. Continuing to chew Jem out, everyone around them burst into laughter. Vaughn started showing Jem around the village, pointing and saying, right this way. Jem looked around. Your mysterious artisan friend lives in a pretty interesting spot, huh? Awkward at Jem's comment, Vaughn stammered, well, he's not exactly my friend, sir. It's just that my dad helped him out a couple of times, as they were about to go through the door. Jem asked. Do you know why he lives all the way out here? If he's as good a person as he is a craftsman. Vaughn turned his head. Well, sir, before he could finish his sentence, someone cut him off, yelling. It was a man with long hair, shouting in a furious voice. You know what? I think I'll just do it. Go to hell, you damn old geezer. Seeing the man, Vaughn cheerfully raised his hand to wave hello. Yoba, what's up? He just stormed past without saying a word. Getting no response, Vaughn looked back awkwardly. Jem was confused too. What's his deal? You know him. Scratching his head, he replied, yeah, that's Bo, Goran's lead apprentice, the guy we were here to see. I guess something must be happened. Suddenly, another voice called out, and Jem and Vaughn turned toward the sound. Is that you? Vaughn was surprised by who he saw. He happily introduced him to Jem. Sir, this is Go. He's one of Goran's apprentices. Jem immediately shook his hand. Nice to meet you. Go replied cheerfully. You too. After that, Vaughn turned to ask, Go, what's going on? What's Bo's problem? It's hard to say, Go explained. He and the old man got into another fight. Jem added, I've heard fathers and sons do that a lot. It's not like that. Go shook his head warily. That old man isn't our father. He just raised us. Vaughn then explained it to Jem like this, Sir. After Goran got into some trouble with the nobles, he moved out to the outskirts to be left alone. But Bo Go and the others just kept following him. He continued cheerfully. We used to come out here as kids and mess with the old man, throwing rocks, breaking his stuff, trying to scare him. He recalled a memory of the old man scolding the three of them, and how he made Bo fix the things they had broken. One day, we were being pretty stupid, and the master caught us accidentally wrecking his cart. He made us fix the damage we caused, and he used his forging skills to fix it. Our eyes lit up. It was the first time any of us had ever seen a forge. Bo was so into it, he was the first one to go back. Bo went back the next day by himself and begged to become an apprentice, but he just kept coming back. And eventually the old man gave in and accepted him. We joined up a little while later, but lately it seems like all they do is argue with each other. That sounds pretty complicated, Jem asked. Any idea why? Go shrugged, not really sure himself, but it all started after Vaughn got back from his expedition. Getting called out for no reason, Vaughn jumped and pointed at himself. Me. What did I do? Go started to explain. Remember when you came to get more lead bolts for your crossbow to fight the goblins? Everyone was talking about how awesome you were for helping us fight back. Bo even said he wanted to join you. Go frowned. He and the old man had a huge fight over it, and they've been at each other's throats ever since. Jem cut in. Well, this is all fascinating, but we were here to see your master. Is he around? Rubbing the back of his neck, Go looked awkward. Sorry, but you guys are gonna have to come back another time. He's in the back room. Jem turned to Vaughn. And what does that mean? Vaughn replied, it means he's drinking, sir. When that door is closed. He's not very friendly when he's drunk. That's probably why he doesn't have many friends. He remembers how wasted the old man gets. Sometimes he's in there for weeks straight. The worst part is, the longer he stays in there, we never know when he's gonna come out. Not backing down, Jem pressed the issue. The problem is, we need him right now. Feeling helpless, Go just shook his head. I'm sorry, but my hands are tied. Vaughn suggested. Maybe we should go somewhere else, sir. We could ask Kai, the caretaker. He has his own shop. But it seemed like that suggestion was a no-go too. No, Q is more of a carpenter. Goran is the guy we need to talk to. Vaughn was out of ideas. So what do we do now? A stone skipped across the river. It was Bo, sitting there and sulking. Someone called out to him. It was Jem and Vaughn, who had come to find him. We need to talk, still pissed off. Bo chucked another rock. Get lost. I'm not interested. Turning to Vaughn, Jem said, show him. Bo was stunned by what he saw. Bo stammered, is this? Jem replied, you want to impress your master, right? Help us with this, and I guarantee he'll be blown away. Noticing Bo's hesitation, Jem held out his hand. So, are you in? Bo was still on the fence, but he was clearly starting to consider it. And just like that, Bo firmly shook Jem's hand, sealing the deal. Shocked by what they were seeing, both Go and Vaughn blurted out, what the heck? Even the Jura people don't have this. A blueprint covered in complex drawings and descriptions. This is an advanced crossbow design that's lighter, faster to reload, and has a stronger pull. Jem pointed seriously. And I want you to build it for me. Flustered by the tough request, the old man wiped his sweaty hands on his head. I haven't seen a blueprint like this since my days working for mercenaries. Where did you get this? Did you steal it? Completely unfazed, Jem replied, nah, I designed it myself. Unbelievable. The old man's eyes widened as he stared at the blueprint. I never thought a monster with this kind of talent existed. How? Shaking his head, Jem asked again. That doesn't matter. What I need to know now is, can you build it or not? Faced with this challenging request, he hesitated, stroking his beard and stammering. I could, but, he then said firmly, no, I won't help you. Then someone else cut in. Fine, I will do it myself. Shocked that the words came from Bo, the old man spun around. What? Bo looked at Jem with determination, replying with a serious gaze. Let me give it a shot. Bo said, I fixed the last one, so I can build this. The old man yelled frantically. That design is way too advanced for you. There are too many complex parts. Jem agreed. Maybe so. Bo turned to the old man. But doesn't that depend on the master? If our master taught us well, we'll find a way. Bo might not be ready, but with Go and Sam helping out, we can get pretty far. Hearing that, Jem asked, isn't that what family does for each other? Helping each other out when things get tough. Jem's unwavering expression made the old man cautious. Because Jem's words hit the mark, he could only look away in confusion. And so, they began the work. Bo and the others started heating the metal. Bo went back and forth with Go, figuring out how to assemble it. Their hands carefully molded each piece. Bo was completely focused on the task. He frowned in concentration. Halfway through, Bo was stuck. If I keep doing this, it's gonna break. I don't know what to do, Jem replied. Looks like we've hit a snag. You might have been right all along. Vaughn turned to ask, sir, but the old man just turned his back, ignoring him. Expecting that, Jem said, just leave him be. Jem watched his back and thought to himself, he's getting exactly what he wants. The old man's face was lost in thought, his gaze distant. Meanwhile, Go said tiredly, if it breaks, we'll just start over. Maybe a different piece of wood will work better. Bo replied in frustration. It's not the wood, my skills just aren't there yet. He hung his head, annoyed to admit, that old geezer was right. Suddenly the old man slammed his tool kit down, shouting, is this how you repay me for teaching you? You just gonna give up that easily? He picked up a tool, his face serious but his voice encouraging. Use this, you won't get far with that clunky thing. Vaughn, startled, exclaimed, sir, but those are your personal tools. Jem smiled in satisfaction. I know, Vaughn, I see it. The three of them were moved by the gesture, their eyes tearing up. He was passing his tools down to Bo. Bo choked back tears, touched by the gestures. Thank you, master. The old man turned away bashfully. Cut the waterworks. We've got a customer watching. Encouraged, Bo was eager to perform. He picked up the tool, flashing a confident smile. You got it! Jem walked over and said, you did the right thing. He replied, we'll see. All three of them focused on the work. They poured all their effort into every single second. 2 bolts shot straight into the target, dead center. Both bolts pierced clean through. Vaughn ran to check, yelling in surprise. It went all the way through. Jem clapped him on the shoulder proudly. Nice work. Bo pointed behind him. It wasn't just me, it was a team effort. He then pointed to the old man, including his master. This was way harder than fixing a wagon wheel. I still have so much to learn. The old man threw an arm around Bo's shoulders, happy and proud. That's right. You keep calling me master, and I'll keep on teaching you. You little punk. Suddenly, his tone grew serious. So how many of these are you planning to make? There's no way you're only making one, right? Jem grinned. You read my mind. We're gonna need as many as possible, and armor too. Hearing that, the old man was stunned, asking to make sure. Armor. Do you have any idea how long that takes to make? The old man started to explain. We were not going to be starting from square one. Understanding him perfectly, Jem just smiled and replied, We gonna refit the armor the goblins donated to us so it fits our people. We'll need 45 sets, as soon as possible. He shouted in disbelief, another 45 crossbows too. No way, that'll take us months to complete. Feeling the request was absurd, he questioned it. Gon added, sure we can, if we get help from the other workshops. Gon clapped him on the shoulder. Don't sweat it. Goran, let me tell you about a guy named Henry Ford from a place far away called Detroit. Sometime after Vara collapsed, a voice suddenly called out from one of the white tents in the camp. Hey, Vaughn! He was talking to someone and snapped his head around at the sound. Vaughan grinned, casually asking Rune, you alive? She immediately shot back, we got out of there after Bungo was killed. Those damn tribal guides were about to feed us to the wolves. Changing the subject, he gestured back toward the tent and offered, you wanna go see her? She's resting inside. Hearing her comrade was injured, Rune clenched her fists. Is it really gone? Is Leb back too? Is Rafa with him? Blinking at the barrage of questions, he looked a little stunned. Yeah, he's back. Said she's helping look after the refugees downstairs. Without another word, Vaughan gestured for her to enter and pulled back the flap. Hey Rune, sorry but I gotta dip. Talk later. Hearing the good news, the three of them cheered. She's alive. Let's get ready, we have to go see her. After sending the other group on their way, he stepped inside. Just then, Vara was sitting up, lightly holding her head and asking a question. Vaughan, what happened? Worried about her, he totally freaked out. Hey, don't move! What are you doing out of bed? You could be been killed! Seeing he had enough energy to shout, Vara smiled in relief. You're not dead. Her words made Vaughan blush and stammer. No, that's not what I meant. Not knowing how to react, he turned away and ran his hands through his hair. After calming down, Vaughan snuck a peek back at her. Vara was happily holding a small leather pouch, saying, thank you for helping me, and for this, too. Vaughan sat down beside her bed, explaining, I just wanted to do something to make you feel better. Clutching the pouch, Vara said gratefully, I'll always treasure this thing that connects us. Seeing her so happy made him smile too. Glad I could help. Her eyes lit up as she blurted out, this is the most wonderful engagement gift, seriously. Vaughhan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Engagement gift. Vara. But before he could explain, Hen burst in. Vaughan, Leb's in a standoff with some mercs. Which shocked them both. What? Explain yourself. Vaughan demanded. Go help him. Seeing the urgency, Vara answered seriously. He's on his way. Vaughan tried to stall. But I need to talk to you. No buts. Vara said sternly, urging him. This is your mission, go! His face fell and he pouted, clearly disappointed. But for the sake of the mission, Vaughan stood up with a heavy sigh. Okay, fine, I'll be back as fast as I can. Seeing him listen, Vara felt a mix of pity and amusement. The two of them bolted. Vaughan quickly asked, where is he? The answer was the mess hall. The second they arrived, Vaughhan's face soured. It was because Dragus was taunting him. Seriously, you think you can beat us? Never one to back down, Jack retorted bluntly. Damn right I can. That response made Dragus's brow furrow. He stood with his arms crossed, simply warning you retoast. Kid Vaughan walked up to Jack, confused. Boss, I thought you said we weren't supposed to start any trouble. I'm not. I haven't done anything or laid a hand on anyone. We were not fighting. Vaughan, it's just a drinking contest. I bet that I could outdrink both of them. A tough bet. Vaughan reacted in disbelief. But Jack was totally confident. Don't worry about it. I've done this a million times. Not believing his ears, Vaughan had to ask again. You have? And Jack confirmed it without hesitation. That's right, you can't establish authority if you can't drink. Vaughan immediately furrowed his brow in confusion. Leb. You know the only time I've ever seen you drink was when you had that wine Kwai left. As if reading his mind, Jack thought, what about the mushroom beer? Vaughan immediately stuck out his tongue. Hell no, that stuff tastes awful. The blue spear on his back suddenly spoke. Fear not, master, I will expel that impurity from your body. Just like purging heretics from the Holy Land. This just made Rack even more smug. See? Jealousy ain't nothing to worry about. A loud commotion made the old man pull back the curtain to look inside. What's going on? He found the right person, who was quick to snitch. Lep was about to get into a drinking contest with those guys. A bunch of beef-eyed dudes who could probably down a whole keg. The old man was pretty hesitant. Give Rack a chance to back out on these guys. Not a chance. Lep was a cocky rookie. He wasn't scared and just laughed gleefully. I'll be fine, let's get this started. Hope I'm lucky enough. The fun wasn't over yet. The old man suddenly put his hand on Rack's shoulder. Hold on, gray skin. The boss pointed straight at Blue Blade and demanded. You have to leave that weapon with your best guard. No weapons at the table. That's the rule. Hearing that made him freeze up, and a helpless Vest could only facepalm. The big dude was eagerly waiting, shouting out, hey, Goblin, you ready or what? Rack saw the situation was bad and cried out desperately. No way, master, you need me. But Rack was stubborn and game for it, telling him to just take care of her. Vess, good luck to you. Carrying that thing looked like a real drag. Vess had to manifest and beg, try not to destroy that body, okay? But who knew what would happen, as he just laughed and said, sorry babe, I can't make promises I can't keep. Everyone was working their tails off, with one group suppressing the enemy, while the other was busy hauling gear. Over in a corner, him and Willie Bass stood with their arms crossed, talking, him said and said, this is a real mess. So VG just put you in charge of this whole thing and then bounced. Willie Bass nodded. Yeah, he was really torn up about what happened to Hamo, even though he doesn't show it. I know he's hurting bad inside. Hearing that him clicked his tongue, Willie Bass, this is why I keep telling you to go join Jack's crew. He added irritably, that bastard VG is no good. I figured that out years ago, when I left his crew. Willie Bass quickly gestured for him to shut up. He frowned, warning him, hey him, watch your mouth. He glanced around before continuing cautiously. A lot of people here worship V, especially since he came back from the dead. After Willie Bass's warning, Hem chose his next words more carefully. He nervously scanned the area, then slowly turned to Willie Bass, clicked his tongue, and said, I came back from the dead too. So they can worship me if they want. Willie Bass raised an eyebrow. If I left, my wife would kill me. She thinks VG is gonna be the chief someday, and wants me on the winning team. Him burst out laughing at that. He said scornfully, VG as chief. In your dreams, Him smirked. Dude, stop letting your wife walk all over you. Dude, Lep is already the combat commander. He's bound to become the chief eventually. Willie Bass shook his head, replying irritably, happy wife, happy life. You're not the one who has to deal with her every day. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to them, urgently reporting, Commander, we've got goblins. Willie Bass frowned and shot back, goblins, right now. Him clicked his tongue. Looks like I got here just in time. Willie and him quickly ran to the goblin's location. The lead goblin saw them coming, pointed right in his face, and demanded, hey, you're the commander, right? Let us through. With his blade resting on his shoulder, spoke up in surprise, what's this? It's Bunu's personal guard. Willie Bass ignored him and asked the goblin, what's going on? What do you want? The goblin girl answered, please let us in. I need to get to the lower level to save my friend. Willie Bass heard this and shook his head, sorry, but Hem, standing next to him, looked at her urgently and shouted, wait, you said you have a friend on the lower level. Is it Rafa? A confused Willie Bass whispered to him, what's going on? Hem saw the hopeful expressions on the goblins' faces and understood. He told Willie Bass, let them pass. Willie Bass frowned, saying seriously, Hem, I can't just let goblins through. Hem snapped his fingers and replied cheerfully, it's not your call to make, it's mine, you owe me one, just like I owe her friend. Willie Bass sighed, waved them through, and clicked his tongue. Fine, debt paid. Hem nodded, signaling for the goblins to follow. He smiled brightly and said, I'll show you the way, just stick with me, the name's Hem. The lead goblin girl replied politely, and I'm done, she added, I saw you before when I was exploring with Jack, but we never actually talked. Hem crossed his arms, nodding as he heard that, no wonder you look familiar, how'd you know Rafa was down here? Van added with a smile, I ran into Vavin on the way to the camp. He said Rafa chose to stay on a lower level. We came to bring her back. Him nodded and said, Rafa, Rosa, and Scene have been helping Eva out, along with my buddy Gunnar, to protect the refugees from the insectoids. Meanwhile, V's crew came to help fight off some goblins, cause of trouble with those green skins, so it's safer for them down there. Van jumped when he heard that, frowning as he shot back, safer with the insectoids. Are you crazy? Him nervously scratched his face and clicked his tongue. The insectoids are dead, and it wasn't my call, so don't blame me. Hearing that, Van pressed him. The whole species is dead, you sure about that? Him shrugged and mumbled a reply. Pretty sure. On the other side, Rafa stared at the little ones messing around in front of her. She asked worriedly, Scene, is it really a good idea to let them play like this? Scene answered casually, the pheromone sacs were tossed out, and they were all dried up, so they were harmless. Rafa potted and continued, I hope so. Any other signs of life? Scene shook his head. Have you already scouted the surrounding caves? There are no signs of insectoids on this level. Rafa breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good then. Did the guard say anything? Gunnar didn't answer, so Rafa frowned and called out, Gunnar. Seeing Gunnar in a daze, she let out a breath and clicked her tongue. Did he eat something weird again? Scene raised an eyebrow and replied, nah, Miss Rafa, it's more like something ate him. Rafa asked, confused, ate him. Suddenly she remembered something, her eyes widening as she asked him, Eva, you mean it's her? Scene rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged. Afraid so. He even came to me the other night asking how to write a letter to hit on her. Hearing that, Rafa was speechless, just sighing before asking, seriously, so did you help him? Scene proudly puffed out his chest and declared, why not? Guys gotta help each other out when it comes to winning over the one they love. Rafa was at a loss for words, clicking her tongue as she continued. All those old memories are gone. When you guys first got here, you were trying to kill us. Scene quickly tried to justify himself. That's all in the past. Love can overcome any obstacle. Rafa shook her head, refuting him. Scene, that was just a few weeks ago. I don't think she's forgotten. Scene mumbled back to her. Yeah. That's why the letter was less effective than we thought. Rafa saw Scene's slow reaction and immediately understood the problem. She asked scornfully. She tried to kill him, didn't she? Scene sighed and said honestly, luckily, Grassa and I got there in time to stop her. Annoyed, Rafa turned and kicked Gunnar in the back. The guy snapped irritably after getting kicked. What was that for? Rafa frowned and said angrily, stop daydreaming and get to work. If I catch you slacking off again, you on kitchen duty. Gunnar potted in response, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, there's no one down here but us, so what's there to worry about? Gunnar quickly ran out of the forest, sneaking glances around. He remembered what that goblin dude said earlier. His story kept getting him hyped. And he had exclaimed excitedly, you for real, is that thing real? The goblin nodded while grilling some meat, of course. Just one piece of the sure thing charm, and she'll be all over you. She won't be able to live without you. Gunnar clicked his tongue, half believing him as he continued. You just messing with me. There's no way that's real. The goblin scoffed, pointed to his own face, and said with a smirk, you think I got a wife and two side pieces, just by being handsome. Gunnar just stayed quiet and sighed, not saying anything else. Remembering that conversation, he tightened his lips and muttered, 60 points, hope it's worth it. Gunnar dropped to one knee. He quietly observed the situation ahead, smiling to himself, made it to level 3, piece of cake, huh? With that, Gunnar continued his journey, moving forward quickly while reminding himself. He said it's a reddish-green flower with blue leaves, just gotta find it and get out. Suddenly, a hoarse voice called out from nearby, help. Somebody, help me. Gunnar froze, looking around for the source of the sound. He muttered in confusion, is someone here? Gunnar quickly shouted out, hey, where are you? Keep yelling, I'll find you. The person heard his voice and, like grabbing a lifeline, hurriedly screamed, help, I'm over here. Gunnar followed the person's voice, quickly running forward. As he got closer to the sound, he slowed his pace. Frowning, he stared at the huge pit ahead, quietly thinking it was some kind of trap. Gunn leaned close to the edge of the hole and yelled inside, yo. Anyone down there? A voice immediately echoed back from the pit. I fell down here, can you help me? Please, Gunn quickly answered. Hold on, let me find a vine. Gunn scrambled around, looking for a vine long and sturdy enough to pull someone up. He finally found one. He quickly tossed the vine down and said, grab on, I'll pull you up. The person below quickly grabbed hold and started to climb. Gunn was startled when he saw the guy. He freaked out and let go of the vine. But luckily the man managed to hold on to the edge of the pit, almost falling back down again. The man panted as he slowly climbed out of the pit, speaking warily, oh man, thank you, I never thought I'd get out of that damn hole. Gunn swallowed hard, stammering, no problem, hey, are you part of the expedition too? The man quickly shot back. An expedition? Hell no, I'm a doctor, not a soldier, and please, call me Ka. Gunn shook his head, you shouldn't be down here. How'd you even make it this far? Ka quickly replied, there are ways to get to this place. If you read determined enough, I came down here looking for a rare medicinal herb, but ended up falling into that damn pit, and then luckily, you showed up. Gunn was spaced out for a second, then quickly shook his hand, saying with a big smile, my name's Gunn, happy I could help you out, hey. You got any D-Mass? Ka frowned, slowly repeating. Then he remembered something, his eyes went wide as he shouted, D-Mass, you in love? Gunn answered shyly. Well yeah, if you can help me, I can pay you, Ka said cheerfully. Oh, no need for that, kid, no payment necessary. I'm always happy to help a young man find love. And besides, you saved my life, he continued enthusiastically. I don't have any on me, but I'm sure we can find it on this level. Now, I wonder where the nearest swamp is. Saying that, he started pulling Gunn along with him. He grinned as they walked. This way, kid. We'll find it at the edge of the swamp lands. This girl must be pretty special for you two. Make you risk it all coming down here alone. Gunn's face flushed bright red as he mumbled. Yeah, she's really cute. Ka let out a big laugh and said excitedly, awesome. That's just awesome. I gotta say, I'm thrilled to meet one of the locals from these caves. That'll give me a chance to hear about how this settlement has grown over the years. Are your people still being enslaved by those Jira goblins? Gunn shook his head, not anymore. I heard from some food smuggler that Lep drove them out, so I guess we were free now. Ka looked a little surprised at that, quickly saying, for real. That's awesome, just awesome. It must have been hell living under the rule of those savage goblins. The guy asked curiously, so this Lep dude is your new leader? What do the people think of him? Gunn answered honestly, they love the guy, he united all the crews. He beat the goblins, and even the gods are on his side. I mean, the man came back from the dead, Ka replied seriously. Now that's impressive. Coming back from the dead is never an easy feat. Sounds like he's gonna bring some real change for your people. After living in the dark for so long, you guys are lucky to have him. Gun nodded in agreement. I think so too, but I don't think the Blues are too fond of him. They made him a general, but I bet they'll stab him in the back the first chance they get. Khaled gunned to a nearby riverbank, scanning the area as he spoke. Ah, right, nothing scares leaders more than a young, powerful general who has the people's love. Your boy Lep definitely has a tough road ahead. You got that right, Gun smirked and added. But they were not gonna win. Lep's got a lot of friends. They'll all watch his back. As he said that, Ka pointed in one direction, telling Gun, let's you and I try looking over there. And remember, the leaves have to be blue. If they were still yellow, it's not ripe yet. He waited for Gun to walk over to the spot he pointed at. And then he asked, so if Lep takes over, what do you think he'll do? Gun was focused on the search but still answered Ka's question. I think he'll get rid of the blues and make the greens fall in line. Ka shot back. Sounds pretty ruthless. Are the people scared of him? Gun shook his head. Not really. He's actually pretty cool. He can be a hard ass sometimes, but he always listens and looks out for his crew. Ka stood still, crossing his arms, and clicked his tongue, so he knows how to balance being tough with being fair. Just as you'd expect from one of Farron's chosen. Gun picked up a nearby root. He held it up to Kay and asked loudly, is this it? Kay shook his head no and told him to keep looking. Dude, the leaves are blue, not purple. Kay then asked, so what do you think your people will do next? Gull, after beating the goblins, are you guys just gonna settle down and stay put? Exhausted, plopped down in the woods and mumbled a reply to Kay. Yeah, pretty much. What else can we do? We can't just go startin' fights or whatever. Maybe we'll start trading fog or something. A few minutes later, he finally found a root just like Kay described, quickly yanked it out, and brought it to Kay. Hey, is this the one we were looking for? Kay looked it over and then cheered. That's it, my man! You found it! And the root's intact, nice work. Now take a break, then wash it and cook it. Hearing that, he quickly went the riverbank to wash the root. He heard Kay ask him, so even if Leo wanted to push your people, they wouldn't leave the settlement. Gun shook his head and replied, Nah, I don't think so. This is pretty much our home now. Kay clicked his tongue and continued. Such a shame, your people have so much potential. Yet you just hide away like this. Gun said honestly, we were not going anywhere, unless the hipplings chase us out. Hearing that, Kay was silent for a moment then told him, you guys should really think about it. The world out there is huge and beautiful, and your people need a new perspective. When Gun heard him say that, he quickly said, I want that too. He turned to look at him and saw a strange creature standing nearby. He jumped, yelling in panic, what the hell is that? Kay asked, confused, what's wrong? Gun pointed with a trembling hand and stammered, a hippling, right behind you. On the contrary, Kay wasn't scared at all. He gave the creature a gentle smile and said softly, oh yeah, you mean this little one. She's here for you. The creature slowly approached where Gun was sitting, scaring the daylights out of him. Gun clasped his hands together, trembling as he begged, please, don't hurt me, I'll give you everything. Suddenly, the creature handed him a paper-wrapped bundle. Gun tilted his head, confused, and asked, what the hell? Kay, who was in front of him, explained, use that to dry and wrap the maz root, roast it, and sneak it into her food. She'll welcome you like the morning sun. Gun's head was spinning as he asked awkwardly, but, a hippling. Kay understood what he meant and replied with a bright smile, Nebo is my pet, she won't hurt you. I promise, I sent her to get that cloth for you, you helped me, so I wanted to keep my promise. Hearing this, Gun was incredibly curious. He quickly wrapped the maz root and ran back to Kay, asking inquisitively, you have a hippling as a pet? Kay nodded and replied, yeah, they were actually really affectionate, you just have to understand them. Gun took his prize, looked at Kay with a smile and said, alright, thanks, I gotta go. With that, he took off running. Kay frowned and called out, Gun, are you gonna? The creature next to Kay kept making noises that only Kay could understand. He gently reassured his pet, saying in a soft voice, he's fine, totally fine, just let him go. He stared at Gun's retreating back and said with a wide smile, little one, there's a lot more work to do. A lot of buried things that need to be dug up again. Meanwhile, while the whole group of elves was sound asleep, Gun was hiding behind a huge boulder, sneakily watching something. He tiptoed past, carefully watching the sleeping mage and her daughter. Once he was clear, Gun ducked low and snuck away. Reaching the middle of the clearing by the dead campfire, he squatted down and unwrapped the cloth, recalling the words in his head, roast it and slip it into her food, and she'll welcome you like you, re the morning sun. A wave of hesitation washed over him. Gun knew what he was doing was messed up and grimaced, but he didn't expect Rafa to suddenly appear and yell Gun! Making him jump, he quickly stuffed it in his pocket and played dumb. What? And Rafa urgently said, get the fires going, make them as big as you can, throw everything in! Hearing that, Gun looked totally confused. Why? So she explained. The cave centipedes are heading this way. We need to make as much smoke as possible. Hearing that, he went pale with fright. Cave centipedes, those things are huge. Danger was imminent. Rafa urged him. Just do it, the guards say they hate smoke. We'll get everyone out of here. Gun was annoyed about being dragged into this when he was trying to do his own thing, everyone. What about me? But he was just talking trash, he still had a conscience. Once the bonfires were lit and big enough, it was time to bounce. Just then, a voice called out. The sorceress appeared, giving him a shock. And she immediately asked, "Are you done here?" Ova's face was tense, but to Gun, it just looked sappy as hell. She's worried about me. Thank God. So he gave a totally random answer. Yeah, I got some pretty hot stuff. We were good to go here. Taking the lead, the sorceress ordered him. Good. Follow me now. And since his crush called out, Gun scrambled to follow. Yes, of course. Anytime you need me. Exiting the cave, Ova planted her staff on the ground. Feeling this would be better. Hey, aren't we supposed to be leaving with everyone else? There's a strategy, she explained. The fire pits will keep them from coming up on the other side. But we still have to stop them from coming up this way. Ova, knowing she had a huge responsibility, furrowed her brow and laid out the plan as Gun stared at her in admiration. I will use my magic to hold them back while everyone escapes. You be careful, okay? Just gotta look cool. He twirled his spear, puffing his chest out. Oh yeah, no problem, I'm your man. You gotta hand it to this guy. Carelessly swinging his weapon right towards his ally. The sorceress saw this and had to warn him. Yeah, just try to point that thing at someone other than me, alright? They each sat on a rock. Gun, sitting across from her, commented, "Those centipedes are sure taking their sweet time." His rambling was starting to annoy her, so she told him to stop complaining. It's going to take a long time to get everyone out, especially the old folks and the kids. In the middle of this tense situation, Gun for some reason decided to ask, "So, you crushing on anyone?" It was completely random. Her expression clearly showed she was annoyed and confused. Why would you ask me that? Not daring to tell the truth, Gun played it off. Oh, no reason, just making conversation. It's late, I'm sleep deprived. And now I have to deal with him. The exhausted sorceress pleaded. Look, can you just be quiet now? I don't want to hear any more of your small talk, or your poetry, for that matter. This is exactly why I didn't want to be paired with you. But San said I had to. What a bro, he happily patted his chest, celebrating internally. San, you were the man! She sat with her legs propped up, watching him, which just left Ova even more confused. What are you smiling about? Yuri so weird, resting her chin on her hand. She looked away and changed the subject. Anyway, they'll send people to join us once the refugees are safe. So we just have to sit tight and keep watch. He leaned back and asked, do you think the refugees will be safe once we get back to the settlement? Looking up, the sorceress mused. Probably. I don't think Ulp will draft them into the fight. I heard we'll be heading back soon. Then Gun shared his own thoughts. Oh, that's good. I guess life will go back to normal then. And she simply replied, yeah. Continuing their conversation, he asked, Hey Ova, what do you want to do after the goblins are gone? Raising a hand high, the sorceress answered with determination. I'm going to study magic. Magi promised me I could access the shamanic archive city when this is all over. Not all of the texts are in our language, so it'll take a while, but it'll be worth it. Finding her goal a little boring, he asked. So you just gonna study? But that wasn't it at all. Ova held up 2 fingers. Oh no, I'm not just gonna be reading books. I'm going to travel too. Once we were free, we can do anything we want, right? I told Rafa, and she said she'd take me to some of the places she's been after the goblins are gone. She then let Gun go first, who grinned and recounted. I've been outside the settlement too, when I went with Vaughn to make an offering to Bunu. That's perfect. Ova pumped her fist. Oh, but that was just near the settlement. World is so much bigger, and I'm going to see all of it, but with all that talk, does that mean you don't want to have kids or find, a guy or something? She hadn't really thought about it, Ova revealed pensively. I don't know, maybe someday, but right now I've got too much I want to do. But then a noise came from the distance. She held up a hand to silence Gun. But if you don't find a guy soon, did you hear that? They both shot to their feet as they heard a chittering sound, and they hit the jackpot.